Good news, everyone. Or at least somewhat good news for the time being. How is everybody doing today? Just don't mind me getting set up for the moment. You can all view stream, right? Because I got a weird notification saying something about codec failure. I don't know, whatever, I'll figure it out. I think that has to do with recording rather than streaming. But what's going on with all of you today? Before we get into like the actual news of the day, damn, I'd so much rather be playing Starfield than sitting here talking about Republicans and genocidal countries in the Middle East. But we are going to do what we're going to do. So, we got our first ad break coming up in 30 seconds. And then once we get through that, we can jump right into, geez, I think I'm getting sick. After the ad break, we can jump right into today's topics. But in the meantime, if anyone wants to share anything, feel free. Now, I was planning today's stream to be a little less planned and me just spend some time looking online for stuff that's happening and scrolling Twitter and all that. But I do have a bunch of stuff lined up as usual because I can't help myself. There's just so much to talk about and I can't stop talking about it. But again, as usual, feel free to send in some of your links, and if there's anything like that we haven't covered in them or that you'd like to see, I'd be happy to cover it as well. Now, I'm not sure whether I want to start with insurrection or war. I think I'm going to go with insurrection, but we're going to start off with some of the lighter, more fun topics of the day. And by lighter and more fun, I don't mean light or fun in any way. It's about as light as you can get when we're talking about the Republican Party these days. But this is somewhat good news for us. Well, actually, we've got plenty of good news in for us lately. But what I'm about to talk about is a school district in Pennsylvania approved about $9,000, according to this source that I don't deem trustworthy, but still funny and worth talking about, to cut windows into bathrooms, in specifically gender identity student bathrooms, whatever that is. I think the word that they mean to use is gender neutral, but these are conservatives, so they're not particularly smart. Let's have a look. So, school district in Pennsylvania approved nearly $9,000 to cut windows into, again, gender identity student bathrooms so passerbys can see inside. Yes, I'm sure that's exactly why the school district did it, because they want people to see inside the bathroom. There's no other possible explanation for why. Jesus Christ. SDL down here being SDL, they are genuinely insane. Nobody thinks that this is, well, actually, I'm sure some people think that this is true, but nobody that is responsible for this kind of rhetoric being spread, none of the originators of said rhetoric actually believe this is true. Again, the entire concept of the push of transphobia from the right is so incredibly stupid, and every single one of these transphobes themselves is actually really stupid. Especially, like, when you see people like J.K. Rowling out there and just hating trans women, what they're really doing is hating women in general. It's not just about trans people. The idea of trans misogyny, whether it's towards trans men, trans women, towards non-binary people, it doesn't who it's directed to matters much less than the fact that this entire ideology is based on misogyny. And I've said this before, and I'll keep saying it. When you argue that a trans person isn't the gender that they identify as because of whatever reasons you may have, it always comes back down to reproduction. In one way or another, this conversation will make its way back to, well, trans women can't give birth, or the flip alternative, trans men can't get someone pregnant. And either way, I mean, I don't exactly know how non-binary people would fit into this, but I'm sure that these idiots could figure out some way to tie all of this into reproduction again. Hell, I mean, we saw during the debate, J.D. Vance is friggin' obsessed with people not having enough babies, I guess, although wants to do nothing to actually fix that, but that's a whole other thing. It comes back down to, you can't procreate, you can't carry a baby, or you can't impregnate somebody. And in either case, this broken down to its simplest form is saying that women are by nature specifically and nothing else incubators. And I do have to stress when I say and nothing else here, because you can have a personality on top of it. It doesn't matter. The base argument that they will have is that you are not your gender, you are your sexuality, or sorry, not your sexuality, you're a sex assigned at birth because you can't produce children in this way. And when you say that, when you minimize what a woman is to this idea of an incubator, or what a man is to this idea of an inseminator, I guess. Ugh, God, that's a disgusting word. It produces the idea, whether you intend it or not, that this is necessary, and that without this, none of the rest of it matters, which is ridiculous, might I add. But that's why they won't even bother to pay attention to the distinction between sex and gender, because at their core, they don't believe that there is a distinction between sex and gender. They believe that you are what you're assigned at birth, because all of this only matters in the context of birthing children, which is not only incredibly weird, but is wrong. I mean, it's just actually wrong. But let's go have a look, right? Because they create this idea, and then they try and apply it to school children, which, again, incredibly weird thing to do, but that is now the discourse. That's the talking point, right? Is that they're all groomers. They're trying to indoctrinate the children. Why? To make more of them, I guess. So, like, I don't know. None of it actually makes any sense, because it's stupid. But what is this actually about? After a low turnout school board election in which several far-right members joined their ranks, they hired a Christian law firm, decided to start banning books, and reopen the bathroom issue. It really does seem like almost all of our problems in America come from the Christian right wing, specifically the evangelical Christians in the Midwest and the South. And it's so frustrating, because these people don't know what they're doing, first off, like, because again, specifically the Christian, like, voting base is even more misled than just the general MAGA voting base, because they have gone into this thinking that, like, Donald Trump is the second coming of Jesus to them. And so in a scenario where all of your beliefs, including your religious beliefs, have now been brought into this, they tend to be quite a bit more militant about it. And by militant, I mean, in some cases, I do mean physically, but in schools, for example, this idea of schools trying to indoctrinate your children does not come from the voting base. It doesn't even necessarily just come from the media. In fact, I would argue that it doesn't come from the media. It comes from evangelical pastors, preachers. The trans debate is just a continuation of the marriage equality debate, and before that, it would have, like any number of progressive ideals have gone against the Christian right of the United States for quite a long time. Even like back prior to the 21st century, back in, I think it was Reagan's day, the Christian right wing was very influential, and I'm blanking on which laws they were, but laws that specifically tended to favor the separation of church and state, whether it be in schools, whether it be relating to churches directly. There's a number of these. I'll probably do like a whole segment on this, probably another time, because we do have a lot to go over today, but it'd be interesting to see the evolution of where they've come from and where they are now. But it comes from these preachers, from these internal communities, and makes its way to Republican senators and congressmen and just other officials who relay it to the media by forcing this argument that doesn't need to be had, based on generally no evidence whatsoever. Even when they make up evidence, that's usually good enough. I mean, just look at libs of TikTok. But often they don't even need evidence. And this causes not only just a lot of stress and anxiety to LGBT people all over the United States, whether they're adults or whether they're children, whether they're parents of LGBT youth, or it goes well beyond that and has produced significant instances of stochastic terrorism, bomb threats being called into schools, bomb threats being called into hospitals that have come from libs of TikTok posts claiming that they're doing transgender surgeries to 6-year-olds that never happens, and makes its way all the way up to people like Donald Trump, who spouted at 50 million Americans watching a debate about something entirely different and decides to just throw that in there with the, they're transing the illegal immigrants in prison or something. Which, by the way, if we're going to get into like the treatment of prisoners, whether they're trans or not, whether they're undocumented or whether they're US citizens, you should give them whatever medical care that a doctor deems that they need, I feel like is a good place to go with that. But all of these issues are created from this religious perspective that should not have anything to do with how our government's run, because we know that we are a separation of church and state based state. Hold on, I'm sorry. Are you guys having issues with stream? I'm just trying to see if sound's coming through. I'm getting these weird notifications. Just a second. No, I am. Ugh, God. Whatever, that's fine. Now back to what I was saying. This is not only discrimination and not only causes instances of stochastic terrorism, but also, awesome, thanks the boy, Creed, much appreciated. Hey, good evening to you, Ryan Chon Petersi. I feel like we're gonna have to start and crack down on the Christian nationalists. I don't disagree with you, but the way that we go about doing that could, like, it needs to be done right, or it will make the issue worse. The Christian nationalists are not necessarily all that separated from the general, like, MAGA crowd. It's the leadership that we need to start with, and from there we can work on de-radicalizing the entire base. And I don't mean by, like, arresting voters and putting them in re-education camps or anything. Honestly, the second we manage to cut the source of all of this misinformation and hate and fear mongering, most of this will probably die down for a lot of Americans, because, again, statistically, the average American doesn't believe this stuff. I definitely agree about getting rid of religious exemption laws. We have no reason to have those to begin with. I don't care if you're a church, pay your taxes. But they get quite mad about this, and the Christian voting base in the United States is a very strong and consistent voting base. They are a minority voting base. Don't get me wrong. They are not the majority of the country. But as we've seen, half the country doesn't vote. If every American voted, we would not have these issues. Well, these issues aren't related to voting necessarily, like from a direct causation standpoint. They're methods of influencing voting, not products of voting. But in relation to your comment of cracking down on these people, I think we might have had a good start with this indictment that came down from Jack Smith today. Obviously, a lot of the, like, all of the names in this were censored, redacted rather, but there's clues and hints in the document as to who these names are, and most of the names have already been figured out. There's about 80 people in here, some of which are elected officials, and I would just love to see all 80 of these people, including Donald Trump, go to prison for insurrection, for the misinformation, like, mongering that they do. And honestly, I'd like to see some names that aren't on that list also face consequences, but we'll get there when we get there. Now, these adults want to make it easier to watch your children when they're in the bathroom. That's the kind of news that's being reported. Now, I've never heard of the York Dispatch, but if this is the kind of media that you're consuming day in and day out, well, of course you're going to have the reaction that you do and the sentiment that you do from conservatives. If America does not feel represented by the two major parties, does it make sense for them to vote? Voting the other party doesn't make any difference. Why bother? I'm gonna address the argument of not voting. Not voting isn't not voting, Reen. Not voting is voting for one party versus the other. Because it's a two-party system, it does specifically mean that you are voting by not voting when the average Republican does vote and the average Democrat does not vote. Well, I wouldn't say the average Republican, but most Republicans vote, or more than not. Actually, let's see the actual distinction in voting behavior between Democrats and Republicans. Now, by arguing that it doesn't matter if you don't vote, you're buying into the message that they want you to buy into, which is that all hope is lost, both parties are the same. They're not the same. And if you don't feel represented by either party, that is a huge problem. But not voting doesn't do anything to solve that problem. It only makes it worse. If you want to change the party, then you have to do it from inside the party. No, it depending on where you live, it can have a negative, like, consequence based on what your perspective is. From my perspective, voting Green Party is worse than voting Democrat in every state, and depending on what state you're in, it's essentially a vote for the Republicans. Now, that doesn't mean that like it's because the Green Party's bad. It is the Green Party in America is a little bad. They're quite disingenuous. Jill Stein doesn't believe in anything, and she's the nominee this year. She's been the nominee for like 3 elections in my lifetime. They don't have a chance of winning, and you going and voting isn't going to change that because it's not a one person, one vote system. It doesn't matter if everyone went and voted for the Green Party, it still wouldn't matter because it's up to the Electoral College. The popular vote doesn't really matter. Now, we need to get rid of the Electoral College, and the popular vote matters when you're talking about Democrats and Republicans because most states will favor what the popular vote did in relation to how the Electoral College votes. In fact, that's kind of one of the issues is the Republicans currently trying to change the laws and infiltrate the Electoral College to steal the election. And that is one step in which we can work towards making your vote matter more is by advocating for the removal of this system, for a one person, one vote system. Now, how would you go about doing something like that? Well, you would do it through your local legislature because it's on your state's level. So first, that would require you to have state legislation passed, which would mean you need to have elected officials in your state that want to pass it. If you don't like the elected officials in your state, run against them. It's not particularly difficult, especially on a local and state legislature level, which you would need to start from the bottom anyway, because you're not going to just infiltrate the Democratic Party right at the very top. And to be clear, this needs to happen through the Democratic Party, as the Republicans are trying to make use of this system to benefit them, not get rid of it, whereas most Democrats think it should disappear. And honestly, most Republican voters do as well. You would have to do it through the inside of the party. And that's the same with changing the system to allow for preferential voting, which is another system that we have like in Australia that would be beneficial to implement in the United States and has quite a lot of support. And to do that, that would need to be done in Congress, but our Congress doesn't want to do things like this. So how do we fix this? Well, we vote in people that do want to fix it. And we, like the presidential election, Reem, is minor in broad terms generally. It's what the elections for the down ballot ticket are way more influential than the presidential election ever is. Even in this case, even with Project 2025 looming, the down ballot election is at most equally as important, though I would still argue more important. Because if hypothetically, and now this isn't going to happen as much as I wish that it would, if Donald Trump was able to win the presidential election, but at the same time, Democrats took a majority control of the House and the Senate, and more governors just suddenly were Democrat than Republican. I'm not sure there's actually enough running in this particular election year that would be enough anyway to flip that, but let's just say there were more Democrat than Republican governors, and that Democrats won big wins all down like ballot, all the way through state legislature, all over the country. Donald Trump couldn't get anything done. He would be able to accomplish nothing, which is why we barely accomplish anything because they're much closer to this extreme hypothetical currently than we are. They do control most of the governors of the country. They do control most state legislatures. The only reason that it hasn't gone incredibly bad so far is that they haven't been able to hold a majority of every house of government with a margin that's wide enough that they don't need some Democrat support, and in some cases they haven't held a majority. That's why Donald Trump had such an easy time getting things passed in 2016, because at that time he did have a Republican-controlled House and Senate. I think they had all three houses of government, as far as I remember. 2016 Senate and House were. Let's look. I'm gonna look up the voting patterns in a second. Anyway, yeah. So they had for the Senate and for the House. Yeah. They were able to get so much done because of the amount of down ballot support that they had. Now, I want voting, not leaning. This is less important to say, but not voting does nothing to change the bad system. That's my overall takeaway from this for you, is that if you wanna not get that much done, given so he didn't get much done, but he did do a lot of damage. He got to at least pretend that he was getting things done. Most of the things that he tried to get through did get overturned through like the courts, and like the Muslim ban that they want to reinstate, by the way, if he wins. The courts blocked him on that, but the rest of the government didn't. Well, they tried to, but it didn't work. And by the way, now he managed to get in 3 Supreme Court justices in that term, which now means that they do control the judicial branch all the way at the top, one way or the other. I mean, obviously the lower courts are not making it easy for him, but they do control the Supreme Court. The change you outline will take forever. Well, I'm sorry, but that's progress. It's slow. You have to be able to work towards that and chip away at it. When you give up, that's how we get here. We moved this far to the right because during Bill Clinton's era of the Democrat Party, they realized that it was more difficult to be a old school, like outright open Democrat, and Bill Clinton ran as a Republican light candidate and pulled us to the right. And then from that point forward, the liberal civility politics took over the Democratic Party, and we didn't argue and we didn't fight, and they dragged us all the way to where we are now. There used to be much more of a distinction between a Democrat administration and a Republican administration. And to be clear, there still is, because the Republicans want to do a lot of bad shit, right? Like, they want, their policies will destroy the country, whereas the Democrats, if they win, will make very little change and keep the status quo, but keep things stable for us to make the change ourselves. No one's going to save you. There's no, you're not going to be able to vote for a president that's going to fix all of this. The way to fix this is getting money out of politics, which takes even longer than just being able to make minor change like this. You're joining from Europe, so it's an outside perspective. That's fair. And I understand. I'm also not particularly optimistic. But the reason that I'm not optimistic isn't because of the trend of how it's been going. The reason that I'm unoptimistic is because of the amount of people that are disinterested in trying to not only understand politics, to listen to politics, to engage with information that is either new or contradicts with their worldview, to critically analyze information, and how much that's being pushed by the media. I mean, not just mainstream media, but social media. We are disincentivizing people from paying attention. And that's what worries me. Because, again, if America as a whole is a leftist country, pulled all together, more Americans than not are in favor of free healthcare, free education, of free college, of LGBT rights, of abortion rights, of like none of these things are a close split. It's just because Democrats don't vote. And now why don't they vote is a mix of a large array of issues. But the example that I gave last time is that the Democratic Party is disincentivizing Democratic voters from voting. Look at 2016, where Bernie Sanders was absolutely more popular than Hillary Clinton, and the DNC cheated to make Hillary Clinton the nominee. They admitted it. Like, the Donna Brazile was the chair of the Democratic National Committee and stepped down. Yeah, we all loved Bernie. We all did, except for the capital class, the elite class, the bourgeoisie, the rich, who managed to get this done because we have legalized bribery in this country. Now, here's quite an important tidbit. We wouldn't have legalized bribery in this country if it wasn't for the Bush administration and Dick Cheney being able to name in a Supreme Court justice that supported Citizens United. And that wouldn't have happened if going back to the past and like predicting a future based off of hypotheticals is difficult, but Al Gore could have won if Bill Clinton wasn't as neo-lib conservative like leaning type of a Democrat president. Now, if he hadn't run that way, would he have even won? Who knows? But if he had lost, then that would have also made it more likely for Al Gore to win. And if Al Gore had won, then Citizens United probably wouldn't have passed. And that's what I mean, is by little things do make a huge difference. Well, I mean, to be fair, Reen, you're saying that as a German, Bernie was too right for your taste, but don't you guys have an issue with that over there at the moment with the right wing? But also, yes, I agree. Bernie was also too right for my taste. I don't want a democratic socialist. I want a socialist. But that's a topic for another time. I just wanted to really make clear that this we can't make a difference line is straight from the people who don't want you to feel like you can make a difference. And it's the same as the case there as it is here. People are made to feel like their vote and their democracy is entirely unaligned to them. Do you think that the election will end up like Gore? God, I really hope not. But on that topic, we actually have some good news. Some quite good news, actually. Leaders copying Trump have been somewhat successful so far, but who's to say Trump will be successful? And I mean, look at France. The left managed to defeat the Le Pen in the New Popular Front, did quite well, and even though Macron screwed them over later, that you can blame on the libs, not on the fascists. And working together, forming coalitions, getting young people engaged and caring about politics is how we stop this rise in fascism. And I'm hoping that I'm hoping that our systems that are still actually functional and haven't been dismantled yet might help, such as the legal system, which has been pretty good with keeping Trump somewhat accountable, at least. I mean, the fact that he has 34 felonies is a show of that. Now, it doesn't mean that the system is fixed. Obviously, the Supreme Court is a huge risk, especially going into the election, but we'll see what we can do about that. We don't have much time, so the idea is to try and prevent it from getting to the Supreme Court rather than trying to stop them from doing something. At least Trump is an idiot in some countries. The Trump copycat is intelligent. Well, so that's the thing, Reen. Trump is, like, he's an idiot, but, like, that's not why. Trump is an actor. He's not the one making the decisions. He thinks that he is now, but, like, he got into this as an actor. And a lot of the times, he's just acting. He's playing this part. Trump has always been a racist, an anti-Semite, a misogynist, but he has never been this demagogue that he is now. This came about because he ran for president and because of the people he surrounded himself with, and he just wants people to like him. He's a celebrity. He wants people to pay attention to him. It's the people around him that are the much greater danger. I wonder if he cares. No, I don't necessarily think that he does. I think there's almost no evidence to say that he does care. He does want to be liked by the masses. The same is true for Elon Musk. The same is true for people like Peter Thiel and JD Vance. They're all, like, to be this level of right-wing grifter, you need to have a pretty bad sense of self-worth, to have a lot of insecurity, which is why they feel the need to lie. It's the reason why Donald Trump still has to defend his rallies, because Kamala Harris made fun of him because people leave his rallies early, and he's still talking about it. And that was like a month ago. There's a sense of idiocy to these people because they are idiots and they are just looking to be liked. But what makes them dangerous is the people around them, the people who surround them, the people who are spending time trying to make, like, people like Steve Bannon, Roger Stone, the spinners of the administrations, people like his lawyers, Rudy Giuliani, of Michael Cohen, all of these people, their job outside of their job was to try and spin a way of making Donald Trump say something that they wanted him to say that he hadn't thought of himself, because he's the type of person who, if you tell him to say something, he'll say the opposite. There's like footage of people talking about this all over the place. It's his advisors, and that's why the list of in the indictment, that's why the list is 80 people long. Wasn't it similar to Bush? No. So that's the funny thing. Go watch a video of George W. Bush talking just about anything right now and compare it to Donald Trump. George W. Bush seems like a genius compared to Donald Trump. That was the joke that was made because, you know, he had an accent. He was like a party boy in school, but he went to Yale. Obviously, he didn't earn that, but he was much smarter than people gave him credit for. But again, it wasn't him making the decisions anyway, because the president himself is rarely this powerful. Bush wasn't smart, by the way. Don't let me confuse you. He's just smarter than we thought that he was, but he wasn't smart, and he's infinitely smarter than Donald Trump. It's really easy to say, but this is how we change things. Election denying ex-county clerk sentenced to 9 years for tampering with election equipment. This just came out today. Breaking news, in fact. It was just a couple hours ago. Prosecutors said that the former Mesa County, Colorado clerk, Tina Peters, was a fox guarding the hen house. She, in 2020, promoted election conspiracy theories, which there are many individuals that not only even back then were electors and inside of the government who were and still are doing election denialism. There's about 70 of them countrywide, 24 in swing states, I believe, at the moment that are trying to steal the election. Getting rid of these people is a good start. Quote, your lies are well documented and these convictions are serious. Judge Matthew Barrett told Tina Peters before he handed down a sentence for the 2021 security breach, calling her a charlatan who used her time in office to peddle snake oil. Peters was convicted of 4 felonies and 3 misdemeanor charges in August. Good. Like, I just throw the book at these people. They're treasonous traitors. She's part of the reason that we had an insurrection attempt on January 6th. So in August, for using another person's security badge to allow someone associated with Mike Lindell, a prominent election denier, access to county election equipment. Again, this is what I mean when I say that when the Republicans are making accusations, they're essentially just confessing. They love to scream about voter fraud, even when they're the ones who do all the voter fraud. We've gone and looked at the data before together. There is very little evidence that voter fraud actually happens, and whenever it does, and it's intentional, it's almost always a Republican. USA is such a huge country, it would be... So it's not zero. It's very low. And when it does happen, the voting fraud that actually happens is people that move from one state to another, and because states have their own laws about what's required. Depending on what state you're from, if you move to a different state, you might have to deregister in your former state before registering to vote in your new state. A lot of the times it's people messing up small, like clerical things like this. It's usually old people as well. There's been instances of people being told that they're allowed to vote when they're actually not allowed to vote, and then them trying to vote. But a lot of these, not only get caught because, and I don't mean caught as in by the police, I mean when they're trying to actually go to vote, someone usually picks up on this and fixes the issue. But very, 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 very few intentional instances of voting fraud occur. And in the last 10 years, I can't remember a single one that's been a Democrat. I'm sure there's been a couple, but the vast majority have been Republicans. No, there's nothing systemic about it. And in fact, they'll argue that it is systemic through things like mail-in voting. While they also use mail-in voting, there is no evidence that mail-in voting increases voter fraud. It's all methods of voter suppression. This idea of there's voter fraud is a lie, and they know it's a lie. And we'll see some of that today with when we go through the Jack Smith indictment, that Donald Trump and his team of crooked advisors all knew that they were lying when they started pushing this in 2020. They knew that there was no possible way that there was systemic voter fraud occurring. They spoke about their method of trying to convince people, which was that this was during the pandemic and Democrats favored mail-in voting, where Republicans went out and voted in person. And so there was a lead to the Republicans at the beginning of the election coverage, when the votes started coming in. It looked to be that Republicans were far out in the lead, but as it took longer, not only because of COVID regulations and because mail-in votes were counted differently than in-person votes, it seemed like suddenly there was this giant wave of Democrat votes coming in that didn't exist before. And that produced a traumatic memory inside the brains of conservatives, but B was pushed as there's no way this is real, Yeah, of course. Who doesn't, like, who wants to go stand in a line? In America, it's not even a public holiday. You have to go to work and then also vote on the same day. So voting by mail and early voting in states that allow it are incredibly helpful. But Mike Lindell was very, very prominent in pushing this idea of the election was stolen, was connected to other individual. Like, we'll see all of this, but the fact that there was anybody, regardless of how prominent they were, how connected to the president they were, nobody should be allowed access to county election equipment at all. And to say that that was done in the essence of trying to protect the election is ridiculous. There's no possible way to spin that as I was trying to protect the election. If you wanted to protect the election and you thought that there was fraud occurring, you're on the election board, you know? Sorry, you're the county clerk, rather. You're not on the election board. Like, there's things you can do. In Germany, there isn't even a line. Took 15 minutes last time, but, I mean, yeah. We don't want people to vote in America, Reen. We specifically make it difficult for you to vote because the less people vote, the more often Republicans win. That's why they make it difficult. That's why they make voter ID laws more and more severe, where you already need an ID to vote in most states, but they're now pushing for harsher laws. They've been doing this for years, by the way. They want it so, oh, you need your passport. Oh, like this ID doesn't work, but that one does. Oh, you need your birth certificate now. Like, these are all methods of suppressing voting. Now, in other news, we're all going to circle back to the election in a moment, but I did want to say that, so this is great. First off, judge in Georgia struck down the state's abortion ban. That will not be happening. It was the Life Act signed into law by Brian Kemp, who is, by the way, I'm almost positive on the list of co-conspirators in the 2020 conspiracy and 21 conspiracy. Now, the judge that handed down this ruling throwing out the Life Act was Judge Robert McBurney. And this judge, just by chance, because again, this was done October 1st, by the luckiest possible odds that we can be given, a gift from the gods to say, was the judge that was given the Georgia election board case as well. And this judge, when he handed down, actually I shouldn't have shut that, the judge, when he handed down his ruling on the abortion ban bill, used some really strong language to indicate his personal feelings and where he might stand on his political bias. And that is, quote, that power is not, however, unlimited, and that's in relation to the state's laws. McBurney continued that, quote, when a fetus growing inside a woman reaches viability, when society can assume care and responsibility for that separate life, then and only then may society intervene, which was great. I'll get into that in a moment. Yeah, so this was supposed to be a 6-week abortion ban. But what he said here, I'm looking for the quote. Actually, there's a few. Does a Georgian's right to liberty and privacy encompass the right to make personal health care decisions? Plainly it does, that he wrote. He wrote on the record in the case, is clear that, quote, for many women, their pregnancy was unintended, unexpected, often unknown until well after the embryonic heartbeat began. Yet that's too late under the Life Act's strictures. These women are now forbidden from undoing that life-altering change of circumstances before they had even known it had occurred. For these women, this is the best quote from this article. The liberty of privacy means that they alone should choose whether they serve as human incubators for the 5 months leading up to viability. It is not for a legislator, a judge, or a commander from the Handmaid's Tale to tell these women what to do with their bodies during this period when the fetus cannot survive outside the womb. Very, very strong language on this, which is great, because in the statement he said, who is considered society. When he said society, he was referring to like the laws that a state can pass. He was referencing, where is it? The bit. Yeah. Superior Court Judge Robert McBurney wrote in his ruling on Monday that a review of our higher court's interpretations of liberty demonstrate that liberty in Georgia includes in its meaning, in its protections, and in its bundle of rights, the power of a woman to control her own body and to decide what happens to it and in it, and reject the state's interference with her healthcare objections. So that was, he was saying that's not unlimited. Yeah, if only, right? But look, this is still better than a 6-week ban on abortions. But what's even better is, and like, not to say that that's not important, it is really important, but getting to the root cause instead of being on the defensive tends to be where I find more joy from. Going on the offensive against these forces that seek to take our liberty away. And the odds of this happening, might I add, I don't know if it works the same where you guys are in, one of you's in Germany, I don't know where the other is, but these judges just get randomly chosen from the pool of judges at whatever level of, what is it called? What's the word for, like, not just like the county's court, but the different tiers of courts. A judge that is capable of seeing any specific of these cases doesn't get to pick and choose their cases, even if it's inside of specifically their tier. They get handed down these cases. Now, in the Superior Court of Fulton County, I mean, I don't know how many judges there are, but there has to be more than at least one. And for the same judge who was that harsh on the abortion ban, being put on the election certification rules case is just an absolute blessing. So if you guys missed what happened here, the election board in Georgia, as well as several other places, but Georgia specifically, changed its laws, saying that all of the ballots on election day need to be hand counted on election day. And if not, then Georgia won't certify. Now, this was done by 3 partisan Republicans who have specifically been called out by name from Donald Trump, like in a rally not all that long prior. And they made this change illegally. Even the state's attorney general had said so, and obviously was going to get challenged. This was done in a very clear attempt to subvert the election results. They're going to do this in many states by saying we won't certify because we think that there's fraud. The idea is to create this widespread notion that there is fraud occurring so that they can then make a legal case or enough legal cases so that some of these can make their way up to the Supreme Court. They've been laying the groundwork for this for a while. This is actually what they tried to do after they lost the last time, but it's significantly more. It's significantly easier for a court to dismiss a claim that something is happening when there's no evidence of it happening. It's much more difficult to argue against the concept than it is like to argue that something isn't happening when there is no evidence of it happening to begin with. Then there, 22 Superior Court judges. So the fact that it still landed on this guy is a 1 in 22 chance. Or if we're talking about both of these cases, 2 in 22. Incredible odds. What they're doing now, because they learned the lesson last time when they went into these courts and tried to say there was election interference and didn't have anything to back it up, they got thrown out. It was easy to say, look, there's no evidence for this, and send them away. But now they've been laying the groundwork. They've been talking about election interference nonstop. Trump keeps mentioning it, and that's to set a precedent so that after the election happens, they can point to that and see, well, look, we were talking about it the whole time. We had all of these prior concerns, and A, that makes it look more valid, but B, it makes it more difficult for Democrats to argue against, because now you're trying to disprove the existence of something that doesn't exist. And that's hard to do, because what is the proof of its non-existence other than the lack of it existing, while it flips the script for them. It makes it so they have plenty of things to point to make it seem like this is an issue. And they're going to do this in counties all over the country to bring out this widespread fear of election interference and an election fraud having occurred. The idea is to create chaos, because Democrats will know, and oh, hey, what's up, Captain? And Republicans won't. And the polarization works in their favor here. But they might not get Georgia this time around. It depends on how mad this judge gets. In fact, I would absolutely love him removing these people from the election board. But what he did say about this, he hasn't said much. One new rule requiring county officials to conduct reasonable inquiry. Yeah, they made that a rule, by the way, as well. I did forget about that. They require officials to conduct a reasonable inquiry into whether there was fraud prior to certifying, even if there is no evidence of it. They still have to sit there and pretend and talk about it. The other language allows county officials to examine all election-related documentation created during the conduct of elections, which they're not supposed to do. There are other parties that are privy to this information that are not them. But again, that's a different story. The entire point here is to create this idea. I slept great for once. I was so tired. With streaming like the other day and then Monday prior. It had been it's been a week. It's been a week, guys. It's been a pretty wild week. Now, he did not seem inclined to invalidate either new rules passed by the state election board, but he said that the reasonable inquiry rule on its face, it's vague and it needs clarification. Obviously, he's not going to just straight up make a ruling. He hasn't seen the case yet, but the idea is, when is this deadline? Hold on. The deadline is deadline. Get done what you can, and what is reasonable to one person might not be reasonable to another. But if you're making your inquiry, then it's wheels up at 5 p.m. on the 12th of November, the judge said. The reason we're here is because reasonable inquiry is so undefined. I want this to go into the court, and I want this judge seems to get grumpy at stupid people, and this entire thing is stupid. So the quicker we can get this in front of him, it is in front of him, but the quicker we can get more discourse on this and hearings done, the better it is. We need this locked down prior to the election, and this will also set the precedent for the other states that also want to do interference. That's where I'm more worried about. It's not that I don't think that Donald Trump will win the vote legally. I think, well,
That's really what it is, isn't it? Is that he will use the legal system to try and rig the vote, is what I'm worried about. Not that he will actually win by receiving the most votes. Yeah, thanks, Captain. I needed it. I was running on maybe like 6 hours of sleep for 4 days. Like cumulative 6 hours of sleep. I was dying, and now I feel alive again. I feel alive again because we're getting good news. We're getting election deniers put in prison. We're getting good judges being assigned to court cases relating to election certification. If someone tries to kill him days before the election, he will win. I disagree. No one really, like, even the second time, most people, like, I was live when it happened, and I saw the notification. I opened the AP article, like, and we looked at it together, and I said, and moved on. Like, there wasn't much news out yet, but the idea of it was boring to me, and I didn't realize that I had done that until after the fact. The most common reaction that I saw after that was people laughing. They're trying to do it again, because Democrats also will be in this conspiracy theory rabbit hole now, just like Republicans are. It's just a different kind of conspiracy rabbit hole. Although not as bad, because a lot of this is based on some true facts, and true things get mixed in together. Oh, crap, sorry. There is a ad break coming up. Again, it's the top of the hour, and if you want to skip the ad breaks, feel free to subscribe to the channel to skip the ad breaks. A third assassination attempt on Donald Trump will not change anyone's vote. It just won't. Everyone who will be voting by now likely has made their decision. Oh shit! Thanks, worshiper of the Olympians. I really appreciate that. Why did my alert box for that not come up? Rude. There we go. The OG. Now, to have any impact on this election, things have to, something huge needs to happen for something to have an impact. I mean, the debate that we watched the other day with welcome to the best Twitch poll stream on Twitch poll. I really appreciate that, Captain. And you're not just saying that because I made you a mod, are you? The debate that we watched with Walz and Vance didn't change any minds. Nothing is going to change any minds. That debate was just J.D. Vance being scripted, saying lines to the television because it was Donald Trump watching. And, oh, thanks for subbing too, Rain. I really appreciate that. You guys are awesome today. The debate with J.D. Vance and Tim Walz, though, was nothing but an audition for America's Next Top Hitler. And J.D. Vance was just reading off a script. All of those lines, he didn't even answer the question half the time. It was just repeating what he practiced with someone prior to the actual debate beginning. And that's why you look at the difference in between the left and the right thought of the debate, and the idea that Tim Walz got annihilated on their end is ridiculous. Okay, I will try my best, but sorry, but we get a lot of those at the moment, especially between Netanyahu and Trump and Vance, and you might just have to learn to cope at this point. Look, we're all sick and tired of, I'm sick of having to talk about Hitler and Nazis. I'm sick of making that comparison. People will come into the chat and be like, oh, you guys call everybody a Nazi or this and that, but which is true, the left does often do that, but I'm never exaggerating. When I call someone a Nazi, I mean that. And I'm also sick and tired of all the wars. I want to go back to talking about, good, important things, advocating for positive change. I'm tired of having to talk about these delusions and these hallucinatory views of the world done by the right and also sometimes by the left to try and I really should have taken that ad break to go to the bathroom. Oopsie. Whatever. I want to get back to normal, and winning this election won't do that, but it's a step in the right direction. And God forbid we actually lose. Give me a second. I'll do it once I finish what I'm saying. God forbid if we lose, we're going to be making these comparisons for a while. And honestly, I doubt it'll be long until the camps again. Like they want to deport. Every time they say this number, it like is rising. It was like 9, and then it was like 12 million, and then now it's like 20 million, 50 bajillion immigrants from America, which I have said and no. Well, yeah, the children in cages is one thing, but how can you deport 20 million people spread across a country as big as the United States, other than going door to door and arresting them and detaining them? You'd have to detain them somewhere, and that somewhere is going to be camps, because you can't just instantly deport these people. You need to figure out where they're going, or at least where you're sending them. I don't necessarily think they care about where these people will go, but there's the logistical aspect of deporting these people, and this is going to require camps. And it's not like we haven't had camps before. We had internment camps for the Japanese during World War II, and so it concerns me. And who goes into these camps? Is it just the undocumented immigrants? Is Project 25 Trump or a think tank? It is from the Heritage Foundation, which is a think tank. It's written for Trump. J.D. Vance, Trump's vice president, wrote the foreword to it. Many of Trump's former staff were on like the committee that wrote it, not the committee, the Heritage Foundation worked with them to write it. We're going to go into Project 2025 a bit later, actually. Oh, thanks for the sub, Cheeseburger Merv. Also, welcome for the day. Always good to see you around. These people, like, are criminals. And they want to not only take power for themselves, but destroy the fabric of what it is to be an American. Every single one of these policies would be ruinous. I'm sure you guys will get another hype train going. But so again, this is good news. At the very least, they might have a harder time with stealing Georgia, which we really don't want them to do. Georgia is pretty key. I haven't looked at what the polls have been like for like a week now, but again, it doesn't matter. Everyone who's going to be voting is probably, there would be no way of implementing all of Project 2025. Are you sure? Because they certainly can, and they will. If they win, they will. There is a lot in there. There is quite a lot in there. Some key points of that, though, are dismantling the administrative state, which makes it much easier for them to go about implementing the rest. And the Supreme Court already got them started by getting rid of Chevron deference not all that long ago, which was a Supreme Court precedent that said that Congress should rely on experts that were appointed to the administrative state when writing like laws and passing, like writing bills and passing laws. They should be consulting with these experts who are appointed by the president. The taking away of the dismantling of the current administrative state and then it being replaced with Trump loyalists will go a long way in them being able to make whatever they want happen, regardless really of like I said, if we won a small majority in the House or the Senate, or even maybe both, but Trump managed to get rid of the administrative state, they could still do most of Project 2025. Yeah, I wonder if there's a connection there. Maybe we're just being conspiracy theorists and overthinking it. Can't be, right? All right, now I'm going to go pee, and then we're going to shift gears for a short moment, and we're going to talk about Australia for a second, just to give like a little rundown of what's going on here in regards to, oh, another huge wave in Beirut, huh? Well, then I guess I can't go just yet. We're going to talk quite a bit about Israel and what's been happening in Lebanon, in Syria, in Gaza, in the West Bank, in like all of the different places that they are bombing, and also Iran. But you're going to have to bear with me because I have a yeah, Israel just gonna keep striking them, and we're gonna look at it. I just want to see what they actually were doing. You're gonna have to bear with me for that because I'm cooking, all right? I have a plan for how we're going to do this and how we're going to take a look at all of the massive amount of news we have there. But I do want to talk about the Palestine protests in Australia. Worshipper of Olympians. I'm gonna hold my prediction of that until the end because I want us to go through all of the material that I have ready for us today before I actually give my opinion on the war that we're probably going to have with Iran. Captain is what I assume that's in reference to. But yeah, before we get there, I do want to talk about the pro-Palestine protests in Australia and the way that the government here is handling things and is Switzerland, actually. That's my answer. You know what? No, actually, my answer is Greece. Yeah, look, actually, New South Wales is going to let that protest go forward, but I want to talk about the rhetoric around it first, as well as like the actual democracy damaging risks of something like this. That is a decision for you to make, worshiper of the Olympians. I am going to be back in a second, and we'll get started. And I'm back. Ugh, my hair is all puffy and frizzy. This is what I get for falling asleep last night before I washed my hair and having to do it this morning. Today was when I found out Australia, they used Australia for that purpose long ago. Well, you're not wrong. Now, just some context for you guys here. There was a vigil as well as a protest planned in Sydney on October 7th for every Palestinian killed and everything that has gone through, or rather not gone through, but has occurred since all down the region. And this resulted in threats being made by the Liberal Party, the opposition's coalition here, which is essentially our version of the Republicans, although a bit more coherent and effective. Peter Dutton, the opposition leader, was calling for visa cancellations for anyone seen having like a Hezbollah symbol or a Hamas symbol, and like obviously these are not good groups. Hezbollah and Hamas are like terrorist groups, but it's not a hate symbol to have the symbol of these groups up, because they are also groups that are specifically related to these regional actors relating to their governments and their people. At this point in time, Israel is also a terroristic actor. I mean, we've listened to a former director of the CIA and a former defense secretary say that Israel did terrorism with the pager attack in Lebanon. American establishment is saying this. It's not me. I'm not saying it. But if we're not looking at this as which side's better or which side's worse anymore, we're talking about this from a neutral perspective today. For a moment, just give me a moment to explain to you why, because there is a reason I'm doing this, because obviously I'm not neutral. If you've seen any of my content before, you know where I stand on the issue. But as a thought exercise, I just want you to give it a go. Also, Cheeseburger Merv is exactly correct. For some reason, my government is keeping silent about Israel's actions. Your government is outright lying about Israel's actions, Reen, as well as everyone else, really. But your government is one of the worst in cracking down on protests such as this. We watched not even a couple streams ago a video of a child, being chased by police in Germany for holding a Palestine flag running around because he said from the river to the sea, and that was declared as hate speech, which is not. You can use it as hate speech, but if we're talking about, oh, well, because you can use it as hate speech, that means it's hate speech, then literally everything falls into that category. I could call you a clock, and I can figure out a way to tie that into some variation of ethnicity, race, gender, blah, 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 blah. If I was a horrible person, you can do that. You can tie literally any word into anything. Language is cool and weird that way, and can often be used for bad outcomes by bad actors. But that doesn't necessarily mean that anything is hate speech. There's a reason why I will continuously advocate for freedom of speech. I like my good old-fashioned American freedom of speech, which even that has limitations, which, depending on who you're talking to, what side of the American political spectrum you're talking to, will disagree on the existence of those. But a really easy way to test this is you're not allowed to yell fire in a crowded theater. You're not allowed to advocate for violence against the sitting president, etc., etc. There are some useful limitations to speech, and there are some non-useful limitations of speech. Most of the limitations on speech we have in Australia are very much not useful. In fact, they're trying to pass more. Unrelated to what we're talking about, but actually this reminds me of this, and I just want to touch on it for a second. This might be the single thing that I have the displeasure of having to say that I agree with the Liberal Party on in Australia, and that is the new misinformation bill that they want to pass, which is like not only stupid but incredibly vague and does not address the entire point. Like, the reason that they started out with this bill to begin with was because of misinformation that was seen on mainstream media, and under this bill, mainstream media will be protected from the ramifications of this. Wait, no, is this the doxing one? There's one that they passed on cybersecurity, and then there's one that they're trying to pass on misinformation. This seems to be no, there we go. It is that one. I wonder if trying to crack the code on how to maintain a stable government in an era of internet misinformation. Yeah, it's called not letting people have information and blocking parts of the internet that go against your state government's like line that they're putting out. China's not any better at this than anybody else. We're all suffering, no matter where in the world, because of the authoritarians that have been. China is cool in some ways, just like I mean, you know what? I was gonna say Russia, but never mind. I can't think of any way that they're cool. But well, Modi is also a fascist. RGT. This is a very this law that they're trying to pass here makes it essentially so that if you were to say something that was a parody, a joke that you were making that was very clear misinformation. Vodka is Russian. Yeah, vodka's cool. There's cool things about every government in the world, but well, I wouldn't say every. Most governments in the world, but that doesn't mean that they themselves are good. I am a good method of stopping misinformation, and that's because I have sources for literally every claim that I make. Hey, thanks, Dankley, and hey, Dankley, thanks for this link. Let me see what this is actually about. No. We'll have a look at this in a bit, I think. I do want to go over this more in depth, but before we get there, it was mostly just supposed to be a transitional thing in relation to how the government is going about cracking down on speech in Australia. Now, let's get to a basic understanding of this protest. We got essentially a decent rundown from what I said before. The issue here was being that there were actors in the government that wanted to not only put a stop to this, but create criminal liability for criticizing Israel, essentially. It got to the point where even the prime minister said, don't do the protest. It's provocative and incendiatory. Well, of course it's provocative. It's a protest. I'm not sure if these people know what a protest is supposed to do, but it is supposed to provoke a response. They only backed down because they realized the logistics of arresting everybody, and also Cheeseburger, Merv, they backed down because they would lose this fight in the courts. I spoke to my lawyer about this, in fact, because the Zionist Federation in Australia is going after not even just MPs like Mary Kostakidis, but there are forces here that want to intimidate people and stop them from talking about these things. And I, being one of the people who talk about these things, thought it'd be a good idea to consult a professional on the subject. And the opinion of said professional was that if, in relation to just the Sydney protest, that it would be unlikely to win in the court, although they could. It seemed to be a partial logistics of arresting everybody, which they couldn't do, and if they failed to do after making the threat, would make them look weak and disincentivize. Also, they may have realized that by cracking down on the protest, they might just spark a larger one, because before they said the protest was good to go back on, the organizers of the protest just rescheduled it for the next day, because the issue when the prime minister said it was more of just like, you can't do the protest on October 7th. Insane, because they easily have the largest Lebanese population in Australia. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. The New South Wales government are pandering quite hard. I don't think that it's necessarily insane, though, because there would be a stronger hold on the New South Wales government by these corrupting parties than there would be on Melbourne, because it's Sydney. Sydney has the central power of Australia, so to say, when it comes to population and how voting tends to work. I don't know. I'm still working out Australian politics myself, learning as we go along here. What's up, Captain? And Dankley, I'm just having a look at what you're saying. Dankley, you're partially correct here, and you're partially not. They are going down on, they're going down by blocking American-owned sites, yes, but also they are banning certain bits of information and are banning, it's not just in relation to the United States. China is a fascistic country. They are, I'm not sure they're fascistic, actually. They're authoritarian. They're an authoritarian country. The CCP is not good for China. But again, we're going to get distracted if we go into this little mini rabbit hole of China. So let's jump back to Australia. Hi, Gian and Alex. Oh, yeah, go take care of your kid, Reen. I hope that he's okay. Vomiting all over the place is usually not fun. Captain, we're moving on from China. Sorry, we can come back. We'll circle back around to it. All right. I want to get through this beginning bit so we can jump through the jump to the Jack Smith stuff, and then we can circle back around to whatever we like after. I mean, we have a lot to cover about Israel, but that's not necessarily breaking news at this point. So, what actually happened with this protest? What is the media saying about it? Well, let's have a look at 9 News and see what they're saying about it. Also, same. Is it? It shouldn't be muted. Oh my god, are you gonna give me sound problems right now? Hello, MKE. Zionist forces now saying that they're facing similar but very demure attacks on them as well. Look, all right, we're gonna do a little exercise on this subject. And since you guys came in shortly after, I had said this before. Just bear with me. I'm trying to fix the sound. Can you guys hear that? Oh, thanks for the follow. We're going to go into talking about Israel, and no, really, it's not working. That's annoying. Why? Why is it doing this? Okay, hold on. Let me see if changing the source here will help. Which bill has passed? Let me know when you guys start to hear the sound, please. Ah! Now I know. Why? Output device is... why do you hate me, Streamlabs? What have I done to you to make you hate me? Desktop audio. How about now? Oh, that's why. That's why. Now I get it. Now we should be able to hear it. Now just make sure that there's no echo. You guys should absolutely be hearing this now. Yes? Any confirmation? Can you hear the media? Anything? Really? Still no sound? What is this? This is ridiculous. Hold on. Maybe it's mic settings. Maybe my cat knocked into something. Why can't I? Oh my god. Okay. Let me try something else. I didn't even change anything this time around. Maybe that was what the error code that I got at the beginning of stream was. Because I didn't know what that meant. It's something to do with codec? Like C-O-D-E-C? I thought that meant like recording-wise. No, yeah, the sound on the video is turned up. I can hear it. Like when it's playing, I can hear it quite loud. Am I gonna have to restart the stream? Because I really don't want to do that. Maybe this
agreed to
How about now?
move the protest from Sunday to
Once you start
from
hearing
Town Hall
something,
to
let me
Hyde
know.
Park,
And in the meantime, I'm going to
insisting
keep
that, they've held,
flipping
it's a safer area.
switches.
You're not gonna do
Hey!
less,
Cool, I fixed it. Yeah, no, the government is tracking me down. Codec is audio playback, translates to audio in different formats. See, this is why you being good with audio is very helpful to me, Captain. Thanks for bearing with me there. Sorry about the delay. Yeah, we got freedom back. See, this is what America does for freedom of speech. The CIA told the Australian government to stop cutting my my audio. Jesus Christ. All right. Now, let's see what actually happened with this protest. That went on far longer than it should have.
Good afternoon. We start with breaking news and a Supreme Court fight over pro-Palestinian rallies planned for this weekend as war rages in the Middle East. Our reporter Damien Ryan joins us with more. Damo, this is actually unfolding as we go to air right now.
Now, can you hear me over the actual video?
In the CBD, where are we up to?
Well, at the moment, we've got protesters outside the court protesting against the fact that they can't protest. Police have taken this action to stop these.
Just Christ with the media bias. The media bias in Australia is even worse than that in the US. So we're gonna have to put our critical thinking hats on for this one. So what he just said is that they're protesting outside the court because they're not allowed to protest. Comparing the ability to protest the court to being able to protest for pro-Palestinian causes en masse. These are obviously different things, and to make this comparison is very clearly disingenuous and blah, 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 blah. We know this.
In the CBD, where are we up to?
Well, at the moment, we've got protesters outside the court protesting against the fact that they can't protest. Police have taken this action to stop these protests coming this weekend on Sunday.
You are correct.
Monday, of course, being
Dankly,
the first anniversary of
100%
October
correct.
7, the Hamas attacks in Israel. Now, the organisers
Shouldn't be surprising,
arrived
I
at
guess.
the court. We could hear them at the court, but they arrived with a plan that they said was one of compromise. They agreed to move the protest from Sunday from Town Hall to Hyde Park.
Which they did.
Insisting that they've held, it's a safer area, you're not going to do, you're less congestion traffic, you'll upset. There would be a march around that area, that precinct. A police officer then gave evidence in the court saying, look, that was provocative. They wouldn't approve
Again,
that either.
the entire point of a protest is to be provocative. Like that is the point. So I don't know why they're complaining about it being provocative. I could be an alien. I'm not going to confirm nor deny that.
Because
Although I will say that I'm not from Mars if I am an alien. I'm not green, although green is my favorite color.
they say that the march would take them past the Great Synagogue. It would be a tinderbox, and they were in opposition to that. Well, the Supreme Court judge will have to decide on that shortly. They also
You
came
keep
with
trying to push this conspiracy theory that I'm a Pine Gap AI, but you have no evidence for this theory.
idea that they would no longer seek an application to have a protest on the Monday. They've withdrawn that to an authorised march.
That's enough of you. Essentially, people were mad, and people being mad and speaking up about it still does make for an effective way of fighting against injustice. And to be clear, not being allowed to protest, regardless of whether it's on a day where it might be inflammatory or provocative, is still 100% important and should be your right to do so. Now, that would have been the one outside of the courtroom. We're not going to watch this one because I don't need to. And just to show you guys again, like this was from the this was from Melbourne not long ago. The police here are very happy to break up these protests. That was from Melbourne. I did an entire video on it. Made a lot of people on YouTube not happy. But it is what it is. It is what it is. We can make change when we can. And we made a change here by continuing to speak out. Even here in Norway, we still support Israel, as we are also a settler colonial state. We recognize Palestine while continuing to make millions by selling weapons to Israel. Yeah, the least aggressive cop you'll see. Dankly, I don't know how to put this to you, but I don't think Norway gets to decide whether it's pro or anti-Israel, like from the state perspective, not from the people. The EU and by extension the US forces are pretty strong in preventing, let's just say, a open and honest and fair categorization, a way of breaking down these groups and their ideologies and talking about them in reality. We're not allowed to do that. We are not part of the EU. No, I know you're not part of the EU, but you're close to the EU, and I'm pretty sure, isn't Norway, like, haven't they applied to be part of the EU at the very least? Or of NATO, rather, not EU. You guys, didn't Norway just recently join NATO? Like, I was saying EU when I said EU, but then I remember I think Norway just joined NATO, didn't it? Yeah, they did. Then that was not Norway. Never mind. That was 1949. Which one of the who joined NATO that I'm thinking of and confusing with? I'm confusing Finland and Norway. Sorry, guys. Thank you, Cheeseburger. Much appreciated. No. I know that you're not part of the EU and you don't want to be part of the EU. First, I confused Finland trying to join NATO and then successfully doing so with Norway trying to join the EU. But you are in the region. That's what I mean. Europe, the forces of and around Europe, specifically Western Europe, are pro-Palestine, and you don't get to decide that because the EU and NATO, and by extension the US, make that decision. Yeah, NATO does make sense for Finland. I always forget, like, the Scandinavian countries do confuse me on a map. I'm usually really good at geography, but Europe is hard. I'm not even talking about, like, the specific, like, small parts of Europe, but yeah, you guys have American bases, and therefore you guys don't get to set your own foreign policy. And also, you can make that argument, and it's probably true, but I don't necessarily think that it matters, dankly. If you tried to not host these bases, we would find a way to make you do that. Well, they don't play as much of a role, but they play a role in being part of the system and attributing legitimacy to it. That's kind of their main role at the moment in relation to NATO specifically, Reen. Now, moving off of Europe and NATO and Israel for a second, and everything that comes with any of those topics, I want to circle back around to US politics. And yes, they also ensure that the northern flank is exploited. And that could be in relation to the Russians, or, I mean, well, I was going to say, I think you meant isn't, but it could be used to exploit Russia's flanks. Eventually. In the case of a armed conflict, which is not going to occur. Yeah, it's 8 a.m. here too. Or close to. It's the morning. We're all working slow. Don't worry, we'll build up to it. That's why I put the smaller things up in the beginning, so we can work up to the heavier and more rhetoric-heavy topics. Now, circling back to the United States. I just want to start off with this clip of J.D. Vance being asked who won the 2020 election again because he didn't answer the question during the debate. The answer is Joe Biden, and he didn't answer the question at the debate because, as we've said, the debate was more of a audition than it was a debate for J.D. Vance. His entire lines were all scripted. Now, off the script and not on TV with the potential of 50 million voters watching him. Let's see how he does this time.
Who won the 2020 election? Could you just answer, did Donald Trump win, yes or no?
Yes.
He did win?
Yep.
So will you concede? Will you concede? If your opponent gets more votes, will you concede?
Again, I love that he's that much of a weasel that he won't even do it when he's asked on the debate stage. He stammers and makes himself look stupid because better that than Well, it's not, JD Vance isn't just dumb. I mean, he's not, he's dumber than I am, but it's not that they're dumb. It's that they're evil. And again, like, we've looked over JD Vance. He wasn't always evil, but he's been corrupted now. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah. But this entire line is stupid, because if Donald Trump had won in 2020, then that means he's running for a third term. And you can't say that, well, he wasn't in office, because he was doing things that were government, like, he obviously he didn't have the power to make like official government actions, but he was absolutely still interfering with the government. He just, like, the main talking point on immigration from the Democrat side is that the only reason that the Democrat bill didn't pass is because Donald Trump told Republican, like, officials in Congress to not pass it. And so you can't argue that he's not been given, like, he's not in power. He still has power because he was the president. And that's the real reason of why he's able to do this from a normal human rational standpoint. But from the hallucinatory view of the right wing claiming that, yes, Donald Trump won in 2020, would be that he's running for a third term now, which you, like, can't do. Advanced placement stupid is what I'm saying. Now, the reason I bring this up is because now we're going to start with laying the baseline of what actually this indictment is about, what happened on January 6th, what effects did that have going forward. And part of this is the Supreme Court, which wasn't the it wasn't the linchpin that it is now at the time. But before we really delve into the past, I just want to share some of this with you, in that an understanding of the risks going forward. Yeah, no, you're actually right, Ethoslab, is that Vance can't, like, he has two owners at the moment. One is Donald Trump, and the other is Peter Thiel. But with Donald Trump specifically, the only reason that, like, Donald Trump likes JD Vance, or even picked him, was because he was convinced to by people like his son Eric, who's also in with the tech billionaire, like, grifter crowd, like Elon Musk and Peter Thiel and all of them. And that's what I meant by the debate was not a debate for Vance. It was an audition for America's Next Top Hitler. And that's because he has to make it visible to Trump that he will be useful, because, I mean, we'll see in a minute as we get through this what happened to the last guy. But spoiler alert, they tried to hang him, is what happened to the last guy. So, but before we get there, just, we're not going to go through all of this now because there's quite a bit. Alito is a Supreme Court justice who's now been seen with election denier-esque flags. Well, you know, not esque, but related flags in his house that he keeps blaming on his wife. Let's just have a look. By the way, this is from Lauren Windsor, who's a journalist. She's undercover here, pretending to, you know, be very much to the right to get some of these clips. Excellent work from her here. And this isn't new, might I add, but it is important to consider when we're talking about the legal ways of trying to hold Trump accountable.
My name's Lauren. I met you last year. I think you already met. So, anyway, I wanted to tell you, my husband wanted to be here, but it asked me a business thing. It was just like, make sure that you tell Justice Alito that like he is a fighter and we appreciate him and he has all the grit, and I know it's got to be terrible what you and your family are going through right now, so I'm just so sorry.
This is a bit boring. I forgot about the beginning of this.
But, and I'm sure you don't remember this at all, but what I had asked you about was about the polarization.
Slav, I just saw what you said. I don't know if his son says dumber shit than he does on Twitter. That would be a difficult bar to meet. Can you send me, like, something that you consider is dumber than what Trump says, and I will compare and contrast it for the class here? That sounds like a little fun break in between this and actually getting into reading this.
About like,
Now, here we go.
I don't know that we can negotiate with the left in the way that like needs to happen for the polarization.
Because I had closed caption on and I hadn't turned it off. That's why.
And I think that it's a matter of like winning.
Now, she's obviously saying this to bait him into answering it. And here he does. I think you're probably right, is not a thing that a Supreme Court justice should be saying to, I don't know that we can negotiate with the left. I think it's a matter of winning. It gets worse.
I think you're probably right. I think one side or the other is going to win. I don't know. I mean, there can be a way of working, a way of living together peacefully, but it's difficult, because they're.
You can see the bias in his beliefs here. This is just one of the Supreme Court justices, and there's quite a lot of indication that not only was he not only was his wife a avid election denier, but that he was as well, and this can come into play this election. Now, what actually was January 6th? How bad was it? What was it like, right? That's what we need to, first of all, lay the groundwork for before we understand why, this is, like, why do I call this an insurrection? Why am I calling these people traitors? What treason did they commit? And B, to understand the importance of this in connection with the election denialism, in connection with Donald Trump and the people at the center of it in the court filings that we're not going to read all 165 pages of because I'm not a lawyer, though as much as I wish I could read it all and break it down for you guys on stream, but I assume you guys would get bored of just sitting here and listening to me read things out loud. We can, if you want. We can read it. I wouldn't say that I'm the one to go to for that. Maybe wait for like the legal video on it. But if you want, let me know and we'll do that. But first, we got to get through. No, you're actually exactly right, Captain. That is what they tried to do. And that is what the indictment alleges. But first, January 6th. For the next, 15 minutes, by the way, viewer discretion is advised. This stuff is a bit graphic. So if you don't want to see violence, then come back in about 20 minutes.
Multiple capital entries.
The party of Blue Lives Matter trying to stab cops with the pole of your Trump flag. These people carrying upside down American flags, by the way, are the upside down American flag is directly related to the insurrection attempt, which is one of the many flags that Samuel Alito's wife put up in their house. She's like the flag kind of autist, which I respect. I respect the flag kind of autist. I just don't respect her. And I don't respect any of these.
Capital entries. Multiple capital entries.
We should have put every one of these guys in prison afterward. Everyone that walked into the Capitol, everyone that was assaulting the police, trying to get in, all of them. Which we got a lot of them because these idiots recorded it and put it on social media, which thanks for that. I've said it before, I don't know, like, it's a coin flip by electorally. It could go either way. Kamala seems to be leading in the polls a little bit, but I'm much more worried about the non-electoral way of them stealing the election than... Where in the background? Or do you see an Israeli flag? Than of like them actually winning outright. I don't necessarily think that that's the likely outcome. But it is still possible. And it's hard to see the quality on these Twitter videos. I mean, this is... There's no way that we're looking at this in 720p right now. Google says traditionally flag upside down is a sign of distress or extreme danger. Yeah, that is true. So it was the... I mean, like, a lot of the flags here are related to other things. It's the way that they're being used. I'm pretty sure that yellow one is like a "Don't Tread on Me" flag, which was rather back from like this Revolutionary War of like, we're a free country. You can't take away my freedoms. Or no, wait, is that the "Don't Tread on Me" flag, or is that the, I don't know, there's a bunch of different flags, all right? We like our flags in America, and I'm not the flag kind of autist, so I'm not the one to be asking about that. Wonder what these people think distressing is distressing about their country. Well, they think what Donald Trump tells them to think, and we'll see exactly what I mean, because all of this was preceded, like, just before any of this happened. Donald Trump was speaking. He's the one that told them to go and fight like hell, or they won't have a country anymore, and then that he would be there with them. So, of course, these people are going to follow their God Emperor to the very end. Are you kidding me? Yep, that is the flag I was talking about. Now, I think we just looped over. Yeah, it was an anti-British flag during the Revolutionary War. I was correct, yes. And by the way, it's used by the libertarians who don't actually know what the word libertarian means. The derogatory libertarians, not the real socialist ones that, like, you guys understand that libertarianism in modern America is not what libertarianism has always been. Libertarianism is a socialist, like, belief system that came from anarchist theory, not what it is now, which is essentially just Republicans that are even richer and want to pay even less taxes than other Republicans, essentially. Functionally, might be a better way to put that. This was what was deemed the tunnel, where probably these cops did their job. They put their life on the line to stop this mob from getting in, and I respect them for it. I've seen the actual entire, like, start to finish in multiple different, like, directions. These cops were 6 people deep, rotating out against 15,000, trying desperately to kill them and get inside the building. Yeah, they held it, though. They held the tunnel, which is incredibly impressive. Okay, so this is actually way cooler than the yellow one. I do also prefer that. Based, worshiper of the Olympians. There's no sound for this one, but it's bad. They dragged a cop out into the middle of the crowd at one point, and the only reason that he's not dead is because he was screaming, "I have a kid, I have a kid," and a couple of like the more like armed militia looking dudes like picked him up and brought him back up to the cop line. And that was the only reason he's not dead. They had like tased him in the back of the neck. They had he did essentially die. He needed CPR. Once they got him inside, he was losing it. Like, and he's not the only one. He's not the only one. You guys got to remember that just not having a gas mask on in this area would alone be enough to not be able to breathe. The FBI are saving this country, Bulletproof Baldy. If you want to actually listen and find out why I think that, then you're welcome to stay. But I agree with this indictment, and we're literally covering why I do now.
Answers to American people.
So again, laying the groundwork for this. What actually happened? So this is the January 6th committee. This was 2 years ago, and this is a whole 12-minute video. We don't need to watch the whole thing, but there's certain key parts of this that I think are really important going into this document, especially for the non-American viewers here.
People about January 6th. It's important that we remember exactly what took place. That this was no tourist visit to the Capitol. Most of the footage we are about to play has never been seen. The Select Committee obtained it as a part of...
We don't need the ad, so let's get here. Oh, actually, speaking of an ad, sorry, I didn't realize, but it's the top of the hour, and that means that you have to listen to me, go on my spiel about, if you don't want to see the ad break at the top of the hour, feel free to give me a sub, and otherwise, ad break at the top of the hour. We're not stopping, though. So this is a timeline of the actual... Yeah, so the Proud Boys, one of the very obvious groups of Nazis. The Proud Boys, if you remember, were also... Hey, thanks, Bulletproof Baldy. No ad for you guys, yeah, because you're all cool kids. The Proud Boys, if you'll remember, were the personal security detail of... I did, because chat told me to just do exactly like the same structure as Hassan's top of the hour ad break. I had it set up at the half hour to begin with. The personal security of Roger Stone. And Roger Stone, again, was one of the main architects of Stop the Steal. Back even in 2016, they had created the framework for Stop the Steal. They hadn't needed to use it, but they used it in this case. Stop the Steal, might I add, was just the ad campaign, the name that they gave it of stealing the election, or attempting to, rather.
Yeah, just for awareness, be advised, there's probably about 300 Proud Boys.
Oh, did he actually join the Proud Boys after? I didn't realize that he had. Some of them went to jail, and I think there was at least one FBI informant, but that might have been the Oath Keepers. I can't quite remember which one of these groups had the informant in it, but these were the Nazis that were out on the street in general. On DC that day, trying to hype people up for the days prior leading up to this. They knew what they were doing here. They knew what they wanted to do. Was it the leader was barred from DC? I remember him like having to not be there during the... Well, maybe that's why. Maybe that's why they didn't want him there. I don't know. I'll look that up while we watch this.
Marching eastbound in this 400 block of kind kind of independents actually on the mall towards the United States Capitol.
I am not allowed to say what's going to happen today.
No, you're right. You're right.
Because
You're
everyone's
absolutely
gonna
right.
have to watch
I
for themselves. But
forgot
it's gonna
about that.
happen.
Oh my goodness.
Something's going to happen.
And that's why it's actually important to go through all of this information again, is because it's been so long that many of us have forgotten, like, just bits and pieces, let alone how bad this actually got. These people were already on the march before Trump's speech had began, let alone ended. Yeah, well, that doesn't surprise me. Canadians really do love the idea of LARPing as American, like, Nazis and fascists.
These are our streets!
$20 a picture.
I hope Mike is going to do the right thing. I hope so. I hope so.
Yeah, well, honestly, I'm kind of... Some of them did, to be fair, because there's like videos of cops that were there saying that they saw like one fly out onto the ground in the middle of like a brawl and had to go pick it up and all of this. But, yeah... I'm kind of glad they didn't, because way more people would have gotten hurt if they had. But if they had done it, then they all just would have gone to prison by now. What's the orange beanie hats many are wearing? I think I just saw them. I think those are like related specifically to the Proud Boys. I don't remember like orange hats being directly affiliated with this. Who knows?
$20 a picture.
I hope Mike is going to do the right thing.
Yeah, I think it's like hunting related stuff. They were expecting violence. The Proud Boys, who were the ones wearing those hats and were taking the photo there, went into this expecting violence. So that's unsurprising. Yeah, that's probably the reason.
If Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election. All Vice President Pence has to do is send it back to the states to recertify, and we become president, and you are the happiest people.
Again, if Mike Pence does the right thing, as in gives the election over to Donald Trump, this is actually going to be used as evidence in this case. Mike Pence is probably going to be a pretty big witness, in fact.
Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us, and if he doesn't, that will be a sad day for our country. Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong.
And again, this is why they tried to kill Mike Pence. They literally erected like a gallows and were chanting "Hang Mike Pence." As much as they might like to pretend that this was a peaceful protest.
Cruiser 50, it does look like we're going to have an ad hoc march stepping off here. There's a crowd surge heading east.
We love Trump! 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 We love Trump!
Mike Pence, I hope you're going to stand up for the good of our Constitution and for the good of
the glass panels, because, I mean, they love Trump. But, you know, this is honestly weird. Like, they knew that people here had guns, and maybe that's why they had the glass panel up, because, I mean, this is to his supporters, you know, and there hadn't been an assassination attempt on him yet. So, who knows?
country. And if you're not, I'm going to be very disappointed in you. I will tell you right now.
That's because the Irish are better than MAGA Republicans, bulletproof Baldy. Not to say not to say violent insurrection is the way to fix issues, but if you're gonna LARP this way, you're kind of a pussy for not doing it the full, going the full like 9 yards. You know what I mean? I'm glad that they didn't again, but it's funny because these are the America is like the nation of guns, and that we can't be controlled and misled, and that we will fight. We're patriots. Blah 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 blah. Crowd, like the crowd that likes to still talk about the Civil War from the pro-secessionist side for some reason, and still manage to call themselves patriots. But I don't own a gun. Well, that's because I live in Australia.
Get back, ladies! Get back, ladies!
Now we're gonna skip a little bit in because, you know, I think we get the picture here.
Priority. We just had protesters. Circle, breach the line. We need backup.
Well, maybe we can just watch them breach the line. Like, this was very clearly a mob, and again, they were here because Donald Trump said that he would be here with them. I mean, they're wearing Kevlar. This was not a peaceful protest.
And the United States Senate.
We're gonna get right 40. The outright is here.
Like, it hadn't even gotten bad yet at this point. This is the easy bit, you know?
49 hours declaring it a riot.
5 to 50 be advised, Cal Police 1 advised they're trying to breach.
Now, about 2 o'clock. Alright, so they're right up to the doors now. And remember, once they get in, I'm looking for the bit where Ashley Babbitt is, so I don't have to show that on stream, but we'll get there when we get there. I'll break it down when we find it. They just jump into the Capitol. There was a guy, there's like pictures of a guy who like smoked pot in the Capitol. This is an anti-fascist, anti-Trump stream. I wouldn't necessarily, like, I'm gonna vote for Kamala Harris. I like Kamala Harris better in this, but I wouldn't say that I'm pro-Harris. Generally, she's a progressive lib, and I'm a socialist, and she doesn't go anywhere near far enough. So I guess neutral in this case. The right wing of the United States is definitely much worse. This is all build up to looking at the Jack Smith indictment.
Breach of the Capitol! Breach of the Capitol to the upper level!
And so, right after the tweet from Donald Trump saying this comes out, we can, what do you guys send them?
To protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify.
They immediately start rereading this and reiterating it to the crowd, which then causes the next push. Yeah, but if it's a Nazi who actually wasn't in the White House, this is the Capitol. Actually, that guy wasn't a Nazi. I think he just... I'm trying to remember. I don't think he liked Nazis. I think we just associated that to him because there was something on his Twitter that like related to someone else who was like who liked Nazis. Who knows? Like, these people that were all here are insurrectionists and are doing treason, but they're all also stupid and misled. Sorry, I had to skip that. I don't care. That beeping noise is worse than anything you could do to me. This is inside the Capitol, guys. Like the United States Capitol. Breaking windows, attacking police and threatening to kill senators, at least one. And now, where's the bit of oh yeah, okay, so now this is the point where Donald Trump has like left the building. The protesters inside are banging on the doors trying to get into the actual Senate chambers, and everything outside loses it. Pence was still in there, yeah. They wanted to kill, they would have killed him. Had the crowd managed to get into the Senate chamber, they would have killed more than just Mike Pence. There's videos of people that were part of the mob walking around the Capitol building going, "Where's Nancy?" Looking for like Nancy Pelosi, for one. I mean, you don't go to an insurrection in tactical gear like that with no intention of doing anything other than just peacefully protesting.
No way out. In fact, officers still remaining on the House floor, on the third floor, to use the subways themselves. It's time to evacuate.
All right, yeah. So this one won't actually include that. This one does.
Released 187 minutes after the riot began.
You have to go home now.
Thompson telling the Post.
Yeah, so more than a full hour and a half, 187, more than 2 hours after all of this starts is when he finally says go home.
It appears that he tried to do a taping several times, but he wouldn't say the right thing.
Very clear that he didn't actually want people to go home. And we see that in not only just like what happens, but in video evidence of what's happening.
Thompson now saying Trump's delayed response could be a factor in deciding whether to make a criminal referral, possibly for obstructing the Electoral College proceedings, and that other Trump officials could also face
They probably
referrals
just
for pressuring.
Honestly, Reen, knowing my country and my people, they peed on the ground. They were pissing on things that they thought would be funny to pee on, and that related to partisan politics.
Local and state election officials
on the ground, on the wall.
The men and women of the New York City Police Department.
Former New York City Police Commissioner and Trump ally Bernie Kerik is saying any cooperation he provides to the committee must be made public. Kerik now says he'll post subpoena documents online and that he wants to testify at a public.
That's enough of that. But just to show they did not actually want this to stop and go home. Oh yeah, that has music on it. This was during all of everything we just watched. This is happening at the same time, right here. This is the group with which not only was Trump, but many of the officials that will be later named in this indictment, including his own children, including I believe at least a couple of his lawyers. There's Kellyanne Conway's there. This was totally planned. They're sitting there watching it. I can't play the music because it's copyright music, but they're literally dancing. Okay, this is happy 80s pop music that's playing in the background here while they're smiling and like at the camera, you know what I mean? Like, this is not just footage of them watching what's happening in horror, all shocked and chagrined. Yeah, unfortunately, more than just indoor plants lost their lives that day. Also, yes, John Deeds, you are correct. That is what happened. At least not, I don't know about throughout the building, but there was definitely like someone, at the very least, one person did exactly that. There was Ashley Babbitt, who was in the crowd, who got shot when she tried to jump in through the window not jump in through the window because that window is not broken, but continue banging on the window that was barricaded, while a cop on the other side pointed his gun at her and told her to stop, as well as the rest of the crowd. No, actually, no. She did break the window, and then she tried to climb in, and then that's when she got shot. Viking dude, I think he is still. Yeah. Yeah, so there's Kellyanne Conway. I just want to move this along a bit, because we do have a lot. So you can see, like, look at the smile on this guy's face. Look at the smile on his face with this traitor over here. Everyone in this room is happy. They're literally just watching. Like, everyone in this room is happy, and they're watching. She was, I don't know if she was active military, but she was 100% a veteran. I believe Ashley Babbitt fought in not only just like Iraq, but the Gulf War too, I think. I don't know. I don't care. Fuck her. It's her fault. It's her fault. We all know, every single one of us, no matter who you are or where you are in the world, you know that you cannot walk into the United States government buildings, any of them really, but like any of the big three, let's say. You can't walk into the Supreme Court, the White House, or the Capitol in a mob, chanting and having already committed violence, to where the actual government officials are being held while they try and evacuate them and not get shot. It's just, everybody knows this. And you know what? She knew what she was doing. So that's the thing, John Deeds, is that the reason people behave this way is because they believe things that are incorrect. They were made to believe this. Ashley Babbitt was made to believe that this was her fighting for freedom. And that's because she watched Fox News, she listened to Donald Trump, she bought into the lies, and likely she spent her time online being indoctrinated day in and day out. It was just as bad then as it is now. That the inability to find information that isn't just filled with misinformation, disinformation, propaganda from one side or the other, and not being media literate enough and not having the critical thinking skills necessary to differentiate which is which. Hey, yeah, you're welcome. Welcome. You're getting in right at the juicy part of the stream. But yeah, they know what they're doing. They know what they're here for, and there's no denying it. In fact, let's take a first-hand account from a January 6th rioter who was there, who actually kicked open the Capitol door. Being interviewed for 60 minutes. I haven't seen this before, so I'm excited to watch this with you. I have not been an affiliate on Twitch for very long. I only started like streaming on Twitch as well as YouTube like a month and a half ago, tops maybe. I've been a Twitch affiliate for maybe 2 weeks, or maybe a week even. I don't know. Maybe just this week. I don't think I was one last week.
More than 1,000 Americans have been convicted in the January 6, 2021.
Wait, what?
More than 1,000 Americans have been convicted.
For a second, I heard 100,000. I was like, there's no way this is true. It should be, but it's not.
In the January 6, 2021.
Also, that was a joke. There was only 15,000 people in that crowd, so calm down before you come for me, MAGA.
An attack on the Capitol. About 350 trials are still pending, and the FBI continues its dragnet for suspects. The attack that stopped the count of the presidential vote triggered the largest prosecution in U.S. history. But now, history is being challenged. Former President Donald Trump calls the convicted patriots, worthy of pardons. What is the evidence? We begin with the prosecutor in charge. U.S. Attorney Matthew Graves told us what drives the prosecution of January 6th.
By the way, Trump calling these people patriots is being used as evidence against him now in this indictment. Gotta love when the people who won't shut up get themselves in trouble with them like actively telling the world that they're lying and the illegal things that they're doing in such a blatant and obvious fashion.
The story.
An attack on our democracy. Once you replace votes and deliberation with violence and intimidation, you've lost the democratic process. You've lost the rule of law. But it's also about the victims, the officer victims who were injured that day, and making sure we hold people accountable
Four cops
for the harm that they inflicted on the 140
were there and did their job, might I add,
injured.
better than I could attribute a police officer doing their job to in any other cop that I can think of any case in the last decade. These guys did the full extent of their job and did it well. And 4 of them committed suicide because of what happened to them and because of what they witnessed on January 6th.
Matthew Graves has worked in the Bush and Biden Justice Departments. Now, as U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, he's won more than 1,000 January 6 convictions and lost only 2 of the cases at trial.
What is the best evidence that you've had?
The crimes that occurred that day are probably the most recorded crimes in all of our history. You also have the words of the defendants explaining what they were going to do or what they had done.
Took over the Capitol, overran the Capitol.
Evidence from the trials show many in the mob were determined to stop the count of the electoral vote that would certify Joe Biden's victory. They were enraged
Wouldn't
by
help
President
anyway,
Trump's
cheeseburger.
false claims of a stolen election.
Them trying to steal the election is the higher risk here.
2,000 miles to Washington.
Well, I mean, that
Yes, sir,
and the
still-
fact that, like, we might start a war with Iran and send American soldiers to go fight, because that would certainly actually lead to Trump winning the electoral way, at least I think so, than otherwise, which is why Netanyahu really wants us to do that, because he wants Trump to win, but I'm getting ahead of myself. That's for later.
I feel very strongly. Jared Hughes came from Montana. He's a married 39-year-old construction worker with a daughter and a grievance.
The way this country's headed, my paycheck, my wife's disabled, and it's been hell for us to try to make it with the tens of thousands of
And see, like, this
dollars
is
of
what I
medical
mean
bills,
by these people
and
who-
a lot of us see Donald Trump.
Who think that they're not only fighting for their democracy, but are also angry because of where they are in the world financially, what's happened to, like, the people around them, their jobs. They're blaming this on Democrats because they're told to. Meanwhile, Donald Trump was president for 4 years prior to this. And the cognitive dissonance that you have to be in this position, to be someone who was rioting at the Capitol, committing an insurrection, is the cognitive dissonance of the people that I am supporting are the people that are advocating for the policies that caused my personal problems, as well as sometimes are directly the people who caused my personal problems.
Trump, the outsider coming in,
And you get to this point
and trying to
by
help us
being
out,
lied
trying to
to.
help the little guy out against the big government.
Constantly.
That's Jared Hughes at lower right in the khaki cap, among the first inside the Capitol. That's Hughes inside at the door, kicking it out so the mob can rush in.
No matter how I look at it, I share some of the responsibility for everything that happened that day, letting people in, being a part of that mob.
Yeah, you
I didn't
do.
personally fight any cops or engage with any officers, but I have a lot of family that are police officers. I have a tremendous amount of respect for police, and I did not like seeing them being assaulted.
We didn't
Well,
see
then-
a lot of respect for police.
So here's the issue that I have, right? Is almost every single person that was there, you could interview and you would get this answer from them. Is I didn't like seeing the cops getting, like, assaulted. I didn't like seeing people trying to I mean, just leaving the cops aside, but these people went here because they love America, not because they hate America. Well, most of them, because we do have the people that were in the crowd who were there specifically because they were working with the forces who want to end American democracy. And they don't know any better. Like, they think that they're there for the right thing because they were told to think that. And that is partially our fault in letting it get this far. And by our fault, I just mean the opposite, the opposing side. I blame the mainstream media for not calling this stuff out significantly sooner, for not taking Donald Trump seriously. Up until Election Day, most people thought Donald Trump was like not even going to get 10% of the vote. You can, like, anyone who knows me personally, who are not in the chat right now, would tell you that I called it months before. I said 4 months prior to the election that Donald Trump was going to win in 2016. And it's a shame that I wasn't live streaming at the time, because that would have been a cool prediction to have on video. But it wasn't hard to see. If you looked at it objectively, you could see the energy that people... Oh, did we just lose stream? Where did we lose stream? Is it, yeah, YouTube? YouTube crashed. Really? So YouTube crashed because I'm watching 60 Minutes and they considered it copyright. And this is why I don't like... And they considered it copyright. This is why I don't like... This is why I want to just stream on Twitch, because I'm literally talking about the video in order to make it not just a copyright claim. This is fair use. I'm turning this into something that it's not, and YouTube will, shut the video down prior to me even getting there? Or no, was that Twitch that did it? No, I don't know, whatever. It's fucking copyright laws, man. We're literally discussing something here. And I'm not stopping, because this isn't copyright if it's fair use. People need to get mad at YouTube and services more for this, because you can sit here and you can watch, like, I don't know, an hour-long thing, but no, if we're touching 60 minutes, which is actually useful sometimes to, like, get an understanding of where the mainstream media is at, copyright. I actually lost my train of thought now. Right, yeah. They thought they were doing the right thing, and yes, it is on them for not realizing. It's your responsibility. You know, if someone tells you that something bad, well, YouTube does favor MSM very hard. Yeah, they are very annoying with that. But screw that in general. And like I said, I do blame the mainstream media for not calling out Trump's lies and his incendiary rhetoric much sooner. But again, you are responsible for what you do. You're not, like, off the hook because you were misled. Up until a certain point, sure, but once you're in the violent insurrection mob crowd, then no, you don't actually get that benefit of the doubt anymore. It is now officially your fault. In fact, it was legally for 1,000 Americans, including, I believe, the person who is being interviewed here.
Well, no, absolutely. I mean, I'll hold my hand up and say I was wrong. I should not have been screaming at those cops.
A lot of this, yeah, ignorance is not a legal defense. And thank God that they were stupid enough to film all of this, because God knows how much of this is actually going to be used as evidence when they take this to court. This is not even like it's amazing how much they have. I'm pleasantly surprised for once, because This 156 pages here, this is the opening statement. This is just the lay of the land. This is not detailed in any way. And I think that that's pretty awesome.
It's not something I'm proud
I
of.
want these people in jail. And by these people, I'm at this point now we're talking about like Trump and his crew that helped set all of this up. Or at least the ones that helped set it up in that case in point.
Entrance known as the West Front Tunnel.
Someone was pinning me with
and so that's what I mean when I say these people were very, very much aware. It's very sad to see that people who do not believe in democracy enter the democratic competition. I agree with you, Gian and Alex. Unfortunately, that does seem to be the case for quite a lot of our elected officials. They do it for power and money, not for democracy. There are good ones, and almost all of the good ones, actually, all of the good ones are on the left, but it is sad to see it. That's why we need to get money out of politics, guys. Money in politics is the precursor to this and the issue that is at the very foundation of everything that's wrong with American government today. Well, I mean, yeah, we are a bit dramatic, cheeseburger, but I think that could be a good thing. Well, capitalism is the greater issue, yes, and I do agree with you there. But you can have capitalism without this occurring. You can't have this occurring without money being directly related and just the base condition of gaining power in a government. Whether it's through the media or whether it's through inside of government, like elected officials, money is the key. One in no other thing could possibly compare because it touches everything. And we have had this system minus the money in politics for the entirety of American history. It was only after 2000. Actually, I think it was 2006 was Citizens United. Citizens United it was 2010. I thought it was 2 years before 2008. It was 2 years after. Either way, we had this exist for all of American history. And yes, it was getting worse, but this situation that we're looking at occurred specifically from Donald Trump managed to get into power because of money in politics. And he stayed in power because of money in politics. It's not like we didn't try and impeach him. And then after the election was over and he had lost, he used his existing power and used the system of money in politics that we have to blackmail other like Republicans into not certifying, into supporting the lie. They're like all of these things tying together, and money in politics is the crux of that issue. Whether capitalism is the crux of money in politics being an issue to begin with is true or not is irrelevant at this point, and the overall argument of capitalism is the issue is so far away that it doesn't functionally matter to anybody. Well, I don't want them to take stream down again, so I'm just gonna skip over a bit.
That Fox repeatedly
It's not like we're
lied about
missing
the
much.
election
I did
and
cover
knew
all
it.
of that.
Were the January
That's what I want to hear.
Saying that the election was read on the internet.
Where were you getting all of this information?
Well, a lot of Fox News, a lot of stuff that I read on the internet. Obviously, Trump himself, saying that the election.
Now, we all know that Fox News isn't real news, right? Like, they're not even legally classified as a news agency. They're categorized as entertainment, I'm almost sure. But it's beyond just Fox News. And it does go back to what I said, because Fox News only has as much power as it has and influence as it has because of the connection into Murdoch, and that's had into politics over time. Fox News is one of the reasons that Citizens United even got passed. The timeline shifted to the way that it did. That was Tucker Carlson's defense, that it wasn't a news show. That's also the same defense Alex Jones has had in the past, that he's playing a character, that this is that this isn't news, that this is entertainment. Yeah. And he still is relevant in some fashion. I mean, not even like a week ago, we covered him talking to Roseanne Barr about how immigrants are vampires.
Election was stolen.
Fox News paid $787 million to settle a suit that claimed that Fox repeatedly lied about the election and knew it.
Were the January 6 protesters duped?
Yes, to an extent they were, and to an extent they were also duping themselves. You guys have to also remember that QAnon was huge at this point in time. And QAnon was the brainchild of people inside the Trump administration. I've seen it attributed to a couple different individuals. The most substantiated evidence I've seen has been that it was likely Michael Flynn. I can't remember the name of the person who I saw that thread on, but it was someone that I do like. There's a few people on Twitter that when I see like them do like a proper thread, I'll read it because I do respect their opinion. I don't think that they're always right, but they usually do give a decent amount of evidence for why they think something is the way that it is. It's difficult to not get conspiracy brained in today's like political climate. Regardless of which side you're on, which end of the political spectrum, whether you're in the middle or not, it's really difficult to stay within the realm of, is this reality? Is this possible? Is this likely? And the best way to do that is to read as much as you can, consume as much as you can, but ask yourself questions. Like, don't just sit there and watch all of the different news and take it at face value. You can't equivocate CNN and Fox News. Now, they're both lying to you in one way or the other, but they're both lying to you in different ways. If you just stay at the point of, oh, it's all a lie, then you learn nothing. And then if you say, well, this one's a lie, but this one's not based on what others have told you, well, then now you're being told what to think. But if you watch all of it and think about it, and when you don't know something, you try and, Google it maybe. Wikipedia is a pretty good source just for casual, looking at things. I know people will pretend that it's not, but again, I urge you to try, or don't. But if you go and try and make a change on a Wikipedia article that is blatantly incorrect, it won't be on there for more than a minute or two in a lot of cases. It's not difficult to find information on any subject. The difficult part is figuring out which one is real or not. And when you get to a point where you can no longer tell what is objectively true or what is objectively false, when the waters are muddied, the way to tell is to break them down into smaller bits. Ask questions until you run out of questions, and then look at the two. One of them will be more likely than the other in relation to reality, and that's usually the one. Now, I would read this, but the videos that we have from mainstream news are only really covering maybe the first 5 pages. Again, this did come out only yesterday, and it is quite long. It is quite jam-packed with information. This is a section over here that I do think is important to highlight, though. So publicly, the defendant began to plant seeds for the false declaration that the election had been stolen. In the months leading up to the election, he refused to say whether he would accept the election results, insisted that he could lose the election only because of fraud, falsely claimed that mail-in ballots, as we said, were inherently fraudulent, and asserted that only votes counted on election day were valid. For instance, in an interview on July 19, 2020, when asked if he would accept the results of the election, the defendant said that he would have to see and that it depends. I do love hearing Donald Trump referred to as the defendant. That brings me some real joy, actually. On July 30th, despite having voted by mail himself earlier that year, the defendant suggested that widespread mail-in voting provided cause for delaying the election, that with universal mail-in voting, not absentee voting, which is good, in 2020 will be the most inaccurate and fraudulent election in history. It will be an embarrassment to the USA to delay the election until people can vote properly, securely, and safely. Vote, question mark, question mark, question mark. I don't know why the 3 question marks there. I mean, it's in the quotes. That is what he said. I don't know why he would type that, but, you know. In an interview on August 2nd, said claimed without any basis that there is no way you can go through with a mail-in vote without massive cheating. The only way we're going to lose this election, he said on the 17th of August, is if the election is rigged. Remember that. It's the only way we're going to lose. We have to be very careful. His acceptance speech at the RNC, he said the only way they can take this election away from us is if it's a rigged election. Obviously, like, he set the groundwork very clearly for this. Now, before we, actually, no, I think they'll cover it pretty well. I was going to say, because I haven't watched any of these videos, and I don't know if they'll cover the actual immunity argument here, but it is the very first page, and I'd be shocked if they didn't.
Evidence from the special counsel Jack Smith's election subversion case against Donald Trump. Our chief legal affairs correspondent, Paula Reed, has been digging into this newly unsealed filing for us. Paula, how does Jack Smith make his case against Donald Trump?
Well, Wolf, in this nearly 170-page filing, the special counsel lays out how they see their case after the Supreme Court ruled that Trump has partial immunity.
Lovely.
He cannot be prosecuted for anything that he was doing in his official capacity as president, and that his official actions also cannot be used as evidence in a case. So here in this new filing, they are emphasizing that they allege that everything he was doing to subvert the election was done in his private capacity. So they argue, quote, election was done, lost the 2020 president.
Not just in his private capacity, that he was a private citizen acting as a candidate, not as an elected official. Like, that's pretty important to clarify, because there's a difference between being a private person, like legally, and private actions. At least there hypothetically could be, because the Supreme Court wrote the law to be incredibly vague.
Presidential election,
or the ruling,
he resorted
rather.
to crimes to try to stay in office.
Not the
With
law.
his
The Supreme
private
Court doesn't write laws, just so you know. I misspoke. See, it's important to correct things when you say things wrong. It's people misspeak sometimes, and it's easy to correct yourself. Donald Trump has never, ever, ever corrected himself, except for when he does it by accident, and then he just fixes it again with another lie. When's the last time you've ever heard Donald Trump admit to doing something wrong?
Conspirators, the defendant launched a series of increasingly desperate plans to overturn the legitimate election results. They go on to point out, saying, quote, it is hard to imagine stronger evidence that...
There's a reason why Bill Clinton made that claim. And it blew my mind when I found out about it, but it's Americans are stupid and Bill Clinton thought that oral sex didn't count and that that's not sex to him and that he wasn't lying personally when he said it. He just didn't think that that was sex.
That conduct is private, then when the president excludes his White House counsel and only wishes to have his private counsel present. Now,
I love Jack Smith's wording here because this is incredibly true. So on the documents you're going to see, we're going to go a bit back and forth here because I want to break this down a bit clearer than it's a good thing I already was planning to do this because then I didn't trust mainstream media to do the job well enough and be as insightful. So CC1, CC2, CC3, these are all co-conspirators. P2, P3, P3, 4, 5, and all of those are private, his private counsel, essentially. The people that are being referred to here as his private counsel are the first, I think, 5 to 10 Ps. Admitting to lying, I can see him doing, but admitting to making a mistake, have you ever seen that? Also, I'd love to just, if you can think of like what he was talking about, I want to see that. Like not today, if you just think about it, throw it in the chat, and I'll throw that into my list to find because I would just love to see it because I haven't seen that. It's rare. I feel like for something to be considered rare, you have to have at least one example of it existing in nature.
Now, this is the fullest picture that we have gotten of the evidence that was gathered in
He still says that he did a good job on COVID.
Course of this investigation. This case is not going to trial anytime soon. If Trump is reelected, it's expected his attorney general will dismiss this case. So this is the last opportunity for voters to...
She just said that it's not going to trial anytime soon, but isn't this supposed to start like mid-November or the end of November? Like it's after the election and it won't matter if Donald Trump wins, but I was sure that this was supposed to at least start proceedings mid-November.
See this evidence before Election Day in November.
And how's the Trump team responding, at least so far?
So they're responding by tying the release of this information to...
Yeah, we have a list. I believe that so everyone on your list, I agree that there's been a few lists going around that have been incorrect, and that is correct. So... Like it's hard to know exactly who's who. There's certain numbers and specifically with the CC list, it's much easier. The co-conspirators, I think 7 is the only. Is it 7? I don't know.
And Wolf, it is extraordinary to have this kind of document released detailing a years-long criminal investigation before trial. This is usually the kind of thing that's in an opening statement at a trial where you have a chance to defend yourself. So here the campaign has released a statement saying, quote, the release of this falsehood-ridden, unconstitutional January 6th brief immediately following Tim Walz's disastrous...
P17 is the one I still don't know. We don't know... We know almost every person that is redacted already, and that's like been agreed upon by all of the different people that were compiling the list. There was just a few that were standing out, and the last most updated list I have still lists them as unknown.
Debate performance is another obvious attempt by the Harris-Biden regime to undermine American democracy and interfere in this election. Wolf, as you know, the Trump team has repeatedly argued across all of Trump's criminal cases.
Brian Kemp was on this list somewhere else.
To somehow interfere in the election. The Supreme Court reviewed this case, and they really only weighed in on.
You want to send the link to your list?
Where Trump might have some protections.
Might be the
and
same
they told
one.
the lower court judge, look.
Yeah, no. Brian Kemp is filled in as 17 now. Shit, right, okay, that's good. I knew he was on this list somewhere else, but good.
This case in light of what we said about immunity and decide which parts of this case remain. And I will also note...
Yeah, I think at this point everyone has come to a consensus on who's who.
Supreme Court is really largely to credit for why this did not go to trial before the election.
Okay.
From December.
You guys suck. I'm sorry, but you guys suck. Wolf Blitzer, I expected better from you. Now I have to go watch MSNBC. I was hoping we could skip this one, just stay with the Wolf Blitzer one, because I like his voice, but no.
Major breaking news to tell you about in the case of the United States of America versus Donald J. Trump. With permission from Judge Tanya Chutkan, Special Counsel Jack Smith.
Just savor in the United States of America versus Donald J. Trump.
This is Donald J. Trump. Tell you about in the case of the United States of America versus Donald J. Trump. With permission from Judge Tanya Chutkan, Special Counsel Jack Smith has released a filing.
Hey, look, I can be neutral in my rhetoric and still enjoy this entirely, because I've been talking about this for too long now, and it's nice to get some good news and some vindication, because it's objectively clear now.
Detailing never-before-seen evidence he has compiled against Donald Trump in his investigation of the federal election interference
This is so
case.
bad that Fox News was reporting this as Trump resorted to crime.
Immunity decision, which divides official acts from private acts, giving presidents immunity for official ones. It reads in part, quote, the defendant asserts that he is immune from prosecution for his criminal scheme to overturn the 2020 presidential.
No, I read the article. I didn't know there was a video on it. Please link that. Oh, I need to see.
Because he claims it entailed official conduct. Not so. Although the defendant was the incumbent president during the charged conspiracies, his scheme was fundamentally a private one. This motion provides a comprehensive account of the defendant's private criminal conduct.
Honestly,
This,
page
quote,
one goes pretty hard just
account of
on its
Donald
own.
Trump's criminal conduct is 165 pages long. It's here on our desk. We just got it a few minutes ago. Fortunately for us, we have an entire team of experts, lawyers, and reporters combing through it right now from front to back.
Is this like right after you got it? Are you kidding?
From back to front. That breaking news is where we start today.
No,
with
it's not.
former top prosecutor at the Department of Justice, Barry Littman. With me at the table, MSNBC legal correspondent Lisa Rubin. Let me.
No.
Let's get back.
We're not listening to someone who just got the paper put in front of them minutes ago. Hell no. Yes. We've covered this bit. Here.
Motion in which the defendant, as president, had no official role, Smith continues. And when all else had failed on January 6, 2021, the former president directed an angry crowd of supporters to the United States Capitol to obstruct the congressional certification. Smith also writes that forensic evidence from the defendant's iPhone and observations by witnesses testifying about unofficial acts establishes that Trump was on Twitter.
They know everything. They know everything. They know what he was looking at on Twitter. They know what he posted. They know what the people around him were posting, what posts he was liking, what apps he was on, all of it. What we don't see in this document, though, as far as I've heard, is anything about Alex Jones's phone, which we know will play into this, because during the trial that Alex Jones had for lying about Sandy Hook, his lawyer sent like 3 years of phone records by accident to the prosecutor's side. I think it was to the prosecuting. The defendant's lawyer sent the 2 years of phone records to the prosecutor and didn't declare any of it as privileged, and then that information was then grabbed up by the DOJ the FBI for this investigation. It was considered. Was it national security or was it one way or the other? That phone record just got taken right by the FBI and will appear in this trial once it does go to trial at some point. but I haven't seen anyone posting, or really through my reading, I haven't seen anything about Alex Jones's phone, which would, unsurprising, because this is really just the opening statement. Just right there.
And watching television in the Oval Office during the riot at the Capitol. The filing also reveals some new details, including a conversation between Trump and his family members after the election, which was overheard by a
20-minute video. Should I just skip to the end, I guess?
A White House staffer. The former president reportedly told them, quote, "It doesn't matter if you won or lost the election. You still have to fight like hell." Let's bring in former U.S. Attorney.
That's an instance of Trump admitting something. It was only to his family members, but that's close enough to him admitting that he lost the election. That might be the only one.
Election.
Oh yeah, no, I'll totally watch the whole thing off stream.
Let's bring in former U.S. Attorney and MSNBC contributor Barbara McQuaid, and NBC News legal analyst and former federal prosecutor Andrew Weissman. Andrew, we'll start with you. What stood out here in this filing, and what do you make of it? Is it a solid case to make?
Even with, as you noted, the Supreme Court requiring Jack Smith to truncate his proof to only use witnesses who are private witnesses or people in public office but acting in a private capacity as a candidate, even with that limitation that you can't use any evidence from people who are acting in an official capacity at the White House or elsewhere. This is sort of body blow after body blow with really shocking evidence. I am old enough to remember Watergate, which was a scandal about cheating and trying to find out what it is that your opponent knew through illegal means.
It's funny that Watergate comes up here in relation of how bad this actually is, when Watergate was the reasoning that the Supreme Court used to give him immunity. Is like, well, you can't restrict the president's ability to be the president. God, I'm blanking on the words that I'm trying to make. I'll get back to you in a second. Too many things on my screen. 1 second.
This is so much worse. It lays out an effort to undermine and thwart the votes of millions and millions of people just to stay in office. And the evidence is coming from Donald Trump's own people, his own lawyers, his own campaign staff, and most notably, his own vice president, who had every incentive.
I did misspeak. I was like, there's no way what I'm about to say is correct, and I had to pull it back because I was reading like 2 other things at the same time as what I was saying. But I'll show you what I mean by it's funny that Watergate comes up here and that this is worse than Watergate is because it was specifically designed to be worse than Watergate. Everything that the immunity gives Donald Trump here would have shielded Nixon for Watergate. I was like, there's no way that I'm getting this backwards, is there? Pulls it back, absolutely getting it backwards. This is what I get for streaming at 9 in the morning after sleeping for 14 hours.
To want to win that election, but decided to act out of principle and follow the rule of law. So this is a read that is so graphic, so devastating, and so dispiriting that this is where the country is when these allegations are the kind of thing that the normal laws of gravity would have people understanding that this person should never be in office again, based on this really detailed exegesis of the facts around what Donald Trump did.
Barbara, there are some new details in here, some new quotes, as Andrew
detailed.
suggests. Many of them seem to be coming from recognizable voices like Vice President Mike Pence, a suggestion that Steve Bannon is one of the people in here. That
I think Steve
Rudy
Bannon
Giuliani,
is
that there's
P1, isn't
testimony
he?
from them, but that they are quoted as making
No.
some comments around
No, he's not
January
P1.
6th and the lead up to that
No, he is
day.
P1. Sorry, he is
I'm curious
P1.
what
I
stood
was
out
CC1.
to you here. And also, is there something new? I mean, we know we had an entire long session and hearing and report from the January 6th committee that laid this out chapter and verse. We know that a lot of the testimony did, in fact, come from Republicans, the people closest to Donald Trump, who couldn't believe what they.
It's not just that they testified because they just couldn't believe that, oh my God, it's so horrible. A lot of these people testified because they were like criminally liable and flipped on him. That's the thing, is there are people on this list who are on this list because they're covering their own ass by flipping on Trump.
They were seeing on January 6th and had to tell someone
And yes,
about it and testify.
Jack brought the receipts.
What do you see in this report, and do you think it makes a convincing case to Judge Chutkan?
Yes, I think what stands out is the strength of the corroborating evidence. We know this story essentially from what we heard before the January 6th Congressional Committee. But prosecutors have tools different from what Congress has, additional tools, grand jury subpoenas, search warrants, and from those things, they can get verbatim testimony of people who may have declined to go before the Congressional Committee. And with those search warrants, they could get the content of text messages and email messages and even voicemail messages. The
Never
verbatim
thought I would be
transcripts of which show up
standing the
in
FBI
this
right now,
filing.
but
and so from some of those
thank
things, we
God
know
for the
that there were
FBI.
people on the inside telling Donald Trump, this is BS. Another Michigan official saying, this is effing nuts. And yet Donald Trump continues to proceed with this. That's important because one of the elements here will be that Donald Trump engaged in fraud. That means he knew what he was saying was wrong. There is even a quote that you mentioned earlier, overheard when Donald Trump is telling.
I thought there was going to be some more instances of them actually like explaining some of what's on the paper. This one's from 2 hours ago.
Because President Trump told us we had something big to look forward to, and I believe that
I agree.
Vice President Pence was going to certify the electoral votes or not certify them, but I guess that's just changed, correct? And it's a very big disappointment. I think there's several 100,000 people here that are very disappointed, but I still believe President Trump has something else left.
And see, this is what I mean. When I said earlier, I'm like, they came here because they were told to. Donald Trump said, be there, and they showed up.
Still haunting, right? We now know, thanks to special counsel Jack Smith's expansive and unsealed filing of evidence, that this is exactly what Donald Trump was watching when he hit send on that 2:24 p.m. tweet attacking Vice President Mike Pence and fueling the deadly insurrection. According to the filing, the ex-president was enraptured by his supporters storming the Capitol, watching it on a loop, displayed by forensic evidence.
I feel like that might be the case if you plan something out and you get to watch it happen. It seems like Trump.
Quote, the defendant sat in the dining room by the Oval Office where he used his phone to review Twitter and watch the television, which was turned on and displaying news coverage of the riot at the Capitol. And the filing details just how desperate he was to cling to power, with a White House staffer at one point hearing the ex-president tell a family member this, quote, it doesn't matter if you won or lost the election, you still have to fight like hell. Joining the table, former top prosecutor at the Department of Justice, MSNBC legal analyst Andrew Weissman. Mara is still here. It's been 24 hours, and the evidence, the case he put together just jumps off the page as devastating.
Absolutely. A few things. One, the comment from the former president that this is election interference. It's worth remembering the reason that this brief was filed was because Donald Trump prevailed in the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court told the district judge, you have to hear from the parties, look at the facts, and specifically look at the context of all of the evidence and decide
Damn,
what is
Oprah,
official and
you're on top
and
of
what
this.
is unofficial as a candidate and thus can go to trial. So the brief, all of this is because Donald Trump appealed, won, and now the district judge is doing exactly what the Supreme Court said.
He's always been a terrible winner. Like, Trump is the only politician I've ever covered who wins and is more mad.
And to be fair, this brief points out that he's a terrible loser, in that
maybe he's just terrible
amount
overall.
Of proof and
I
the
feel like
difference
that might be
between
the
this brief and the January 6th hearings is the
You know
amount
what?
of.
I that's fine. This is a guilty pleasure here too. Like I'm sitting here taking it in. I'm happy, but also it's not helpful to show this much disdain when it's not over yet. I haven't won yet. Schadenfreude.
Direct proof with people in the room with him, up to and including Mike Pence, is voluminous, even when you take out, as the Supreme Court required, all of the Department of Justice.
Just January 6th isn't even the entirety of this. It's so much more than that.
Things
I'm excited. I wish I could cover the entire thing.
There's so much proof here of somebody who knew he lost, who said to people, I don't care that I lost, I'm still going to go forward. And then with respect to the clip that you just played, both threatened Mike Pence in terms before saying, if you continue with your view that you are not going to help me, I am going to essentially sick the mob on you. And then the response has been widely reported when he is told that is exactly what happened. He said, so what? So the picture of Donald Trump as such a deeply flawed human that is willing to do all of this, including to his.
All right. Oh, oopsie. So I feel like that's enough of this for the moment. Watch that. If you'd like to read the full document, it's not difficult to find. I'm not going to cover it on stream right now because I am not the person to be giving a legal analysis. But absolutely pay attention. Read it yourself. It is a fun read as far as legal documents go. But I'm sure we'll all get our big law YouTuber breakdowns sooner rather than later. What was this one? What did I have here?
It's going to be close.
Yes. So just before we move off of U.S. politics internally, like domestic politics for a second, we are going to cover a bit of Project 2025 related stuff. But before we get to that point, I just want to introduce those who may not be aware to Peter Thiel, the man who not only funded the entire campaign J.D. Vance ran for Senate, but also is the one funding him now and is one of the large donors and influences of the Republican Party today in their lead up to this election. Waiting for the New York sentencing. I think the only reason for a judge to postpone that one is actually sending him to prison as a financial sanction. Wouldn't have suggested to have been an election interference, but he's already convicted in that case. Honestly, I didn't think that the judge would send him to prison, or sorry, to send him to that. He's not going to go to prison for that, isn't he? This is the civil trial that we're talking about, so that would be to jail. I hope they do send him to jail, even if it's for like a week. It'll be fun. It'll be a fun little group activity for us. Sit and look at the president and point and laugh as the former president. But still, he'll be the first U.S. president in a jail cell. I would happily point and laugh. And also, at this point, who gives a shit if it's election interference? The election is decided as it's going to get. No one's out. Donald Trump's not even campaigning. He makes like one event a week, maybe. Just give him a 6-day prison sentence or jail sentence, and then he'll be out to campaign his normal rally for the week anyway. And I feel like that would probably be less damaging to him than the document Jack Smith just put out, which he's calling election interference. Is it? Well, I don't know. What you can ask John Podesta and Hillary Clinton about that and let me know whether it's election interference or not. But yeah, I get that. But at this point, it's going to anyway. Who knows?
By the way, if it is going to be close, by the way, if it's like going to be a razor thin close election, then I'm pretty sure Kamala will win because they will cheat, they will fortify it, they will steal the ballots, and so you know if we can
people, but Peter Thiel over here, the one speaking, is a not only is he what I described, like J.D. Vance's owner, he's the one who holds the leash, but he's one of the incredibly creepy, incredibly weird tech billionaires that, not only want to run and own the country, they want to turn the United States into essentially Cyberpunk 2077 with them on top, but is also one of the people who's like weirdly really obsessed with birth rates, but not in a rational manner. Well, again, like to him, all of the issue cannot easily be solved by let's make, having a kid cheaper and more affordable and also let in immigrants so that we don't have this issue, because he wants the United States to be a theocratic, like a Christian nationalist country. He's spoken before about how he is, I don't know if he's exactly said that he's anti-democracy or that if he just believes that democracy has died or something along those lines. He's a creepy weirdo who is surrounding other creepy weirdos with his money. But he's also incredibly influential in the modern GOP, and by modern GOP I mean modern in the last 4 years, because they keep kind of rebranding, I guess. Like he's not part of the Q GOP, but he's part of today's GOP. The Q GOP had their own version of him. I don't know. He's the crowd that's like with Elon Musk. They both hate Mark Zuckerberg. Which probably is the only thing I'll agree with them on. And so if we can answer them in the event that it's close, I don't want to be involved. In the event that it's not close, I don't need to be involved. And so that's sort of a straightforward analysis right there. Well, so not only is J.D. Vance. Peter Thiel. I just look at him and I want to call him J.D. Vance because he's just creepy. Not only is he very prevalent today in today's politics in what he says and what he does and what he's spending his money on, but he's also very much an important part of the push for Project 2025 and the things that would bring along with it. By the way, I know some of you, especially Captain, who's been asking about it recently, are interested in Project 2025 and like learning more about it. Besides just reading the document, this is training videos that the Heritage Foundation was using for Project 2025, specifically that ProPublica managed to get their hands on. Some 14 hours of published video from the Heritage Foundation's Project 2025, and I'll post the link for this playlist, but again, like you just need to search ProPublica, Project 2025 training videos, and you can find this. These are worth watching, and a lot of them are boring, but if you can get through the boring and look around, you're going to find some quite important stuff there. If you watch the strings on his hands, Vance is on the ends of it, so you're not too far up. Yeah, well, that's kind of the point, isn't it? Bought and owned, just like every other official, just, you know, not usually as overtly as this.
We're going inside Chapter 9 of Project 2025 on the United States Agency for International Development, USAID. USAID currently distributes aid to 153 countries in the form of humanitarian assistance.
This is quite important in understand why there is a large push from MAGA, really, but for MAGA and for the United States to move away from supporting Ukraine, away from peace in the Middle East, very much anti-Iran. There are piecemeals of this all over the place, and they do combine in that. Not only is Donald Trump himself seeking to create a more authoritarian, a fascist, really, government in the United States, he is currying favor with other authoritarian and fascist governments overseas. And Chapter 9 will lay out what will be made easier for him doing so. Now, I actually would like to hear this video, so I will be right back. I just gotta go pee, and then we can take a look at this, because it'll be a decent tie-in, because then we're gonna have to talk about what's going on in the Middle East. All right, I'll be back in a second. All right. Oh, actually, I almost forgot. I did want to bring up that video that you sent in Mopur, because I did find the bit.
Speak with someone who was with the former vice president on the 6th of January, his former chief of staff, Mark Short. Marks, thank you so much for being with us this morning. You were in the room for so many of these incidents. No, that's not it either. You guys send me too many links. In this court filing. I'm all over the place. These are some of the photos of you and Vice President Pence from January 6th after you were in the meantime, I did want to Does your memory align with how Jack Smith says I noticed things played out that day?
Actually, I didn't notice. I was informed
I think that
the Twitch VODs weren't working correctly because I don't watch my own videos, so I hadn't seen it. And I fixed the issue. I didn't know that Twitch needs an entire its own
memoir in his book.
Audio track.
Now, you spoke to the grand jury investigating Trump's efforts to overturn the election.
Oh, my goodness. Stop autoplaying. I don't know why. Like, literally, autoplay is off and it still autoplays. But yeah, I didn't notice because I don't watch my own videos. I fixed it now. So the audio on the Twitch VODs should actually now include my commentary and not just the desktop audio. But let's actually see the sentencing. I read a little bit of the subtitles trying to find the place, and it seemed quite funny.
Address. Judge, I think you missed a sentencing on
Oh, I'm sorry. Count 6 is criminal impersonation. That's also consecutive. That's 15 months to the Department of Corrections.
Ooh. I wasn't far enough.
Consecutive to the prison sentence. The reason those institutions has been made by you.
There we go.
The belief and confidence undermine our community. And this is what makes Ms. Peters such a danger to our community. It's the position she held that has provided her the pulpit from which she can preach these lies. The undermining of our democratic process, the undermining of the belief and confidence in our election systems. It's not.
I'd love to hear it.
No one says you can't question, you can't ask. It's completely different. And if you don't understand that distinction, then there's nothing I can say or do here today that will change your mind. So the damage that is caused and continue to be caused is just as bad, if not worse, than the physical violence.
And this is what I mean by the way, when I say that our institutions are not entirely dead. Our judicial system, at least in the lower courts, at least lower than the Supreme Court, in most cases, are still doing their job. It's the build up to the actual sentencing that's the most fun, is it? Okay. It's okay, we can skip around.
Can't function.
We have fun here.
And to be sure, there's no doubt in my mind that it's exactly what you wanted.
Oh, okay.
Are serious.
That is direct to her.
And I note too that he honored his oath to the country, something that is not lost on me when considering the circumstances under which you find yourself here. Your age, limited criminal history, and the like are certainly somewhat mitigating. Your ties to the community are what they are, but your reputation at this point is poor because of what you've done here and after. Your lies are well documented, and these convictions are serious. I'm convinced you would do it all over again if you could. You're as defiant as a defendant as this court has ever seen.
You can't hear him on this side. Yeah, the audio is on max right now. I have it as high up as I could.
You don't have those histories of drug and alcohol abuse. There's no lifetime of.
Is that any better? Because it's louder for me, but I don't know if that translates to you.
Circumstances I would see from many folks who sit in that chair. No, to the contrary, Ms. Peters, you are a privileged person. You are as privileged as they come. And you use that privilege to obtain power, a following, and fame. And to be sure, there's no doubt in my mind that it's exactly what you wanted, and it defies all sense of common sense to believe when you suggested to me a few moments ago that you didn't want this attention.
Can't make it any louder.
And there is no one in this courtroom who would.
Wait, actually, hold on.
Anything other than the absolute truth. But to get to the point of what it is that you did here.
No, I think this should have worked.
You never took your job of clerking particularly seriously. You didn't complete the certificate.
Let's see. What are we on? 1023.
You are no hero.
Oh, geez. Yeah, that is louder. Okay. Give me a second. Let me get the volume back to where it was. Okay. That should do it.
Vacation.
$10.23.
Of common sense.
Ow! Ow! Assholes.
Sense to believe when you suggested to me a few moments ago that you didn't want this attention. No, you crave it, ma'am. And there is no one in this courtroom who would consider that to be anything other than the absolute truth. But to get to the point of what it is that you did here, it's my impression distinctly that you never took your job of clerking particularly seriously. You didn't complete the certification. One scandal after another followed you in your time as the clerk. And ultimately, it was a belief that the echo chamber in which you live couldn't be wrong, among other things, that led you to do what you did here. This thought process, unfortunately, seems to consume so many in our country, regardless of race, gender, political affiliation, or the like, that what it is we hear and think can't possibly be wrong.
Ace Judge.
There are many things in my mind that are crystal clear about this case. You are no hero, you abused your position, and you're a charlatan who used and is still using your prior position in office to peddle a snake oil that's been proven to be junk time and time again. In your world, it's all about you. But at bottom, this case was about your corrupt conduct and how no one is above the law. No one in this country has absolute power. Your position as a clerk and recorder, a constitutional position, does not provide you with a means by which to do your own investigation, to not listen to the judiciary, to not listen to the executives higher than you, to not listen to the legislature who sets the law as it may be. This is nonsense. Our system of government can't function when people in government think that somehow, some way, the power they've been given is absolute in all respects. And that's where you fell. You have no respect for the checks and balances of government. You have no respect for this court. You have no respect for law enforcement. And you do not have respect for your fellow colleagues when you were a clerk and recorder who weren't lockstep in your beliefs. Period.
God, it's just nice to hear rational thinking for once. You can watch the rest of this yourself if you like, but I think the calling her a charlatan, you're a charlatan and your mother stinks, is just like, it's the general overall vibe of all of this, is they're all charlatans. They're all lying. None of them take their jobs or positions seriously when you see it through the perspective of their job, let alone like the country, not through their own personal gain, because all of these people only are thinking about their own personal gain. I have no doubt that she probably didn't actually believe that the election was stolen. Now, am I, do I know more than this judge? Probably not. But that's a guess that I'm willing to venture out and make, because, I don't know, to be an elected official that's part of MAGA, you kind of have to be a demon a little bit. I don't know, like, the things that are required of you from the perspective of an elected, or not even, like, she's an official, not an elected official. County clerk doesn't get elected, I'm pretty sure. Still requires you to go out and say things. It requires you to match the rhetoric of the side that you're on. Also, some are elected, so I don't know if this one was. That would explain why I wasn't sure, because it does depend on state to state, as a lot of things do in the United States. But elected or not, I would be willing to go out on a limb and say that she probably didn't believe it, and she said it anyway, because it benefit her, or that it fit with her personal ideology in some way, shape, or form. I have not looked up this person. I don't personally care. I might be wrong in this case, but I would still be correct 9 out of 10 times by making this guess, because it is so common. It's so common. And when that Jack Smith case goes to court, we're going to see that over and over and over again. It's a shame that we're not going to get it before the election, because we were kind of meant to. And then it was delayed through the efforts of, is the Chutkin one that Trump put in? I believe this was one of the ones. No, this one was the Obama appointed judge. I was probably thinking about the Georgia case in that case. Either way. Let's get a little bit of a clearer understanding of, is somewhere along the way they decided it was okay to say the quiet part out loud. The quiet hidden agenda parts out loud. Yeah. Well, that's kind of what this is, isn't it? Like the 900-page evil plan document that's just saying the quiet part out loud. I don't know if any of you have ever actually looked at and read Project 2025, even a page of it. It reads like it was written for Twitter. It reads like it's a Libs of TikTok post. The language that it uses is beyond just like biased. It is saying the quiet part out loud, and it goes even a step further. And we'll see in a second.
Health infrastructure and economic development. Project 2025 sees USAID's status as one of the world's biggest humanitarian organizations, and they see it as an opportunity to export right-wing culture wars, American obsessions to the world. We'll show you what we mean, starting with abortion. On page 260 in Project 2025, it calls for the reinstating the Protecting Life in Global Health Assistance Policy. It's widely known as the Mexico City policy. This is an old policy that blocks U.S. federal funding for organizations that perform or promote abortion as a method of family planning in foreign countries. First introduced by Ronald Reagan.
I can understand being skeptical after seeing it for the first time. I can understand why a lot of Republicans and like just general voters overall may not believe that it's real, when, you know, you constantly get the, oh, we're not involved from Trump and Vance, even though Trump's name is in this document 374 times, and J.D. Vance wrote the foreword. And most of the writers worked for the Trump administration. Yes, it is crazy, worshiper of Olympians. It is crazy.
If the Mexico City policy's goal was to stop abortion, it didn't work. Countries in sub-Saharan Africa that were affected by the Mexico City policy, for example, saw increased abortion rates, according to this 2019 study featured in the Lancet Global Health Journal. On page 265, Project 2025 asserts, quote, the continued high rate of maternal and infant mortality is a persistent global tragedy. Contrary to current publicity, this problem is not solved by abortion. That's actually contrary.
You're wrong either way, because the correct answer is breast cheeseburger, Merv. They are, I guess, smoking the devil's lettuce, worshiper of Olympians. That would be my best guess, the devil's lettuce. That's the only way you could get this evil. And yeah, breast.
Decreased access to abortion means increased maternal mortality rates. We're even seeing that here in the United States since the fall of Roe. According to the World Health Organization, nearly half of all abortions conducted worldwide are considered unsafe.
I respect that, Mopar. Sorry, like, you know, when I'm wrong, Cheeseburger Merv, this is not one of those times. Yeah, smoking at the Fash Pack.
And according to the Guttmacher Institute, nearly 11%
it's
of
so much
all
worse than just
mortality
that.
comes from these unsafe abortions. It's like we've been saying, abortion is health care in America and around the world. Restricting abortion means restricting women's health care.
Who would have thought that taking away a person's like ability to make healthcare decisions based on what they and their doctors think is best for them is bad for their healthcare? Who could have possibly thought?
Project 2025 also wants the president to be able to dictate abortion policy worldwide. On page 261, it writes, current law in the Foreign Assistance Act gives the president broad authority to set such terms and conditions as he may determine on foreign assistance, which legally empowers the next conservative president to expand this pro-life policy. So the goal here is to hold the rights of women worldwide hostage with the carrot of U.S. aid.
Not just women, all right, MSNBC? You gotta be a little bit more woke here, because sometimes men get pregnant too, and sometimes non-binary people get pregnant too. You guys realize that even Republicans are not this like anti-abortion, right? Because Republican states that have put it on the ballot have voted to I did not need to see MPreg as the, like, my God. I mean, like, you're not wrong, and it is exactly what I said, but just seeing it typed out like that made me glitch for a moment. Ugh, Jesus Christ. But yeah, this is a stupid idea, and that's why it isn't helping them during this election. It's hurting them. That's why it's such a big part of the Democrat platform. It's unpopular. How many of the Project 2025 authors have paid for one? Well, I don't know how many of the Project 2025 authors would, possibly have the need for one, but I would suggest most of them.
Exchange. The chapter's war on women continues. Page 259 of Project 2025 suggests, quote, USAID should remove all references, examples, definitions, photos, and language on USAID websites, in agency publications and policies, and in all agency contracts and grants that include the following terms. Listen to this. Gender equality, gender equity, gender diverse individuals, gender aware, gender sensitive, etc. It should also remove references to abortion, reproductive health, and sexual and reproductive rights, and controversial sexual education materials.
Not only do they want these put in place inside the United States, they've already said that they would take action to make it so that any of these words would not be included in any gender bender, would not be included in any government website, and they want to export this overseas. Why they want to export this overseas so badly when they already have? I don't know. I feel like it can't get any more American export of anti-abortion, anti-queer, anti-trans rhetoric. I mean, just in Australia, you can see the direct correlation with how much people care to how much America's talking about it. Like, it is 1-to-1. When they get louder on queer people and abortion in America, people here get more mad about it. They seem to have forgotten that there are less Americans overseas. Well, to them, I would be willing to make the assumption that at least for the people in charge of writing Project 2025, they would like to see all of overseas be Americans, just not, the kind that get social benefits and live inside of America. They want the world to be America. They just don't want the world in America. Does that make sense?
This head-in-the-sand approach to those big, scary, woke words might be in line with the right wing's domestic policies, but fighting this culture war on the global stage would be an incredible disservice to women everywhere. The USAID Office of...
He's saying this as if it's not already the case. Like, can you guys think of a place in the world right now that isn't already, like, on board, that has direct influence from the United States being prominent in not only their media, but also their government? I mean, this shit's been already exported to Europe. This stuff got exported to Europe, I don't know, like 8 years ago. 7 maybe. Australia, yep, they're already doing it, and they're having a bit difficulty here because Australians don't care enough about this stuff because of the cultural distinction of, you know, the general Australians' way of going, yeah, no, it'll be all right, and not worrying about it. We're much less angry here, and it's harder to radicalize people to that degree. Yeah, no, it's very true, Cheeseburger. It's difficult to radicalize Aussies to this point because we'd rather be having a beer with the boys, you know, having a sausage at the local Bunnings, having the time of our lives, not dealing with that crap. But everywhere else in the world, no, we're pretty inundated with it. I mean, like, obviously there's the places where it doesn't matter if we export it or not. No one calls it shrimp down here, Mopur. They're called prawns. And I hate you for that.
Of population and reproductive health, one of those scary words that they also want to ban, helps fight child marriage. It supports programs aiming to end female genital mutilation and gender-based violence. But Project 2025 is so immersed in this right-wing culture war that it abandons all other reasoning. Case in point, on climate change, page 257.
No. Hold the fuck up. Okay, their climate change policy has nothing to do with reason. They never did. Their climate change policy is just a continuation of the Republican line on climate change, which is that it isn't real and has been since, I don't know, like 2000, and to, no pun intended, step on the gas with it. Only downside is it makes us highly susceptible to, yeah, well, that's also true. But blindly or not, you're carrying out U.S. agenda. You realize, like we've talked about this, that if you're an Australian citizen or an American or a Canadian or a New Zealand or a British citizen and you're in Lebanon, you have to pay for your own plane ticket home because we're not extracting you from the dangerous zone like we would normally do because it makes Israel look bad. Like, it's just fucked. But moving that to the corner for a minute, this entire like climate change policy that is the Project 2025's specific one is not all that different to the general Republican line on it, or even what we're just doing. Trump loves to say drill baby drill, right? Like pretend that we're not producing the most oil and natural gas that we've ever produced and more than any other nation on earth already, because we are. We have been producing more oil and natural gas than any other nation on earth. It's gone so far that you couldn't turn the tap up enough to make the price of the price at the pump go down anymore. It's the lowest it's going to get because we're producing way more than we need or that we're selling. We have a massive amount. While drilling, it's important to invest in green energy. It's important to invest in green energy and drill less, I would say. I'm not pro-drilling. I'm just saying that it's obscene and mind-boggling that they'll pretend like we're not producing enough oil. Donald Trump likes to go and say that we're dependent on other countries for oil. We're not. We produce more than all of them. All of them. The Saudis, no, we beat them. The Russians, no, we beat them. The Iranians, yep, we beat them too. Like all of the Gulf states, we win. We win. We're America. We win. Okay. Even if it's bad for us, we're still going to be bad for us better than anyone else can be bad for us. And so I don't agree with his framing on this. Like, yes, obviously I do to an extent. Like it is ridiculous and it is a lack of reason involved in any of this. But it's not any, at least on climate change, this is not too dissimilar to the general attitude that our government has had in decades, because we're entirely captured by the fossil fuel companies. Entirely captured by the fossil fuel companies. Well, yes, don't listen to Trump, but like the whole point of this live stream, Senzu Bean, is to educate people that he is a liar and that MAGA is being misled and that Project 2025 is bad and all of I'm a political streamer. Of course I'm going to listen to Donald Trump because I'm trying to educate people on what he actually believes, because he does lie literally every 5 seconds.
Industry claims that climate change causes poverty, which is false. And during conflict, government corruption and bad economic policies are the main drivers of global policy.
So the aid industry claims that climate change causes poverty, which is false. Just start on that point. Can you imagine trying to just take all of Project 2025 away and just take this sentence that he's reading out now? And imagine saying that to somebody who just the claims that climate change causes poverty are false. Just walk around right now in North Carolina, in Georgia, in Tennessee, and just say this to people. You would get the shit beat out of you. I'm sorry. Even the Republicans right now, because it's very clear that that's not true. Just on the case of, well, now we keep getting these giant storms, and North Carolina, way out, you know what, not even, let's drop North Carolina. Tennessee was like a lake. The entirety of Tennessee was like a lake. Tennessee's landlocked. Well, critical thinking is essentially what I try and advocate for all the time. But yes, the brain damage that these people produce, let alone that they would get from admitting they're wrong, it's the brain damage they're producing for the rest of the country, and as we're seeing now, are trying to export overseas, is immeasurable.
Again, reality might disagree. The impact of climate change, like increased frequency of extreme weather, more droughts, harsher heat, could push more than 100 million people into poverty by 2030, according to a report from the World Bank. Not keep 100
That's just
million
inside of the United States, might I add. That's not counting all over the rest of the world. It's also not counting the amount of people who will try and enter the United States, which these people will also try and stop because they're climate refugees. I don't, like I wanted to say I don't understand how you can believe this, but I understand how people believe this. It's just, these people are evil. They're demons, right? Like, you understand this, right? These people specific, and by these people, I mean the Heritage Foundation, I mean the people who are pushing this kind of rhetoric, they are genuinely evil. You can't reason someone out of something they were not reasoned into. This is very true. And that's why that you're not going to change anyone's mind talking about this, but it would change their mind to see Donald Trump not running away from it, which is why he has to. Project 2025, at the very least, we've managed to get the name to be so toxic that outwardly on TV, J.D. Vance and Donald Trump will constantly pretend that it's not real, that they're not associated with it, when they've both defended it, and the people who wrote it, and also celebrated them, and also Republicans in Congress are constantly celebrating it. Yeah. Even some of the hardcore, like, MAGA Republicans, the evangelical Christians, do believe that climate change is real. They just don't believe that it's man-made, and that's just because that's a whole other different boat of crazy. But I mean, it will, worshiper Olympians. Mar-a-Lago will get destroyed by a hurricane in the not too distant future. There's a reason why insurance companies don't like doing business in Florida anymore, and that's because these storms are getting bad. I mean, just regardless of whether you're coastal or not, you're starting to feel these effects more and more all over the country, and Florida's the first checkpoint for the storms to hit, you know, more often than not.
In poverty, push 100 million more people into poverty. But this page 257 is chock full of ideas. It also suggests that the next conservative
Man, I like this guy's energy.
should rescind all climate policies from its foreign aid program, specifically USAID's Climate Strategy 2022 to 2030. Shut down the agency's offices, programs, and directives designed to advance the Paris Climate Agreement.
Well, I don't know, Mopur. I feel like maybe your answer might lie in the fact that they're doing conspiracy theories right now, that there are storms forming out in the Atlantic that will come and hit the United States in the next couple of weeks, and that they're being created by the Democrats as election interference. Well, if you like Mehdi Hassan, then you better stick around, because we're going to watch something of his once we switch off of this topic onto the next one, because that's still a leftover from last stream, and I really want to watch it. I've been waiting for you people so that I could watch it with you, because I'm just that invested in my community. I love you guys so much that I waited 4 whole days to watch a YouTube video. No, I'm kidding. I'm not kidding, but that isn't why I didn't watch it. Did you see Mehdi Hassan versus Piers Morgan? Is that the last couple days? I didn't see that come out.
Limit funding to traditional climate mitigation efforts. The agency should cease collaborating with and funding progressive foundations, corporations, international institutions, and NGOs that advocate on behalf of climate fanaticism.
Climate fanaticism.
Climate fanaticism.
Sure.
That'd be a death blow to the fight against global climate change. USAID's climate strategy is full of goals to reduce emission, conserve at-risk ecosystems, and develop renewable energy systems globally. Cutting this funding would hurt the folks already disproportionately feeling the impact of climate change. The 74 lowest income nations only contribute 1/10 of global emissions, but stand to be affected the most by climate change. Women as breeding stock, and the world as a dumping ground. That is the development.
That is what they want. That is what they want. Oh, thanks for the follow, just chatting, PPG.
Jeremy Kandindike. He's the president of Refugee International, the former USAID lead official for COVID-19. Jeremy, thank you for being with us. This is where Project 5 is full of nuggets that are not obvious to everybody, because people don't think about these things on a daily basis. But it's really important how we look at the influence that the United States has over the world and its policies through our resources and money can be very scary. And this book writes it all down and tells the ways.
Who's the turtle? The one on the right, or is it just the background?
Yeah, what is really striking when you read the chapter on USAID is how completely ensconced it is in culture war rhetoric. You talked about climate fanaticism in the prior segment. That
the entire document is just filled to the brim with partisan, anti-woke rhetoric. Right. All right. So I'm going to stay on this for like another couple of minutes. Just want to skip ahead a little bit.
About removing.
And then after this, we're going to change what we're doing, and we're going to move on to Israel and all of the crap that comes along with that, starting with something not crap, a Mehdi Hassan video. Well, yes. Senzubin, you're entirely correct, but I would also add in that there is aspects of Nazism in there as well. The Christian nationalists, the Nazis, and the fascists are 3 different parts of the GOP's leadership right now, and have been for a while. They do interconnect in a lot of ways, but they are distinctly different in minor ways of their own. They all exist. It's not one or the other.
All gender programming, all language around gender. What that means in practice is women in developing countries being unable to manage their.
What are we, English here? Are we going to call them Nazis? We're going to call it. What do they call? Jesus, my brain is like blanking today. Trump wants to turn the DOJ into his personal Gestapo. Yes, he does indeed. That's also part of Project 2025. Read it and watch the private training videos, even just kind of explain it well enough. No, it wasn't the Christian nationalists that I was talking about. It was not the nationalist Christians, rather. It was Hamas. I was making a joke about how the British talk. And I kept trying to think of Hezbollah, but it's not Hezbollah, it's Hamas. Now, let's shift gears. Now, while we're shifting gears, we're going to have the 3-minute ad break because it is the top of the hour. And if you don't want to watch the 3-minute ad break at the top of every hour, feel free to sub. You can do it with Twitch Prime. You can just do a normal sub. Otherwise, you're going to be stuck with the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. And now that that's on, that means I can do a nice little stretch for a minute because I'm in pain. Many nationalist Christians.
Joining me now,
Hey, I didn't autoplay you. Someone's got to teach me how to fix that because whether I turn it on or off, they do not care. Excuse my ignorance, but since I'm European, when can the sitting president replace or appoint? You can't. They don't replace new ones, and they don't appoint new ones until the one dies. We have life appointments, which is stupid, and we want to fix. We should fix, but yeah, they need to either expand the court or change the regulations around them. Yeah, the Supreme Court's really bad, Senzubin. They're basically wizards in robes that get to sit in a room where cameras can't go into because there's no cameras in federal courts, and they get to just decide that something is lawful or not with no outside consequences if they're lying, with no safety rails. There's nothing to stop them. So Biden-Harris admin announced FEMA ran out of money for hurricane victims. Can you link me that? Because I haven't seen that. I'm not even sure they're wearing robes. No, they do. They wear robes. I mean, they might not be wearing the robes when they should be wearing the robes. We think that they wear the robes in session, but you're right, we haven't seen any cameras in session. Yeah, providing consequences would be nice, except, to provide consequences, there has to be a legal framework above the highest legal framework. Hurricane Helene renews calls for Congress to pass disaster funding. Just a couple days ago from the Hill. Obviously, the Republicans are not going to allow it.
Secretary.
Okay, you're going to link me Fox News? Really? It's Fox News. They literally lie out their teeth. We just covered the fact that Tucker Carlson admitted that they're not a news agency. I'm looking it up right now. I'm not just gonna say I'm not gonna say things on stream if I don't know that they're real, and me asking for a link does not mean send me a link to something that I know is a source that isn't trustworthy. I don't care about Fox, I just Googled it real quick. Yeah, I Googled it real quick too, and I got the Hill. So, yes, all right. So, we have run out of money in FEMA, except we've not run out of money in FEMA. We've spent almost all of it, and the Republicans are refusing to give FEMA more money. It's not that, like, we've just run out of money with no other, like, factors involved. It's that the Republicans have been refusing to add money to... No, it's not that it's Fox. It's that when I ask you for a link, I expect a source that's at least somewhat trustworthy, because I would like to be able to look at it and instantly know whether or not I should repeat what I heard you said or not. No, you're right. You are correct, and in this case, it was fine. But I don't know, when I ask for a link and someone gets me Fox News, that's what's ridiculous. I want to spend as much money as necessary because people are... Their lives fucking matter. What are you talking about? $3 million on migrants. On migrants for what? Migrants for FEMA? Where? What migrants is FEMA spending $300 million on? This year? No, FEMA's not wasting the money. They're spending the money on their job, which is to... I don't know, the Federal Emergency Management Agency manages emergencies. If you want to blame somebody for the amount of money that you have to spend, maybe blame the people who keep not supporting climate change policy. Congress recently replenished a key source of FEMA's response efforts. Did they? When was that? So last year, that's fine. That's from last year, though. That's in December. We still had, like, the winter that happened since then. The issue here is this is going to get even more expensive. You guys understand this, right? That this isn't getting any cheaper, and it's only going to get worse. These disaster, prices are for every hurricane, for every snowstorm, for every... fire, all of the... Yeah, and Trump will win if the American people are dumb enough to think that he will help them. He's the one literally making it worse. You are aware of that, right? Get the fuck out of here. Go enjoy your little fascist, dictatorship. Go watch your Fox News. I'll enjoy very much when Donald Trump's in prison. Get the fuck out of here. Literally talks so much that while I'm reading the thing to respond to, there's 3 more messages already there. Not a chance. Not my stream. Not today. We got too much to go over, and we got too much fun stuff to talk about. So let's start with Mehdi Hassan. The most fun you're ever going to get listening to anyone talking about what's happening in Israel.
Matt Duss, Executive Vice President at the Center for International Policy in Washington, D.C., and a former senior advisor on foreign policy to Senator Bernie Sanders, and Kareem Makdisi, Associate...
Senzu, I mean it when I say this. The median voter, the average American, is pretty dumb. The median Republican voter is even dumber.
Professor of International Politics at the American University of Beirut in Lebanon, but he joins us today from Paris. Thank you both for joining me on the show. Much to discuss. Kareem, let me start with you. What is your reaction to recent events in Lebanon? Obviously, people were worried about an escalation in Lebanon.
Oh, wait, actually, oops, I forgot. Before we actually watch this one, I did want to play these 2 little clips because they're going to come in. Actually, this one. This one's going to come in handy. But it's too late now. Let's just keep going.
For the past 11 months.
We'll get there when we get there.
But we had the pager attack, and then...
Exactly, Moper.
550 people.
Exactly.
Yes, it's absolutely awful what's going on in Lebanon. People have been waiting for the past several months for something to possibly escalate like this. And this attack on last Monday was absolutely shocking, with 500 people killed, as you're saying, and it's been several hundred killed since then, with many thousands wounded. There's been a massive displacement. I know from friends and others where A lot of people are heading to Beirut from the south and from the Bekaa. A lot of people heading north as well.
Look,
so
and
great anxiety, great
just
fear.
because I'm gonna reiterate some stuff that I've said many a times because there's lots of new people here. I 100% firmly believe that Israel is in the wrong, especially with Lebanon, especially with the justification that it's trying. I mean, obviously they're committing a genocide in Gaza, but when we're talking about right or wrong, I want to think about this from a perspective of someone who knows literally nothing. The argument that they need to get rid of Hezbollah by going into Lebanon and the justification for bombing a foreign country that is not at war with Israel outright, I mean, what wasn't at war with Israel, is an outright lie. They will amalgamate the Lebanese government with Hezbollah, which is not the case. Yes, Hezbollah is a political party. They're also a political party that has not done great in the last election. They don't hold a majority coalition. They are the group that holds the most power. They functionally control Lebanon, but they are not the government of Lebanon. And regardless of this, they will still pretend like this is Gaza when this is the capital, like Beirut. When we talk about Beirut, we're talking about the capital city of a foreign nation, not Gaza, not the West Bank. This is, it would be equivalent to them bombing Istanbul. I mean, that's from my Turkish perspective. Sure, maybe Istanbul's too big of a city to think of. So let's shrink it down a little bit. And it's like they're bombing Vienna. Lebanon is not a small country. It's, again, it shouldn't matter one way or the other, whether they're small, whether they're big, whether they're in Europe, whether they're in the Middle East. But if we're talking about this to someone who literally knows nothing, it would be important to make clear distinctly that Lebanon is a very westernized Middle Eastern country, even today, you know? It's not the same thing as what they have in their mind. Well, you know what? That's great, Dark Engine. You're less dumb than most people because you want to actually learn. Engaging with information that you might disagree with is hard. It's difficult to have your worldview challenged. And coming into any discussion with anybody who disagrees with you and engaging with that in good faith, with an open mind, with not preset conditions, not preset beliefs that you're here to defend, is part of how you do that. You know, critical thinking is... Thanks for the follow. Yeah, you're definitely doing good. Critical thinking is how you get yourself out of that rut. It's how we get everyone out of this rut. I'll say this just because you're new here, but don't just believe what I say. I will regularly show evidence of what I'm writing, and I'll post my links. But if you disagree and you want to engage, if you want to ask questions, if you want to just say no, I think you're wrong, and explain why you think that, please do, by all means. As long as you are engaging in good faith, then you're doing it right. That's all you need to do. Media literacy is built by practicing, and you're practicing. But also, yes, Sanzubin, you're kind of correct on your description of that as well.
About what might happen, and a sense of foreboding that there doesn't seem to be any kind of end in sight.
No. Common sense. Common sense is the wording that gets people into this mess to begin with. Fuck common sense. Common sense out the window. We want critical analysis. I don't want what you think is common sense, because common sense ain't that common. You think about a question, you think about information that's being presented to you, and you think about why this information is being presented to you, who it benefits for you to believe this, who it benefits for you to not believe this. Does it hurt you to believe this? Does it hurt somebody else to believe this? Why is this being talked about now? There are many, many questions you should be asking yourselves when you're engaging with political content, with the news. Well, yeah, so precise wording I find to be quite important when engaging in this kind of rhetoric, the you need more critical analysis in your life rhetoric, because people can misunderstand that really easily. And a misunderstanding could be just not knowing what to do and not gaining a benefit from it, but it could also just be doing the thing wrong. It can, like a misunderstanding could make it worse rather than better.
Since people are used to Israeli attacks, people are used to Israeli invasions, the idea of invasion, the idea of Israeli attacks, the idea of Israeli violence.
You know, I'm just realizing that this is probably going to be too long for the beginning segment, because digital literacy is a poison that you should be taking. You want literacy. I think this would be probably better suited to after what I had planned for the rest of us talking about Israel. So you know what? I'm sorry, I'm going to change plans again. If you didn't know that I am riddled with ADHD, now you do. I am riddled with ADHD. So here's what we're going to do. Bear with me for a second. I want to take a look at some news articles and clips from the mainstream media. Shocking. And think about how they are reporting on things today in relation to Israel and in relation to the countries around Israel. And I want to compare and contrast that to mainstream media in regards to all of this in the past year. You guys know exactly where I'm going with this, but it's still important to do anyway. But we'll let me just get some more links open.
The idea has
please shut up, my friend. Or not my friend. You're definitely not.
CNN's Nick Robertson and his crew got
why, when autoplay is off, must it still remain on? Why? I just want to know why. Okay, so as a little background, so these are gonna fall outside of what I said, but Israel ordered 26 towns and villages in Lebanon to evacuate a couple days ago. I wanted to put this out here to just show, like, again, this is not their own people. This is not their own country, but the IDF will just be like, hey, all of you need to leave right now, or we're going to bomb you.
Our hotel was because there was an evacuation order given by the Israeli army, an evacuation for 26 different villages and towns. One of the roads we went through had been struck by the Israelis. There was a huge convoy of just seriously frightened people who wanted to leave.
I wonder why.
Area,
I wonder what they were frightened of.
And hoping that their homes might be spared by anything that might be coming. They were very scared, but they were also scared about where they were going to go. They didn't think that Beirut was going to be safe, Tyre and the other places they might go.
Well, I mean, it wasn't, and they weren't safe. Now, oh God, again with the stupid creepy music. So at the top, we can see messaging on Gaza, and at the bottom, we're going to have some messaging on Lebanon. Going into my point that I want to make of they don't care whether it's accurate, they don't care if it makes sense, they don't care if it is moral, they will just pretend that this is the exact same thing that they've been doing in Gaza and the human shield argument. Of course, yes, they're Hamas is using human shields, so we must mulch the Palestinians. Hezbollah is using human shields, so we must mulch the Lebanese. Yes. The weapons depot. Yep, they have weapons in your house. They're putting rockets in every garage. Use mosques, hospitals, blah, blah, blah. Get out or we'll kill you. Get out or we'll kill you. It's very clear that it's just recycled. But this isn't the most important bit. Now, I would like for you guys to join me in pretending that you don't know any of this. Just go back in time, pretend like none of this has happened yet for a second, because there is a point, there's a method to my madness. We're going to learn whether or not the claims that they're making are true with a really, really easy test at the end. Easy test.
Up-close view of the ash.
5 seconds
bullets, the trail,
to tell whether something is a lie because, you know, they want to lie to support what they're doing, or if they actually believe what they're saying. It's a really easy 5-second test that I've come up with based on this alone, this idea, and I'm going to show you the proof of concept. It's okay. Most people don't understand foreign policy all that well, Dark Engine, and through that, I will tie this into your values because I know what conservative American values are, like in their heart, like to the actual conservative, what they believe, what the values, aside from the heavy emphasis on Christianity, is kindness. It's helping your neighbor. It's empathy. And again, in the past, this hasn't always applied to every group, but they like to apply this to themselves, to their social circles. And conservative Americans in the modern day, when faced without the influence of a large amount of misinformation and hate mongering directed towards them through every piece of media that we're consuming online, regardless of whether it's left or right wing, is that the average conservative in a vacuum would choose the kind option. Divorce is a thing though, like whether you like it or not, so is parents dying. Again, Mopar, I agree with you on the factual basis of your point, but I can understand where Dark Engine's coming from with that, and I can respect that belief and think that like, it's none of my business if they want to, live their life that way. They should be able to. It's the current press of forcing those values on every other American that I'm not on board with. Whether you're an atheist conservative or whether you're a Christian conservative, I still will respect your values as long as they're your values and they're not harming other people. You know what I mean? And I feel like we could all agree on that right now, one way or the other. It does help to keep reality in mind as well. So I do appreciate that. I was going to skip over it because I didn't think it was really worth making the actual outside distinction in this specific case of the average conservative would choose the empathetic kind response if they were in a vacuum, notwithstanding modern politics as it's been for the last 8 years. I didn't like Bush. Bush is a conservative, but I've seen George W. Bush cry at the suffering of other people. I've seen him tear up when talking about the atrocities of the Iraq War, which were done under his command, and he is personally responsible for as the president and one of the people who pushed for the Iraq War when they knew that it was based on a lie. But confronted with that, the man was able to display empathy. And that's a thing that the current GOP seems entirely incapable of.
Destruction. The rare inside look at how the IDF is fighting comes.
Right, again, this is old. We're looking at 10 months ago, and this is Gaza. We're going to pretend like we don't know anything, and we're going to go into this from here. So the idea here is to notice the way that they use language, notice not just the way that they use language, just alone, but the tone, the context. We're looking for bias here.
In this war, as the American president says that the Strip's main hospital must be protected. Now, Israel says the very same facility houses a Hamas command complex below it. And CNN reported the story that you're about to see under Israeli Defense Force escort at all times, but CNN did not submit its script or its footage to the IDF. And CNN retained editorial control.
Blah, 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 blah. Oh, jeez. This was 10 months ago and Gaza already looked this bad.
Collapsed. Nothing untouched by the fury of Israel's hunt for Hamas. Streets here crushed back to sand.
Shops, everything that we see, no sign of any civilians here, and the soldiers have been telling us that even inside the stores, they've been finding things like rocket-propelled grenades ready to use against them as they were advancing through this area.
A few miles in, we pull up at a command post. Soldiers living in blown apartment buildings.
Every building I'm looking at here, wherever you turn, it's this.
Well, so they are, but there's specifics here that are important to keep in mind.
Destroyed, it shot up. Hard to imagine how civilians endured the bombardment.
100 meters from a battle with Hamas.
A battle with Hamas. How much you know, this isn't very, I don't know anything of me, but how much you want to bet that this battle with Hamas is just that tank shooting at a horse, or, you know, any number of things.
Tanks blasting targets in nearby buildings. The IDF's top spokesperson waiting for us.
We're now conducting an operation inside Gaza next to Rantisi Hospital.
Israel is facing massive international
or possibly that
the destruction of homes, the shockingly high civilian death toll, and in the last few days over its apparently heavy-handed tactics.
So, apparently heavy-handed tactics. That's one thing to keep in mind to start off with. L1 or B, this isn't going to be necessarily all true anyway, because this is media that's very much pro-Israel, and I can understand that sometimes that media can be correct, but the framing of this is the whole point. We're looking at what framing was 10 months ago, prior to the new form of escalation, because I'm building a framework here. Well, yeah, exactly. That's the point, you know. Shit, you've been in Gaza. How long ago? Like did you get out ages ago, or were you there during this? That's pretty wild one way or the other. Just like understand here that what I'm doing is intentional. Shit, that's brave of you. I mean, respect to be able to go into Gaza and out during the genocide of the Palestinians is pretty impressive. I mean, unless you were with the IDF, in which case it's not impressive.
At hospitals.
We are searching the tunnel with the bulldozers to reveal the tunnels that we suspect that are underneath the hospital.
Gary has brought us here to show the connection he says exists between Hamas and the Rentisi Children's Hospital.
Well,
here in an area.
I think I know how you were getting in and out now then.
Between a hospital, a school.
I also miss the Bill Clinton era.
A Hamas commander,
at least compared to now.
He points out the solar panels on the roof.
This is a tunnel that was slided like this, the floor. You can see here.
This is the ladder going down.
Yes, of course, the solar panel infrastructure.
This is a 20-meter tunnel. And look at here. Look at the panel. Be careful here. But look down here. The cables are going down to the tunnel. Okay?
These are Hamas solar panels. But so we've gotten this. The media is not super pro-Palestine in the U.S. or the U.K., even remotely. In fact, we're watching American media.
Is embedded with Israel's military in the heart of the Gaza Strip as IDF troops search for Hamas weapons inside a tunnel and a school. Alex Hogan is live in Tel Aviv with more from the front lines. What did you see?
And again, we're watching we just watched CNN, now it's Fox News' turn. In fact, if you actually believe that the media is pro-Palestine in the US and the UK, you're actually the perfect person to be here right now to go on this adventure, because we are going from start to finish from the beginning of October 7th of last year till today to discover what the bias of the media is. So just stick around and we'll see if I can change your mind.
Hi, Dana. As tensions spill out across the Middle East, we went to the heart of the conflict. We traveled to Khan Yunis. That is one of the focal points of Israel's offensive.
Driving into Gaza, we're embedded with the IDF's 55th Brigade. On the ground, this sound, a warning of what's ahead. Far less obvious, troops warn, is the constant threat of ambushes from below.
You know, there's more than 5,000 holes and tunnels in Gaza.
This is one of the fortified tunnels used by Hamas. The IDF just blew this up last night. We're about a quarter of a mile from the border with Israel.
As we're down here, troops get word
it's a wounded soldier
about another injured comrade. Playground.
We had a Hamas squad hiding in the basement of a school. They popped up and started shooting at us. And this is literally the story of this war.
As we wait outside, a massive explosion shakes the area. The soldiers don't even...
It's taking so much self-control to not start commenting on rhetoric, but we're trying, we're trying. I might not make it through this whole thing in hindsight, but we're going to try.
The facility is going down now. We can feel some of the ash falling. There's the heavy smell of smoke.
There's no front line in this war. Close-range ground battles are visible in every direction.
We're just working very systematically, one zone after the other, dismantling their infrastructure.
Many of the two...
Working one zone from another systematically. I mean, that's not factually incorrect, but... it will be shortly after that video. Wait, hold on. Can't show that on stream.
What do you make of what the senator...
I remembered what was about to happen. I was like, oh, no, can't show that.
Tom Cotton just said there.
Let's hear what Tom Cotton just said.
What the Biden-Harris administration should have done from the beginning is not pressure Israel to restrain its response, but let Israel win from the very outset. For 11 months, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have put more pressure on Israel than they put on Hamas and Iran's other terror proxies.
Well, I feel like that enough just covers this video. That we've put more pressure on Israel than we've put pressure. Well, I don't think that he is, considering we've still given Israel extra billions of dollars, billions and billions, like an ungodly amount of money and weapons. But sure.
Let's bring in retired U.S. Air Force Brigadier. The images coming out of Israel right now, a ton of pressure on Prime Minister Netanyahu. You have the Defense Minister of Israel.
How long ago was this?
Galan.
This is a month ago. Yeah.
Here that if a ceasefire strike deal is not complete, that this
Remind me, L1 or B, why haven't we had a ceasefire yet? L1 or B, there's no hostages left. You people killed them all. But explain to me why we don't have a ceasefire yet? Is it because we've been pressuring the Israeli government to stop and they've not been listening? Exactly. What has our pressuring done in any shape or form for the war effort from Israel's side? What have we done as America, as our politicians? What have we done? Hamas has accepted multiple offers for a ceasefire. Benjamin Netanyahu has declined all of them. Benjamin Netanyahu went as far as to kill the guy who was the lead negotiator for the ceasefire after Hamas had accepted it. Maybe you just didn't see the media coverage over there, but they did multiple times. They did. Here we go. Let's find you some evidence. In fact, here's the full text of the ceasefire agreement that Hamas had accepted by May 6th. Look at that. It's an agreement that was agreed upon that the U.S. Do you want me to read the whole thing? Because then you're just going to find a reason for me to be like, oh, this was an agreement that we didn't like, or blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I'll absolutely link it. There you go. I can find more too. I have multiple different ones here. I have BBC News. I have Reuters in June. Here we go. Reuters. This one's in June. That one was in May. And then multiple more. There's let's see, August for Al Jazeera, but I don't know if you like Al Jazeera. I know your government doesn't like Al Jazeera, but I just gave you two. I think that should be enough for now.
Be a situation where there is an imminent deterioration into a multi-front war. What does Benjamin Netanyahu need to do now?
Actually,
it has been a constant.
Let's just move on to the next video because I have way too many of these. Well, yeah, Reuters is probably the one to go with then. If you don't trust the first one, Reuters is the most accurate you're going to get of Western media, for the most part. So, let's see how the Sky News, the good old English version of Fox News, covers the Palestine protests in U.S. campuses.
As a country,
I believe in all people's right to freedom and liberation. We are talking about a genocide.
It is cutting deep wedges or exposing existing ones for both sides.
These are pathetic, low-life scumbags.
So what is going on at America's top universities? Protests, encampments, anger, and arrests at campuses across the country. Gaza is the catalyst. Israel is the target.
Really? So, Israel is the target, not stop the genocide? That's not the whole target of this protest? Because I seem to remember that the protesters were talking more about how we need to stop a genocide than they really were talking about, I don't know, Israel, considering there was actual Israeli, pro-Israeli counter-protesters there screaming about Israel the entire time. It wasn't exactly necessary, but...
We are calling for a complete divestment.
Oh, wait, no, you're right. They were talking about the divestment. Sorry, I'll take that back. They did want to divest from Israel. That was just never going to happen. That's why I forgot about it, because the demanding universities divest was good-natured, but it was never going to be functional. Sorry, guys, but boycotts don't work. And divestment worked for South Africa, but that was because South Africa wasn't as economically intertwined with the United States and, by extension, like the West, as Israel is. Israel is very much intertwined with the global economics of American trade and European trade.
Colombia from any company complicit in Israeli apartheid and colonization in Palestine, and we are calling for amnesty for all of our students.
It began at Columbia on New York City's Upper West Side. The university president had called in the police. She'd concluded that the protesters, in a college with a proud history of protest, represented a clear and present danger to college life.
The university where the anti-Vietnam War protests were so big and so newsworthy and so vital for making the nation understand the Vietnam War from a new perspective, to the point where there's literally a plaque and a statue celebrating these protesters. This one's a clear and present danger, right? Sure, of course.
They tried to clear the encampment. They arrested more than 100 student protesters, but it only emboldened the movement. Downtown at New York University, more arrests. Well, it's the morning after.
You know who didn't get arrested? No, I don't think they were shot. Not with, like, ammo, at least. They were not shot with live ammunition for sure. They were shot at with, like, rubber bullets from point to point. There was, in UCLA, like, there's video footage of the Israel counter-protesters lighting fireworks and throwing them into the crowd. But that's a whole other thing. None of them got arrested. Now, we're going to keep moving, because this is, we got a lot of these links to go through if we're going to pretend that we don't know anything about this stuff to read into the language. But so far, what I'm getting is a very... Just after
the
this one.
Albanese government is in such amazing denial about terrorist-run Gaza, about the danger of taking nearly 3,000 refugees from there without proper checks.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is
I
a
want to
very big Australia L.
What the ABC won't, but other commercial stations don't. And what I would bet that 90% of the Albanese government's politicians have never seen.
Let's see what you're going to show me.
From some of the schools and the mosques and the shops and even TV and musicals of Gaza. Musicals.
Okay,
Show
let's see.
aspects of the culture that some of these refugees may come from.
Right,
And I
so
suspect
just right off the bat, we can point out that there's a conflation between refugees and citizens of Gaza with the militant group of Hamas, and that the culture is at fault. It's been passive voice for every other of these videos, but this one has been quite heavy-handed with the active voice. We're only 40 seconds in. I like Friendly Jordy's is specifically Australia-related political content. I find them informative, and he does good work with that there. I don't particularly find him funny, and I haven't seen much else of his content.
you'll be shocked. And you will then wonder how your Prime Minister could talk
Yes.
from Gaza on tourist visas without any interview, with ASO checks only on some. And
The ones that are needed?
say they support.
All right, sorry again, pause. Just wow, like this guy likes to lie. The ASIO checks not being issued on people coming in here from Gaza, except for some, is a way of pretending that none of them are being checked, because that is what he originally said, and then the except for some at the end is to include the ones that actually do get checked, because I don't know, ASIO, which is the intelligence agency in charge of this in Australia, decided they needed one and decided some didn't. But
ASO checks only on some, and letting in people who even say they support the Hamas terrorists who run Gaza.
Okay.
Prime Minister, does supporting Hamas pass the character test for an Australian visa?
Everyone who applies for an Australian visa is subject to the same security standard set by the same agencies and the same personnel as under the former government.
damn, in 1 month, the man has done a fucking giant flip, because now today, apparently, you know, if you ask him if the Hezbollah symbol is a hate symbol, then he'll say yes. Now, is it associated with, like, the terrorist group Hezbollah? Yes. Does it necessarily mean that it is a hate symbol? No. Because if we're going to talk about things and we're going to use words, we have to understand what words mean. Hate symbol has a very specific connotation, not just something that could be used for hate. It's something that is only used for hate, which is not true because many Lebanese vote for Hezbollah. It's a political party.
And our intelligence agencies make those decisions. Our intelligence agencies have the confidence of this side of the House.
He said one of those agencies, ASIO, has said last week, well, if they say they support Hamas, not a problem.
Yeah, that's called free speech and democracy. I know you may not understand that, but it is what it is. Now, when is this from? This is still from this year, relating to Lebanon, I believe. No, not Lebanon. No, we're talking about Gaza here. So, we must deal with the threat just as we deal with the terrorist infrastructure in Gaza, including the temporary evacuation of Palestinian residents and whatever steps may be required. This is a war for everything, and we must win it. I don't know why it's a war for everything. And again, let me just take this back a couple steps. We would not be at this point. We would not be having this conversation had Israel just reacted normally after October 7th. Nobody would have complained about, I mean, some people would have, but the vast majority of people would not have complained about reprisals after October 7th. October 7th was bad. They killed 1,200 people. No shit, there'd be a reprisal. It's just the level of intensity that's being used here was the problem, and continue to do that. Well, normally, as in like normal to their standards, it was still horrific regardless one way or the other. Like their response would have been horrific anyway. They just had to go over the top. Like American normal by Israeli standards, because normal by my standards is, I don't know, oh shit, we have imprisoned and oppressed these people for so long that this is what happened. Maybe we should lift and remove the apartheid and give them full and equal rights and try and make things work better so that it doesn't happen again. That's rational and normal to me. But what I was saying is normal from their response, the way that they normally would have responded, which would have been, again, to commit atrocity, but on a level in which the average person in the world would not have been inundated with it day and night on their TV. It would have gone away. That's what I mean. The reason that if all they had to do was not commit a genocide, that's all they had to do, and nobody would have questioned it, because prior to October 7th and prior to them committing a genocide, it was socially suicide to criticize Israel. It still kind of is, depending on where you are, and they certainly want it to be that again. Yes. Because I would, if I was in charge, yes. If I wasn't in charge, there's not much I can do, and I'm not talking about, because your question implies that the average citizen has any say in this, where there have been massive protests in Tel Aviv, for weeks now. The average citizen opinion doesn't necessarily matter when we're talking about an authoritarian state that is in, that's in favor of committing a genocide. If I was in charge, then I would have been able to recognize that it's my fucking fault that it happened in the first place. You guys know that Israel got warned by Egypt prior to it happening, right? You know that Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant specifically funded Hamas, that there's literally video evidence of them saying that it is beneficial to them to fund Hamas because then there isn't a single unified Palestinian Authority in the West Bank and Gaza. They funded Hamas. Yes, I do say that Israel is an authoritarian state. I 100% say that. Now, we keep going, right? Now, this is still prior to the attack by Iran. We're still just looking for indications of language bias through the media.
Overnight, which suggests that more strikes may. Initial death toll from the explosion is that 2 people were killed, but that
here's a good one.
It's not clear whether he was in the buildings that were hit or whether he's alive or dead. The initial death toll from the explosion is that 2 people were killed, but that.
The explosion is still passive voice. The bombing is the more accurate active voice way of going about this. We'll see when we talk about Iran that they're not just calling it an explosion. These are little minor, minute differences in language, but they add up to quite a whole lot in the end.
That is expected to rise. We're told that 70 injuries have been reported so far. And just in the last hour, the IDF has issued warnings for people living in certain parts of those southern suburbs to evacuate their homes, which suggests that more strikes may be due overnight.
What? Suggests?
And look ahead to what this could mean for escalating tensions in the region. But first, Hugo Bashega reports from the area close to the attack.
The attack from Israel, might I add. Again, passive voice.
Scenes of war in Beirut. Hezbollah's conflict with Israel returning to its stronghold of Tahrir, with a series of massive explosions and an escalation with unpredictable consequences. An attack so powerful that was seen and heard across the city. Lebanon now on the brink of another war. Chaos on the streets, and here is what they're running from. Tahrir in southern Beirut, now looking like Gaza. But amid so much destruction, jubilation. 2 children rescued.
They're never going to make that they're never going to make that clear, because the answer is actually clear. Nearly through some of the pre-bits, just keep going.
Like targeting the heart of Hezbollah's operations.
Moments ago, the Israel Defense Forces carried out a precise strike on the central headquarters of the Hezbollah terror organization that served as the epicenter of Hezbollah's terror. Hezbollah's central headquarters was intentionally built under residential buildings in the heart of the Dahia in Beirut, as part of Hezbollah's strategy of using Lebanese people as human shields.
Using Lebanese people as human shields. Now, again, we've seen this is the same argument that's being employed in Gaza. I'm getting real sick of holding on to everything I want to say for the end here, but we're just so close. You know what? I'm just gonna...
This was apparently the target, one of Israel's main enemies. Hezbollah's longtime and powerful leader, Hassan Nasrallah, seen here for the last time a week ago. Israel says it is still checking
more than 40,000
was being
interviewed by an Iraqi news channel when his home.
Please be quiet.
Say reports he's dead are not true.
This is one of the
right. Continue on.
An all-out regional conflict in the Middle East are growing tonight.
Well, yes, you're correct, but the what I'm doing here is I'm pretending to not know, so that we can analyze bias.
Officials say nearly 500 people have been killed, including 35 children and 1,600 others injured in Israeli strikes on the south of the country. The Israel Defense Forces say they've hit around 1,300 positions held by the Iranian-backed group Hezbollah. It says it's fired dozens of rockets at Israel.
No one knows what I'm doing right now. Clear enough. Just let me cook.
The cross-border strikes have intensified after a series of exploding device attacks on Hezbollah members were blamed on Israel.
Were blamed on Israel, were they? Because I seem to remember the former head of the CIA outright calling it terrorism committed by Israel, but...
We'll hear from our international editor Jeremy Bowen, who's in Jerusalem, our diplomatic correspondent Paul Adams in northern Israel.
The Israeli army says it hit 1,300 Hezbollah sites today.
That means 1,300 different attacks on a foreign country.
Or Gaza-style warnings telling residents to go, including from the Israeli leader.
Now, starting this morning, the IDF has warned you to get out of harm's way. I urge you, take this warning seriously. Don't let Hezbollah endanger your lives and the lives of your loved ones. Don't let Hezbollah endanger Lebanon.
Again, this is active language in a different context. And this is active language putting the blame on Hezbollah when Israel's the one that started this. Israel is the one that's invading Lebanon. When Lebanon was not attacking Israel, Hezbollah was attacking Israel, but Hezbollah is not Lebanon. Yeah, well, you and a lot of other people have, so.
Now been killed in Gaza, a majority of whom are civilians, and these numbers are from the Palestinian Ministry of Health, but they are backed up by the United States, by international organizations. Humanitarian conditions in Gaza have degraded so much that diseases like polio and hepatitis A are now spreading. We have seen countless children be orphaned. We have seen countless mothers lose their children. How much is too much, sir? At what point is it time to end this war?
Now,
Well, we'll end the war when we achieve our war goals of making sure that Hamas can't repeat such atrocities.
Now, we know for a fact that that's never going to happen because the IDF has said that they can't. You cannot get rid of an insurgent group this way. You can't kill your way out of insurgency. We tried. We couldn't do it. If America can't do it, you can't do it. You're just not going to manage. That one doesn't really... So, now, we're going to do some comparison. So this was happening during the attack by Iran. This is, like, it's sad to watch. Like, this is what it feels like to be a civilian in a war zone. With the copyright music, probably. Like, that looks horrifying, and this girl is crying, as I would be as well. I understand that that would be not what you want to see, you know? Now, it looks much more, it looks like a meteor shower is what it looks like, but now, then we get into these kinds of cartoons, Biden and Obama giving Iran money somehow, and Iran turning it into weapons. Again, this is that line of, we unfroze some of their assets that we had frozen in exchange for our hostages, and this is giving Iran money in the eyes of, you know, Zionist Israelis as well as Republican Americans. In fact, it's not. It's us getting our hostages back, but, you know, our hostages back. You see, if Israel really wanted the hostages back enough, it would just buy them rather than bomb for them like we did. Now, this isn't normal. This, from the Israeli state government account, is what... It's because they are. No, idiot drone. I think you're still thinking about this from your own bias view for a second. Now, again, this isn't normal. Every single one of these rockets is meant to kill by the Israeli state media account. Guys, God, it's hard to hold this in. And now I don't have to anymore. So, let's just real quick this is what it looks like when Iran was attacking. This is, I believe, the Mossad that they are bombing here. This does look like it's within the bounds of, no, actually, no, this has to be one of the, yeah, that's one of the air bases. It is not the Mossad, but just a little view of what it actually looks like when you're bombing not civilians, in fact. But speaking of the Mossad, right? What is the justification for Israel killing civilians? Is it human shields? It is human shields. Now, how do they define human shields being an issue? Well, it's that these groups build their infrastructure next to civilian areas. The Mossad is in the middle of Tel Aviv. Iran's not going to nuke Israel, idiot drone. They're just not going to do that unless Israel starts a full war with them and they feel that they need to for their safety, with America joining in. Iran has not wanted to maintain its nuclear program, to develop a nuke specifically to attack Israel. They don't. They want one as a deterrence. That Iran has shown no reason, no evidence that they want a war with Israel. They have shown an incredible amount of restraint and that they actually physically do not want this war. Literally, even after the last bombing, the 200 ballistic missiles, like, okay, we're done, just leave it here, we're even now, let's just drop it, is what they said in response. Not in response, after they sent their attack, and that's fine. They're claiming that it was self-defense. I believe them. We've talked about this before. We'll talk about it again. And if you don't want to hear me talk about it again, well then maybe just don't sub. And then that way you'll get stuck watching the 3-minute ad break instead of listening to me explain the same thing over and over again. You learned deterrence theory. Well, so here's the thing. Obviously that doesn't work, but it's better than not being able to when the other side is trying to do de-escalation through escalation, is what the other side is trying to do. Israel is asking to start a war in the Middle East so their great leader can stay in power. Yeah, absolutely. Now, again, we've talked about this. Does it mean that one side is better than the other? No. Well, yeah, but that's because we're weak, Moper. I also don't think Russia would actually use a nuclear weapon because it wouldn't benefit them in any way. And we need to start calling their bluff when they do that, because even if they launched all of them, which they won't, most of them probably won't get off the ground, and the ones that do will just blow up 10 feet off the ground and make Russia the nuclear wasteland. Now, let me just pee while we're on this ad break, and then we'll continue. Hey, certified garbage, that's okay. No worries. You can always come back later, and you're always welcome here. Oy. Be right back. Now, we'll do a quick little recap in 30 seconds. But we are using their nukes as an excuse to treat them like with velvet gloves instead of kicking their ass. You're absolutely right. I don't know if you've heard me say this, but if you haven't, you will now. We should just make Russia an American colony for like the next 10 years. We could do it with 6 dudes. Just send 6 guys in there. We can do it. You kidding me? We're America. Now, a little recap of what we've learned so far. We've learned that there is human shields as a justification for who would I want to send? I want to send 6 good men. You heard me. Yeah, I you know what? I thought maybe that it might be a thing that Ukrainians support, in fact. I also support, Dave, absolutely, Dave supports it too. We should give Ukraine the right to use long-range missiles, and in the same time, while they're busy dealing with the new logistical issues that creates and whinging about it, we should send Dave and 5 of his mates from the CIA in, and we could take out the Kremlin in less than 15 minutes. We don't even have to kill, we can just arrest all of them. Are you kidding me? Have you seen Russia be competent in anything lately? Aside from the misinformation, like, online? No. Now, yeah, I do think that I agree with that idiot drone. But let's pull this back, all right? We're getting off topic. The justification that Israel is using is for, a lot of this, bombing hospitals, bombing refugee camps, World Aid Kitchen aid workers, children, schools, UN workers, keeps going on, ambulances, mosques, churches, etc., 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 is that there is military infrastructure being built near, under, around these sites, and that they are being used as human shields. Well, we've got that point. Just hold on to it. Keep it in the back of your mind. We've got that active voice, passive voice distinction that we've seen pretty clearly highlighted in some of the videos that we did watch, which is that when they're talking about Israeli actions, they use softer words like explosion rather than bombing, like geez, okay, my memory's that bad. But you know what? That's good enough for me, honestly. But it's also like calling, the difference between calling someone a soldier and a terrorist, in either direction, there is a bias from both parties to the other. And now bias is a natural thing and it's going to exist, but in the media, there is a separate line that you can draw between the natural amount of bias that a person may have and the purposefully put in bias that the media is putting. Now, yes, on top of all of this, there's the added layer of speaking about foreign countries the same way that they did about Gaza, by referring to the war on Lebanon and against Lebanese citizens as against being specifically against Iran. Now, what happened in the last couple of days? Well, Iran attacked Israel back. And to be clear, it is attacking them back. Israel attacked Iran first. Israel detonated a bomb in the capital city of Iran, has hit the Iranian consulate with a missile in Syria, has blamed the entire war effort on Iran against combating Iran, and will use Iran as a justification for all of this. Now, when Iran retaliated, what were the 3 targets that not only they claimed to be aiming for, but we can confirm were the targets that were being aimed at and hit for the most part. It was 2 airfields for the IDF Air Force that were housing F-35 fighters, as well as the headquarters of the Mossad. Now, I touched on this a moment before, but the headquarters of the Mossad exists in the middle of Tel Aviv. It is in a residential area, in fact. Now, from what I've learned from watching Western media, from listening to Benjamin Netanyahu talk, is that that would be using human shields. So is Israel using human shields by creating military infrastructure in, I don't know, high density areas in the city next to residential areas? Are they using human shields to do this? By doing this, are they using human shields? Well, by their argument, yes, you are. That's a moot argument, though, because every country is like no country in the world builds all of its military infrastructure far away from any civilian areas. That's just not how this works, obviously, and we knew this, and we've been screaming about it for a year, but it is now important to talk about this from, okay, maybe an island does, but I don't know what island you're talking about. Beyond just the comparison for the language that we've seen there is this extra layer. Let me just open these up. Iceland, rather, sure. Does Iceland have like a standing military? Does anyone know? I mean, they surely do, right? How many people even live on Iceland? I don't know, I like Iceland. Let's just not talk about things that might make me like Iceland less. I'd like to not like Iceland less. One dude, Bjorn, and he is a good guy. Exactly, and that's why I like Iceland. And just to like hammer this home for you guys, the bombs were everywhere, the people fleeing Lebanon airstrikes. Whose bombs? Doesn't say Israel's the attacker. In fact, this reads as if Lebanon is doing the attacking, not the one being attacked. This is an example of passive voice, whereas Iran launches more than 180 ballistic missiles at Israel. This is an example of active voice. We can see it again in a different example. Israelis airstrikes, not in there obviously, so in Beirut's once bustling suburbs, smoking rubble and eerie quiet. Israeli airstrikes in Beirut's once bustling suburbs leave smoking rubble and eerie quiet. You can see the difference in what that not only sounds like, but the message that it brings across, the feeling that it gives to someone who's listening to, I don't know, anyone saying words, you know? The words that you hear, believe it or not, tend to have a big impact in what you believe. And so, let's bring this up. Now, this is a claim that Iran targeted an elementary school. Now, I know from this video, I know the actual case here is not that Iran was targeting said school, but that a Jordanian missile, just like the other case of a Jordanian missile launching to intercept the Iranian missile, resulted in this. It was the same case of the Palestinian individual who died in the West Bank from rubble.
תראו זה מכתש. יא אלוהים איזה מכתש. טיל ישר מאיראן.
Biases are difficult to decipher when you're looking at purely information from either social media or from mainstream news sources rather than all together. Actually, I think this one wasn't a Jordanian missile interception. I think it may have just been a rocket interception, because there is a difference between a missile and a rocket. But we know for a fact Iran was not targeting the school. Whereas, now if we compare this to... Is it that one? Right, actually, this is a whole other thing. I was going to compare it to the bombing of Beirut in a second, but this I put in here because it's weird, and I wanted to... I added Nightbot in, but I didn't add any commands because I don't know what commands to add. All right, I've been tired. I slept most of yesterday. This wasn't actually supposed to be in this part of this the links, but this is weird. All right, I saw this morning when I woke up, that there were reports that Israel had struck a Russian airbase in Syria, but I had only seen these reports, and still to this day, I did make it a mod. I can see that it's a mod, like active in the chat right now. This has only been reported, and still has only been reported by either very pro-Zionist accounts or alt-right neo-Nazis, like far-right neo-Nazis. But no one else. I even checked RT. Nothing from the Russians about this. Nothing from any mainstream media source about this. I think I just actually need to add in commands myself, Idiot Drone. But yeah, creating bias so that people who don't pay attention have a hard time detecting bias. And it's true. And it results in shit like this. I don't know. I can see. I have the Twitch thing open, and it says that Nightbot is a mod. Don't know what to tell you. But this bias doesn't just affect people on that side of the world. I did join a channel. I joined my channel. I did exactly what you told me to do.
You are traitor. You are traitor. Go to Gaza. Go. They want you in Gaza. Why you don't go to Gaza? Why you don't go to Gaza? Why you don't go? Why you don't go to Gaza? We are the best people in the world.
We are the best people in the world. You are proceeds to use a slur that's directed at Palestinians. Of course, the world's most moral army.
You are Amalek. War criminals. You are Amalek.
The world is outraged against what you're doing.
Why you don't go to Gaza? Why you don't go to Gaza?
No, don't be disappointed. This guy is base, the one on the left. This guy's the one that needs to get, like, some mental help. Some mental health help, rather.
Go to Gaza! Go to Gaza!
I did.
And
I did.
Go! We don't want you.
Can join
You're
me.
not part of our people. You're not part of our people.
Oh, yeah, here's that very clear "you're a bad Jew" debate that doesn't come up, ever in the United States, is not at all one of the main contributing factors of anti-Semitism spreading based on the actions of Israel. No, we could never.
You are not part of our people. You are not part of the Jewish people.
You are not represented.
Go to Gaza. Go to Gaza.
You are not Jewish. Judaism is not about...
I agree with this one, by the way. Most base Jew in New York City, I think. Not to say that there aren't plenty of other base Jews in New York City. Guy's pretty fucking base.
The race. Judaism is a religion.
Go to Gaza. Go to Gaza.
Don't you support the killing of everyone?
We support living. We support life. You are not. You are Amalek. You are Amalek.
Everyone is suffering.
Amalek.
Just continue yelling slurs. Yes.
Jews. Everybody is suffering because of your wicked state of Israel.
Damn. Now,
so let's get more on this now with former NBC News correspondent and Tel Aviv bureau chief Martin Fletcher. Martin.
Now we're going to have a look at what the biased language says now. This is post-Iran's retaliation, and a lot of this bias now is going to be directed towards Iran. And again, let me make clear, Iran has claimed they were acting in self-defense. They have, for the second time, telegraphed their intentions of retaliation prior to retaliating, although the time given after this attack, prior to this attack was much shorter than the first time around, which honestly, fair. We don't advocate for violence on this channel. No Fed posting. No more warnings for that.
Always good to have you with us. So let's recap here. Lebanese officials say more than...
But beyond the measure of self-defense claimed by Iran, beyond just the news that that was a claim, I get to hear anything from Western media about that.
1,300
sarcasm doesn't read in chat, though, does it?
Killed since Israel stepped up its airstrikes on Lebanon more than...
Oh, I gotta warn you guys, by the way, you're gonna be tempted to Fed post. Don't do it. They will come for you. They'll come and arrest you. I'm not kidding. You can't say this kind of stuff you can't say the lines that Israel has made the standard when it's the other way around, when it's in reverse. You can't do what the heavy pro-Zionists do and harass the pro-Israelis. First off, I will ban you, and second off, the government will come and arrest you. I'm not joking.
Million have been displaced. Just this morning, the Israeli military ordered the evacuations of another 25 Lebanese villages. You covered this region for decades. Is this as bad as you've seen it before? Put some historical context on this.
Absolutely, Joe. I think it hasn't been as bad as this for maybe since the 1973 war when Egypt and Syria invaded Israel, surprising them. This is the situation that everybody feared. Israel is now faced with a multi-front war. They're fighting in Lebanon. They're fighting against the Houthis.
Oh, hey, look! It seems like when we warned Israel this was going to happen, and like the former IDF friend or whatever was in the chat a minute ago was saying that there is a pro-Palestine bias in the media, and that, you know, we have spent the last year putting more pressure on Netanyahu than we have against, I don't know, Hamas, even though you literally will not hear an American politician talk about Palestine, Lebanon, Syria, Iran, any of it without first having to do the I condemn Hamas on October 7th bit. Like, well, yeah, they were a troll, obviously. They're all trolls. But they did bring in a benefit in that they were a decent example. As they said, they believe that we were putting more pressure on Netanyahu. Maybe we should have, maybe that was for a reason, whatever pressure we were putting, even though we know for a fact that the State Department was actively going out of its way to pretend like everything was fine. We know that Anthony Blinken lied to Congress about aid not being let into Gaza, but we'll continue on.
And they're fighting in Gaza, and now they're beginning to fight in Iran. So this is what everyone feared. The question of will there be a wider war, as the Israeli Prime Minister said, there is a wider war. The question is how severe will it be? Now, Iran has been very successful over the years in avoiding any direct fighting with Israel on its own soil. It's always used its proxies in Lebanon and Gaza to do its, if you like, its dirty work against Israel. Now they're directly involved in a war with Israel. They've launched 2 massive missile attacks against Israel. The last one, 181 ballistic missiles hitting Israel, damaging some damaging some airfields, but causing remarkably little damage because of Israel's defenses, along with the United States helping Israel. The question now, what will Israel do?
My main point is that there is bias that is being employed by the state of Israel for the purpose of changing the way that people perceive conflict. And we haven't seen it yet. We haven't gotten to the end point yet. But what I'm getting to is that it doesn't extend when it applies to them. The language that they are using to justify their attacks on civilian populations and militants alike, even in other countries, when they are attacked, all of those justifications, all of those reasons, all of those arguments as to why they are moral and just and right do not apply to the other side, even when objectively they are in the wrong and the other side is in the right. As Israel likes to, like Zionists like to say, does Israel have the right to defend itself? Yes, of course it does. Does Iran have the right to defend itself? Well, no, obviously, like, they shouldn't get away with it. That's the point I'm trying to make, is that it's a bad thing and that we need to start calling it out more, because they will go far. In this case, they are at this point in time committing more terrorism and more violence in the Middle East than Iran is. Iran has tried to defuse this situation. Iran has held, like, Hezbollah back, for one, have tried to negotiate a ceasefire deal in Tehran, where they had Ismail Haniyeh, who was assassinated by Israel on Iranian soil, as he was the lead negotiator and very, obviously inside of Hamas, right after they had managed to get a ceasefire deal agreed to by Hamas. The point here is that their bias is bullshit. That's the point, Idiotron.
And will America be able to limit Israel's response to what
And
President Biden
beyond the fact that it's bullshit, it's that we're helping them spread it.
the proportional response? The one thing is very clear is that Prime Minister Netanyahu, Israel, they're on the war path now against Iran. They want to make Iran pay heavily for those missile attacks against Israel.
So, Martin, what is Israel's end game here in Lebanon? Ultimately, will this make Israel safer?
That's the question, isn't it?
Honestly, well, that laugh kind of says it there, doesn't it? So effectively manipulate the world opinion to get what they want. Well, actually, really, they don't have to manipulate the world opinion to get what they want. All they have to do is manipulate U.S. government policy by doing what benefits the U.S. government. They're not manipulating shit. We're just on board. That's kind of what it is America's on board. Because if America wasn't on board, if we really wanted to stop, we could stop. We could have put a stop to this a year ago. And unfortunately, Joe Biden is a ideological Zionist and has zero intention of putting a stop to this, even though the vast majority of not only Democrats but Americans think that we should. Isn't bias just bullshit by definition? No. Bias, because there's levels of bias that exist just naturally that people aren't aware of. This is a level of bias that's being done intentionally with the pure and unadulterated purpose of bullshitting people into beliefs that they don't have. So there is a line, and it is different depending on what we're talking about in relation to bias. Could have stopped in numerous times over the decades, but the sweet, sweet veto power, yeah, well. Well, this is propaganda. I don't want to use the word manipulation because it implies that that this isn't a two-way street, and it is a two-way street. It's not manipulation. This is American and Western foreign policy. Getting rid of Iran has been a staple of, or messing with Iran at the very least, has been a staple of U.S. foreign policy since, since before even Iran was a theocracy, considering they're a theocracy because we kept meddling in Iran. So that's just kind of par for the course. And yes, I blame Israel for the genocide, and I blame Israel for continuing to escalate. I just also blame the United States for not putting a stop to it when we very clearly can and should.
You've got about 70,000 Israelis who can't live at home in the north because they don't feel safe. Will this make Israel safer? It isn't clear. The first thing.
And that right there, that sentence was an example of bias.
Because that's the question, isn't it? You've got about 70,000 Israelis who can't live at home in the north.
You got about 70,000 Israelis who can't live at home in the north. Well, why can't they live at home in the north? Well, it isn't safe. Well, why isn't it safe? Because of Israel's own actions. It's just that simple. And again, going back to Gaza, yes, Israel has been occupying Gaza for 70 years. It's an apartheid state. All of this is atrocious. But the Israeli citizens in northern Israel would not currently be in danger had Israel responded with its regular, normal amount that it normally responds to, Gaza with, because I don't even want to say, just Hamas, because it's half the time they'll just hit Gaza for fun. They were bombing Gaza while they were getting bombed. I blame for-profit media who love this war. Well, that's definitely a big portion of it. For-profit media is kind of a blight on humanity in general, but it's not just the for-profit media. In fact, they're not even the strongest category to blame. It's just Israeli government and U.S. government and Western government policy. We all are doing this together. We're all complicit in this. That's the issue, really, is that we are complicit. Which is why I saved the Mehdi Hassan video that we're going to watch for the very end. That was specifically the reason, is because the video is about the fact that we are complicit, and I thought that it would make more sense at the end.
Don't feel safe. Will this make Israel safer? It isn't clear.
It isn't clear, really? It's just no. This is the answer to that question is no. You're just not saying that because you're on Western media. You're on NBC. You're a Tel Aviv bureau chief. Or former. De-escalation is another word for appeasement. It tells the Iranian regime there are no consequences for aggression and invites it to attack Israel again. That's what they are saying about Iran. Now, I wonder if you take Iran and swap the words out with Israeli, and you made this post from a Hamas channel, a pro-Hamas Twitter page, perhaps, would this be considered terrorist support, or would it be considered correct by the Western media? Well, I don't actually wonder. It would be considered terrorism, because the West will outright say that Hamas is a terrorist organization, because they do terrorism. There is a definition of terrorism, and it's political violence, it's violence on civilians for political means in order to spread terror and to advance those political means. Now, that definition fits with Israel as well, but I've only heard of one singular establishment, like proper Western establishment, at least American establishment, claiming that, and that was Leon Panetta, which the former director of the CIA and a former defense secretary under Obama. Only one. Now, then we come on here and we look at this other post. 180 ballistic missiles were fired by Iran at Israel, sending 9 million civilians running for bomb shelters. 9,000 rockets were fired at Israel since October 8th. You were quiet then, you should be quiet now in relation to Rashida Tlaib. I think that it is a ridiculous statement to make when, A, she literally got censured for saying that this was a genocide and we need to put a stop to it. She wasn't quiet then, she just wasn't on your side. And this 9 million civilians running for bomb shelters, first off, there's no way that every Israeli has access to a bomb shelter. Are they actually able to afford that? To be fair, that doesn't surprise me because. But the 9,000 rockets fired at Israel. I wonder how many rockets Israel has fired since October the 8th. Does anyone have a number? How many rockets has Israel fired since October the 8th? I'm willing to bet that it's over 9,000.
We have got a Fox News alert for you because right now Israeli troops are moving deeper into southern Lebanon after beginning their overnight invasion on the ground. Nate Foy joins us right now from Tel Aviv. Nate.
Hey, Steve. Good morning. Hezbollah's weapons capability to invade southern Lebanon overnight.
Where is the, here we go.
Building that used to be a school. Meanwhile, Yemen's Houthi rebels appear to have resumed their attacks on shipping in the Red Sea. 31 people. In one of them, Israel says they hit a Hamas command center that was inside a building that used to be a school.
That it used to be a school, but it isn't now, right? But when they were saying that Iran was targeting a school, you know, it's what I mean. It comes down to what you said to a normal response by Israel. So I don't think that that's a normal response. That was their normal response. I never said that I agree with that. I'm very much against all of what they've been doing. Israel has been in the wrong from the very beginning. It's their own fault October the 7th happened. I'm like, we're not, are we forgetting who I am here? Like, are you forgetting that you were there when I was talking about this the last time? When I say their normal response, I mean the way that they have responded in the past. Had they done that again, the world would not have paid attention to it. They always do. That's all I was saying. Not that it was good, not that it would have been good if they had done that. It's that none of this would have happened because the West wouldn't have paid attention. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Yemen's Houthi rebels
appear they're still evil. Like they're committing evil actions every day. And by day, I do mean the leadership and I'm willing to say the entirety of the IDF, but that's because of, while doing research for this, I had to see some stuff, I've seen some horrible stuff that the IDF has put out, but I had to see quite a lot more of it. I watched the ICJ hearing where they put out all of the IDF TikToks of them posting their war crimes, and I got to watch a whole half hour of exactly that I hadn't seen before. So, not particularly fun.
Air attacks on shipping in the Red Sea after Israel hit Yemen's port city of Hodeidah on Sunday. The Houthi
Where do you talk about
resolution requiring that
Hezbollah has been busy over the last
parts. Great job. 28 minutes now before the top of the hour. Let's expand on the conversation. Former IDF spokesperson Jonathan Conricus joins us now.
Oh, here, another
He's live in
Jetler.
Jerusalem with the latest. Colonel, the best you can. I know you know where the leaders are. I know you knew where Nasser al.
Yes, that's exactly what they did at Drone. But that was always part of the plan.
All it was. How well does the IDF know the tunnel system they're going into right now?
Oh my goodness, fucking the tunnels
the other
again.
side of the blue line.
So
will be one very important
what?
point of infrastructure that Israeli troops will be going in.
You need to really understand that every time they say this tunnel crap, it doesn't matter whether it's real or not. There's no justification to bomb civilians, and we can see that because Iran didn't bomb civilians while trying to get at the Mossad, which is also surrounded by civilian propaganda. I'm sorry, not propaganda. I was reading what you said. The civilian infrastructure. So, their excuse of we need to kill civilians and bomb buildings to get to the tunnels underneath is dog shit. It means nothing. And regardless of whether this tunnel is that or not, they have made that argument and they continue to do so.
The leadership of Hezbollah has been decimated.
But never when it comes to that.
Rank and file and junior and mid-level leadership.
Gotcha.
And I think that they are battle ready and they want to fight. And that's what the IDF is going in to deal with.
Colonel, the Wall Street Journal tells a story today that the U.S.
Battle ready, huh? Yeah. I mean, I suppose they are. They have managed to take down a few IDF soldiers.
Joining us now, former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak.
Oh, God. All right. You know what? Enough of that. I'm bored. I'm bored. I'm bored.
Defense editor Deborah Haynes is in northern Israel for us this morning. Deborah, great to have you with us as always. Why don't we start with that breaking news?
Well, yes, simply because Israel has elections, it's viewed as a democracy, but it's not just that, it's that they're a U.S.-friendly democracy. Remember, Iran also holds elections. Iran holds elections. Does it mean that they're free and fair? No. The standard of a democracy isn't just having an election, it's a free and fair election.
As it relates to the Hamas head of government, what more
And I'm not sure that, I haven't seen much about what voting is like in Israel, but I mean, there's only so much free and fair election stuff you can do with a state-owned media and actively committing a genocide and also going out of your way to shut down other media that's, operating in and around where you are. I mean, they took this excuse to take down Al Jazeera headquarters in Israel, but they've wanted to do that for quite a while. These people hate, I don't know. I think so. The Israeli government, though, they don't want people to know reality, even in Israel. They never have.
And why are we learning about it now if it, as reported, took place some months ago?
Oh, well, I don't care then.
It was a night of terror for Lebanon.
And who was doing said terror, I wonder?
This was the capital city.
It is the capital city.
The Israeli airstrikes have been plenty and often and terrifying.
Well, thank you for calling them Israeli airstrikes for once.
And there's been no
when showing
stopping.
Footage of it.
Tremendous devastation as the Israeli forces hunted down one man, the leader of Hezbollah.
One man, not the 500 civilians that died with the precision airstrike directed at that man. No, that's definitely not it. I'm looking to see if Bush can. Yeah, no, they still can't go to Europe.
Been meeting deep underground. Parts of Dahir in the Beirut southern suburbs have been reduced to ashes. This is a stronghold of the militant group and its loyalists, but it's also home to hundreds of thousands of people. It took until early afternoon for the militant group's television channel.
Women screaming actually in the background.
Some of Nasrallah's supporters immediately took to the streets. This was the news they'd been dreading. There'll be much mourning, but also anger at his loss, a kick in the guts for the militant group. And
I feel like it's not just for his loss. I feel like it might be the fact that Israel is invading their country. I don't know. Maybe. Just throwing it out there. This 14 number, I've seen 8 being referred to, but These are 8 soldiers from the IDF that were killed recently. Now, a thing that's weird that I'm not sure if that is what it is or not, but it really does seem like it. Hold on, let me just find this because I put this in a separate section. Yeah, here we go.
Joining me now are Matt Duss, Executive Vice President at the Center for International...
Sorry, Mehdi Hassan, you're gonna have to wait. Now, so these are the obituaries for these IDF soldiers, right? So looking at their obituaries, isn't it interesting how the couple that have darker, or sorry, the darker featured IDF, you know, blonde, oops. Blonde, get a longer obituary, and the darker IDF soldiers get the shorter obituary. Now, I'm not sure if that is just what it is, but I do find it interesting. So why are we surprised if former US president is still considered a war criminal? Well, because people have short memories and the average person is an idiot. Idiot drunk. That's why. And also because the same rules don't apply when we're talking about America and Israel and the rest of the world. At least not to Americans, not to Europeans, not to Israelis. And whether that should be the case or not, the answer is not, by the way. It does still have an effect on the discourse, you know? But yeah, I found that weird. But these are 8 IDF soldiers that were killed inside of Lebanon.
Fox News Alert now, Israel just enacted missiles at Tel Aviv yesterday after Iran fired roughly 200 ballistic missiles at the port city of Haifa.
Forces are confirming that at least one soldier was killed. Itzhak Oster, a 22-year-old group of fighters who indicate...
Okay, this was all like every Fox News link I have up was specifically for bias sake. And I don't care about pointing it out anymore because it's incredibly obvious and clear. Yeah, maybe. But also, this is one of these KIA Israeli soldiers and the things that he has said in the past.
What, baby? Say that again. Say it again.
No, maybe I kill a girl, she was 12, but I'm looking for a baby. We are looking for babies, but...
So, yeah, that's, I mean, that belongs in The Hague. That guy and that video, and just put like a example in there of, hey, look, this is what it sounds like when you're posting videos of war crimes on TikTok. Little button that you can press, and you press it and it plays that video. Oh yeah, that's because we're America and we don't care about international law. We're America. That was a really like I remember hearing about that and the way that we implemented that law, that we should absolutely be exempt from the ICC, which is the same kind of behavior that's being exhibited by our puppet state. Surprise, surprise. That's true. We have the UN headquarters. We're right. Except, you know, we're not right.
About Israel. I'm hopeful about Israel because my people, the Jewish people,
oh God, this music is cringe.
From dispossession and genocide. And against all
all odds became the ones to commit that genocide.
We restored our sovereignty in our ancient homeland. We built a powerful and vibrant democracy.
Right, yeah, sure. This is the kind of stuff that gets shared and people believe because, you know, easy, bam. American media says that this is correct, therefore it's correct, except it's not. And they'll just keep going. The most moral army on earth.
aid to Israel isn't about fueling conflicts. It's about ending them.
Ending them. Because what? Giving aid to Israel has ended what conflict so far? The conflict to not have any conflict in the Middle East, maybe? Well, I wouldn't say that, considering there was still conflict in the Middle East, but we will not allow Israelis to live in terror. Only everyone else. A reminder, Hitler emerged and took a powerful, peaceful, vibrant democracy, the Weimar government, just saying. Yes, except we've covered that Israel was not the Weimar government, that even shortly after its founding, people like Albert Einstein were writing to the New York Times about the Nazi-like quote. Like, I'm not kidding. It was 1948. The Nazi-like rhetoric that was coming from the leading political party in Israel at the time. Now, if that was in regards to us as like the USA, well, you know, I feel like you're a bit late for that when we covered the US election stuff first, but that's not your fault. Israel using white phosphorus again, but this time in Beirut, which has been banned by the Geneva Convention since 1925. I mean, and like this is substantiated. It's not being denied. It's not just Human Rights Watch. This is on Al Jazeera. I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Israel not interested in regional war, says former National Security Advisor 14 hours ago. These people are lying. I don't, like, at this point, we don't need to,
Okay, the second question is, the Secretary and
Actually,
you
this one is
say
important.
that Israel has the right to defend itself, but how it does it, it matters. So this morning, there were 6 first responders were killed in Lebanon, civilians. In Gaza, it's over 40,000, 70% are women and children. In Lebanon is one...
The issue isn't with democracy. The issue is with the authoritarians who try and take advantage of democracy. You know, actually, I want to watch that press conference before I cover it.
They don't want.
Let's just watch Mehdi Hassan instead. Let's finish this off. I'm getting tired, and this is fun. Like, Mehdi Hassan is fun, rather. So let's just
Vice President at the Center
move
for
it along.
International Policy in Washington, D.C., and a former senior advisor on foreign policy to Senator Bernie Sanders, and Karim Makdisi, Associate Professor of International Politics at the American University
Where
of
is
Beirut in
Mehdi
Lebanon,
Hassan?
who joins us today.
No, he got fired from MSNBC for being too pro-Palestine. He has his own thing going on now. He founded Zetio with someone else. And now he just does much more overt content when he doesn't have to deal with MSNBC censoring him.
From Paris, thank you both for joining me on the show. Much to discuss. Karim, let me start with you. What is your reaction to recent events in Lebanon? Obviously, people were worried about an escalation in Lebanon for the past 11 months. Israel's been threatening one, but we had the pager attack, and then...
He's done a really
Monday,
excellent debate against Elon Levy somewhat recently. Definitely recommend checking that out.
Yes, it's absolutely awful.
what's going on in Lebanon. People have been waiting for the past several months for something to possibly escalate like this. And this attack on last Monday was absolutely shocking, with 500 people killed, as you're saying, and it's been several hundred killed since then, with many thousands wounded. There's been a massive displacement. I know from friends and others where a lot of people are heading to Beirut from the south and from the Bekaa. A lot of people heading north as well. So there's this great anxiety, great fear about what might happen, and a sense of foreboding that there doesn't seem to be any kind of end in sight. People are, in a sense, people are used to Israeli attacks. People are used to Israeli invasions, the idea of invasion, the idea of Israeli attacks, the idea of Israeli violence. But after the genocide and the kinds of language and the kinds of words that are being used by the Israeli leaders, Netanyahu and others.
And see, this is what I meant to say when I was talking about the normal, quote unquote, Israeli response, is that people are used to a certain amount of violence from Israel. And so that is also a tactic that Israel employs by producing this violence on a somewhat regular basis. They desensitize not only the populations that they are using this violence on, but also the rest of the world watching it.
There is genuine fear going around.
Matt, were you surprised at the sheer ferocity of the Israeli assault? It's the single biggest day of killing in Lebanon since the end of the civil war in 1990, I believe.
Yeah.
Over 500 dead in a day, even by Israeli standards.
Yes, right.
Even by the standards of Gaza,
Yes.
500 dead in a day.
Right, no, I was surprised. And that's saying a lot. What we've seen over the past 11 months really just defies belief, really unprecedented, I think, in this century in terms of modern warfare, the amount of destruction. But the ferocity of the strikes this week were staggering.
And Karim, I've got to ask the question right at the outset before we get into the weeds on this. The Israeli argument is that Hezbollah attacked us on October the 8th. Hezbollah came after us. We were minding our own business when it came to Lebanon. So we've been forced by Hezbollah to do this. What is your response to that line of argument that you hear, not just from Israel, but a lot of people in the media here?
Yeah, I mean, the short answer is that that history did not begin on October 7 or October 8. There's a very long context of Israeli attacks, Israeli invasions. Israel remains an occupation of Lebanese territory to this day. It remains, in a sense, to many, an existential threat to Lebanon. So while Hezbollah did initiate an attack, it initiated on October 8 in the Golan Heights, or an area.
I understand this argument. And he is not factually incorrect in any way, but I would still use the argument of Hezbollah is not the government of Lebanon, is not, you can't invade a foreign country because people in said foreign country attacked you for committing a genocide. Especially a foreign country in which you are not at war with. Yeah, I don't like his answer. I do see where he's coming from, and I don't think that he's wrong. I don't think that it justifies terrorism, as you said, but I also don't necessarily think that the attack from because Israel and Hezbollah had not been actively fighting as if we're pretending as if they hadn't been at all since 2006. This isn't true. There's been border skirmishes. There have been pot shots fired back and forth. That was more my point, is that it plays into Israeli propaganda directly, and that it makes it not useful in that case. I still would argue that you can't invade a foreign country, even if a terrorist group in said foreign country that is not the government of said foreign country, without the support of said, government attacking you. And just to be clear, because they would argue against that by saying, well, by not stopping them, that's supporting them, when we both know that the government of Lebanon is not strong enough to stop Hezbollah. Hezbollah, might not be the government, but they do have more power than the government, and therefore, you know, if you really wanted to find a way of doing this that was quote unquote correct, it would be to get the government of Lebanon to allow you in to handle Hezbollah. And even in that case, bombing Beirut, in like the literal capital city of this country, and killing 500 people in a day is not doing that. Regardless of whether the leader of Hezbollah was in that building or not, it doesn't matter. You don't have the right to do that at all. If Iran did that to Israel, we would all be absolutely livid. But the rules need to be the same for everybody on the board here. And to make it that way, we have to start talking about every group, every country, every piece on this board as a degree of equivalency, you know, at the very least. So is it as if U.S. under the pretext of fighting the Mexican cartels would basically start bombing Mexican cities? Exactly. That would be the direct, that would be a direct example, a mirror of this for U.S. politics. And might I add that Republicans want to do that. Like that is not a joke that you came up with. That has been proposed in government. Maybe not Mexican cities, but the U.S. military directly intervening in Mexico has. And, well, it wouldn't be the first time that we did some horrific shit in Central and South America for our own gain. It's all somewhat related. All right, are you guys ready for the last 3-minute ad break of the stream? Because if you're not, then you better pick up a sub, because you're getting that 3-minute ad break at the crucial point of us listening to Mehdi Hassan talking. And I'm sorry to say it, but I'm going to continue.
As Shebaa Farms that Lebanon claims is its own territory occupied. The Syrians claim it's Lebanese territory. The Israelis say it's Syrian-occupied territory. But either way, that first...
Damn, now, Idiotron, you got me thinking about, oh my goodness, if Trump wins, are we gonna, like, do that? And the answer is probably yes. We probably are gonna do that if Trump wins. Not necessarily bombing Mexican cities, although I don't put it past them. Oh God, I don't know what those ads. I don't know either of those sites, but I don't want to. But definitely U.S. military intervention in Mexico. If Trump wins, that's almost certainly going to happen because they have to do something about something to make it look like they care. And like fentanyl does come in through the southern border. It's just not being brought in by immigrants. Is being brought in by U.S. citizens because, you know, Americans love our drugs, and something needs to be done about that. Not that doesn't need to be done about that, but when have you known these people to make, I don't know, real solutions for actual problems people face that are helpful? I can't really think of very many instances of something like that.
Today, the reaction was towards occupied Shebaa Farms. And then, of course, it escalates after that, back and forth. So the answer is there's a long history there, and the solution has to take into account that long history.
And Matt, in terms of long histories, obviously Americans aren't very good when it comes to long histories, whether it's American elites or the American public. When you look at what's happening with Lebanon right now, from a DC perspective, you had Joe Biden say, my red line is Rafah. Netanyahu trampled all over that red line.
Yeah, like 50 other red lines too.
Yeah, destroyed Rafah in many ways. Then he said, well, regional escalation, that's another red line. Like, we're not going to support you. There were all these leaks from the administration.
Well, so now it's not escalation. Remember, it's de-escalation through escalation. That's the line that Israel is using.
Well, if you pick a fight
as if it made any
Gaza,
sense.
They've picked a fight beyond Gaza. There's an argument that they want to escalate to Iran, and we'll come to that. What is going on in Washington, D.C.? You're here. You've worked in this town on foreign policy for a long time. You've worked in Congress. What calculations are going on right now in the White House, in Congress?
Right. I mean, to back up, what you said about the red line.
Is how do no, hold on. You don't need to have worked in D.C. to know exactly the kind of conversations that are being had at the White House surrounding this in D.C. right now, because those conversations are how do we support Israel doing all of this without making it directly look like that and joining in with our own military, which is what Republicans would like to do. Again, like we saw just after the actual missiles were launched by Iran, Lindsey Graham, Republican senator, put in a bill to get Congress to approve using U.S. soldiers against Iran. Like, Republicans are fully on board. And this is what I mean when I say that it matters who you vote for. If you care about, I don't know, war, the Middle East, other people's lives, like anything regarding Israel will be significantly worse under Trump than it is under Biden. And Biden is the actual Zionist. Trump isn't. He's just in favor of letting anyone do anything they want as long as they bend the knee and give us money.
Biden laid
and more power. And also Trump hates Iran, so.
Red line on Rafah, but it became clear that the real red line was that regional escalation. We've seen the U.S.
Fox News viewers love every war.
Iran-backed groups, especially after the strike on the Jordanian facility that killed several American service members, and they opposed the Rafah invasion.
Fox News might be the dominant cable news network, but most Americans don't get their news from cable news anymore. Like the people that watch Fox News now are almost entirely above the age of 65.
Until it became clear that that invasion could be carried out without spilling into Egypt. So
barring the most nutty of MAGA, I feel like maybe their viewership numbers have started to go up since, I don't know, the push to reinvigorate the crazy in MAGA is back so close to the election, so their viewership numbers lately are probably higher than usual. But I don't know, 3, 4, 5, 6 months ago, I wouldn't go as far as saying the average Republican even was regularly watching Fox News. Only the most zealot of them all, of the group. The vanguard of MAGA, so to say. I don't know, I couldn't think of a better word.
Admitted that the humanitarian impact, the number of deaths and displaced in the Rafah operation was as bad or worse than they feared, but as long as it was contained within Gaza, as you said, Netanyahu rolled right over it. The challenge we have now is almost a year into this, whatever President Biden might say about what he wants or doesn't want, he refuses.
Jesus, I figured at the very least most of them were getting their news from Twitter. And not that that's much better depending on the side of Twitter that you're on, but I mean, it's not that that's better than, I would even say just casually looking at Twitter, you're probably going to get at least better odds of some truth than looking at Fox News. I mean, I don't know, you might get some worse things on Twitter than you'd get on Fox News, but marginally at best, really, I guess.
Refuses and has refused all along to impose any costs on Netanyahu. And until
you just get it without the dog whistles.
Netanyahu is going to continue what he's doing, which is prolonging, sustaining, and expanding this war for his own political purposes. Again, it is very clear that that is what is driving this Israeli.
It's not just his own political purposes, because his not only this does benefit him politically and personally, but the average Israeli is not necessarily anti-war. They're just kind of angry at the fact that so many of the hostages died. Like the protest outside of Netanyahu's, in Tel Aviv, outside of the Knesset, have been for various different things. It's been for the hostages. It's been for when they tend to suffer, that's when they tend to protest. But like we've also seen protests of them doing it, like a major movement of pro-torture towards Palestinians in the case of the Sidi Timan protest. So that is concerning. I guess maybe there's a whole new push of investing money into content creators to try and grift for the right wing in the last year. So maybe that would be a reason for that. I feel like on an off election year, the viewership of Fox News would decline significantly more. But I might be operating on a thought process that's outdated. I'll have to look into the numbers after stream. I will, though. I'll write that down.
The officials themselves have acknowledged this. The president himself, apparently, reportedly, privately, has acknowledged that he understands that Netanyahu knows his only path to staying in political power and avoiding the reckoning for October 7 it is to sustain this war.
Karim, as Matt says, it is very clear to everyone, both in Washington, D.C. and in Tel Aviv, what Netanyahu is doing for his own personal political calculations and gain. But he benefits, does he not, from having opponents in Gaza and Lebanon, Hamas and Hezbollah, which...
Yeah, they are. That's why they need to be shut down. Because they're not, at least not shut, like, they can still operate. Maybe just make them drop the word news from their name, I guess. They're not news, you know? I don't care if people want to watch this crap. I'd rather them not. But that is their right as an American. But to pretend that this is news and a accurate representation of reality is harmful to not only social cohesion, but to the mental health of the people watching it. I remember seeing Fox News saying that, yeah, not shut down. I meant like shut down their ability to do it from the way that they do. I remember hearing like Fox News saying at one point that Hamas was coming into the United States through the southern border. Like, yeah, you can't have news in your name if you're gonna do shit like that. You can operate, that's fine. Anything and everything that is spoken can get you in trouble, including committing crimes. Yeah. That should have a little nice... It's like, when you watch Jackass and they're like, these stunts are performed by professionals, don't try this at home. It should need to have a label like that prior to every... Yeah, like on cigarettes. Fox News is like a cigarette. It might make you feel a little better when you're mad about immigrants or the queers or that your wife left you, but it won't make your life better in the long run. And it's not good for you.
Which are designated foreign terrorist groups in places like the United States and the UK, which, in the case of Hamas on October 7th, did carry out war crimes. He benefits from having these groups. What is the view on the ground in somewhere like Lebanon? We've talked a lot on the show about Gaza, Palestinians, the right to resistance. Where does Hamas fit into all of this? What about Hezbollah? Explain to our viewers what role they play inside of Lebanon, because sometimes you hear people saying, well, they're a mainstream political movement, they've been part of the government.
It actually
they're very popular
will.
with Shia communities, it's a divided country. But then you also see polling that says...
Look at QAnon. QAnon was a very clear example of that.
Actually, they're really unpopular with the Lebanese, who see them as a state within a state. Give us some background on how they're seen historically, but also right now in the middle of this conflict.
Yeah, so of course this is a very complicated question with also a long history, but the idea is that there is division. So the idea is that Hezbollah did emerge as a resistance group basically comes to be in 1985, but after the Israeli invasion in 1982. So it came after Israeli invasion. I think that's one very important point. So it was a reaction to Israeli invasions and occupation of Lebanon and of southern Lebanon, and that's when Hezbollah kind of came about, and then increasingly became the dominant resistance group. It used to be several resistance groups, and Hezbollah became the dominant one, and then became increasingly professionalized and strong in the 1990s onwards. So that's one part. It is extremely popular among its own community in southern Lebanon, in the Bekaa and other areas.
Well,
and now,
again, we have to consider why it's extremely popular especially in southern Lebanon. I mean, you can see the why just without having to go any further than southern Lebanon. Those would be the people who had the most experience with Israeli soldiers, going back to like 2006 even, and beyond that, they're the ones that feel the most afraid. And Hezbollah, to them, are the people that are standing in the way. Of course they're popular in southern Lebanon. Of course they're popular in Lebanon generally, though less so prior to, I don't know, the genocide beginning in Gaza. They were less popular. They had lost their most recent election pretty substantially, as in they could not even gain a ruling coalition, a majority coalition in government. And all this has done now is made them more popular, stronger. This conflict has done nothing but create new militants. I mean, like in Gaza, we're talking about a population that was vastly, like majority under the age of 18. However many of them are left, I find difficulty in thinking how they're not going to be angry for the death of their families, for the death of their city, for the death of their neighbors, their friends, their, I don't know, blowing up of their schools and their hospitals, and et cetera, and et cetera, and et cetera. And I would find it difficult to have the belief that watching the atrocities happening in Beirut aren't radicalizing more Lebanese people to think that something like a group like Hezbollah is required to keep them safe. I've said this many a time, but like the actions that Israel is committing are not making Israel safer. Netanyahu personally is responsible for a massive increase in the spread of anti-Semitism. He's doing it while also saying there's an anti-Semitism problem, while also conflating all Jews and Israel. He's doing this intentionally, of course, because it benefits him at the expense of Jews everywhere. But it doesn't matter because it benefits him, and that's all he cares about.
The past year, any kind of sectarian tensions that might have existed has also been kind of, I would say, weakened, because in the end, Hamas and Palestinians are largely...
Idiotron, Twitter is run by a loony, so, you know, I don't know how much you can expect from them.
Sunni Muslims and Christians, for that matter. And so the Hezbollah is seen as the only real force, along with the Houthis, the Yemenis, who are really helping in fighting this Israeli aggression and trying to get a ceasefire. Ultimately, all of these groups are trying to get at the end of the genocide in Gaza and a ceasefire.
The average person doesn't know that the settlements in the West Bank are illegal. At least the average American, they don't think about that kind of stuff. They're not thinking about whether or not Israel is a democracy. To the average American, Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East. They're the only country that matters in the Middle East. To the average American, yes. The average American is not very... They're not very smart, but they're also not very educated on the world and of geography. Most Americans could not point on a map and tell you which one is Israel and which one is Lebanon if you got the labels off of them, let alone the idea of which one is a democracy and which one isn't. Or, realistically, they technically both do fall under some sort of democracy, but Lebanon would have the freer and fairer democracy, I would imagine. Can we pull everything out of the Middle East and just stop giving weapons to Israel and let them? No. Because if we did that, then all of their neighbors would kill them, and then we'd have 2 genocides, worshiper of the Olympians. This is, to me, fault for profit media. Again, money is a big part of this, but it's not just money. It's ideology. It's corruption. It's certain evil people using ideology, using money, using their power to do evil things for their own personal gain.
Ceasefire in Gaza. They've all said over and over and over, and Hassan Nasrallah has said it again last week in his most recent speech, that everything stops when there's a ceasefire and the end of genocide. That's it. I mean, there's a very clear point. So there is, and I don't want to say that, but there is division.
And I believed that would have been the case. Prior to invading Lebanon, if Israel had just stopped doing a genocide and done a ceasefire, I believe that Lebanon would have stopped attacking them. Now, you can call me naive for that, but they've given me no cause to disbelieve them in the last year when, in regards to this. They didn't join Hamas on October 7th. They didn't attack until October 8th after, Israel had already begun making it very clear that this was not going to be a retaliation the way that they usually do it. That alone should not allow Israel to have the moral high ground, but somehow the democracy label does that, even if Israeli civilians and settlers would actually kill unarmed Palestinians. Well, yes, but also it's not just the democracy label, it's America's backing. America even acknowledges that these settlements are illegal. However, Americans are some of the most prominent settlers. Americans will often go to Israel and then go be a settler in the West Bank. There is a crossover there. And yes, American media as well. But beyond just it being illegal, to the point where even we've acknowledged it, there's been 0 consequences. And so, because there's been no consequences, we've not done anything to incentivize them to stop, I guess. And you need to incentivize people from stopping bad behavior, or they're not going to do that. They're either going to hit a wall and then stop doing the bad behavior because, ouch, that hurt, or you have to show them that it's not helpful and incentivize them and make it more beneficial to do positive actions, not negative actions.
In Lebanon, a lot of people blame Hezbollah for a kind of dragging Lebanon into the war. And they don't particularly want to be kind of connected to the larger question of Palestine and the larger Palestine issue politically, although there's huge sympathy and empathy for Palestinians in Gaza, in the West Bank. Some in Lebanon feel
and this has been holding true for the entire duration of the genocide of Palestinians up until Israel started taking it further, started spending more energy on Lebanon, more time, more rhetoric, and now the course, I believe, will have fully reversed after Israel started to bomb Lebanon, to invade Lebanon, killing hundreds of people, thousands of people in what, a week it's been. There will be a much higher degree of support for groups like Hezbollah now. They're still effectively playing the Holocaust card, mostly because we're letting them out of it without feelings of guilt. I mean, yes, you're correct, Mopor. That is kind of what they're doing. That's also the reason that American politicians need to do the whole, I condemn Hamas bit. October 7th was really, really bad prior to literally anything they say, because if it can be construed as criticism and they haven't said that, then they're just going to get called a full anti-Semite. Not that they don't anyway, because they do anyway, and be compared to the Nazis, which they do anyway. As in, like, the people criticizing Israel still get compared to Nazis, even though Israel is acting objectively closer to Nazi Germany than that of any country on the planet right now, bar maybe, like, America in 3 months.
That this should be separated from Lebanon. For my part, I think you...
Maybe. Hopefully not, but quite possibly. That is still a real risk, and we can't ignore it. Well, yeah, of course that. Like, beyond just controlling all of the media, they've killed more journalists, including American journalists, in the last year than any other conflict in the world. They don't even control the media. They are suppressing any media that they don't control. Like, it's both sides. They control all of the media, and they will not allow anyone else to. I don't think that he'll win electorally. Doesn't mean that there's not a real chance that he will win again.
You cannot separate Lebanon, and especially South Lebanon, from what's going on in the larger Palestine question and Gaza. It's impossible.
Matt, you're saying that's right. Karim mentioned Houthis there. When Israel says we're being attacked on multiple fronts by Iran, by
I forget Yemen
Houthis,
sometimes
by
too.
Hamas.
Yeah, so what? Israel is now attacking Gaza, the West Bank, Lebanon, Syria, and Yemen.
By Hezbollah. And someone like Karim says, well, actually, they all say end the genocide and we'll stop this. The Houthis have said that for a while. The counter comes, well, you can't trust these groups. That's a very naive, simplistic view of the world. But could it be that simple, that if you stop the killing in Gaza,
Have
a
you
lot of this
tried?
goes away?
No, there
You know, maybe if you tried and they didn't stop, then this line would be more accurate. But yes, as Mehdi Hassan said, could it maybe just be that simple? Do I believe every single one of these groups? Are they moral? Do they lie? No, of course I don't believe everything they say. Of course they're not moral. Of course they do lie. But have we tried? No? Maybe we should?
Obviously, a larger regional context here. Some of these groups,
Hopefully,
they have
Idiot Drone.
relationships with Iran, some of which are much closer, as with Hezbollah, some not so close, as with the Houthis. But it seems pretty clear that Gaza is the crisis that is driving this right now. So yes, once you end the Gaza war, you do have a range of other problems that you still need to deal with, a range of other conflicts.
Don't worry. Women have taken it upon ourselves to place that responsibility on women, considering, like, abortion is one of the largest easily accessible talking points to the median voter, and therefore this happened in Poland. It was effectively a dictatorship, and abortion made them lose elections. Don't fuck with women, We are half of the world, and over there in Poland, I hope you mean that they got rid of the dictatorship. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't go that far, Idiot Drone, but I do think that women are particularly moving to the Democrats even like Republican women, but there's still going to be plenty of Republican women who vote Trump. There still will be. That's the thing. You can't rationale somebody out of a position that they didn't come into themselves rationally.
But really, the Gaza catastrophe, it is what is driving this crisis right now. And we just, there's an effort by the Israelis, by Netanyahu, and by some in the United States to try and de-link these things, but we cannot.
Well, I call them traitors for being pro-insurrection and, generally supporting other traitors, not because they're women that are voting against reproductive rights. That just makes them stupid. They're not traitors for that. They're dumb bitches. I'm a dumb bitch, but I'm not that dumb. And there's a very clear line there. If you advocate and, vote for your own rights to be taken away, then you're dumb. You can say that. I'm not saying that. Again, you're allowed to have your own personal beliefs. What is the most common offensive thing that you're accused of or annoyed by? Say being accused of being stupid, emotional, irrational. Well, I am stupid. I am emotional. I am fairly rational. Irrationality would probably be out of that list the most annoying, but really I'm most annoyed by the fact that people just don't listen. Considering, it's almost always because I'm a woman, because you can tell when somebody tunes out from listening to you. And if you see the same look on someone's face and then realize they've tuned out when you start talking and you're objectively correct every time that this happens, I feel like maybe, it's usually what's going on in their minds. They're like, oh, look at this fucking hormonal lady. Blah, 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 blah. It's just, that's what pisses me off, is the refusal to engage, the refusal to pay attention, to respect the ideas of other people. Literally, all of the misogyny that Kamala Harris got when she became the nominee is a really good example, where Kamala Harris was a attorney general for the state of California, and to this day there are people, even other women, claiming that she got to that job by sleeping her way to the top, a claim that there is zero evidence of. And also, how? It's she ran for that. She was voted. She won 4.5 million votes to get this job, but they will still make this claim. And we all saw the memes and the comments and just the plain misogyny that was the entirety of the right wing for nothing but that for at least a week when she became the nominee, and has become their main way of dismissing her since is, well, she's a woman, so she doesn't matter. Well, she's a woman, so she's stupid. She's a woman, so her opinion doesn't matter. And that's why they'll still to this day focus on things like her laugh, because, why listen to somebody's words when you can make broad generalizations based on their appearance and, the way that they sound? Because that doesn't really require you to sit there and listen to a woman speaking. And that's the same thing that a lot of other women will also live through, and I fucking hate that. Yeah, that kind of shit, the underestimation. It's not an uncommon feeling for women to feel this way. And that's probably the thing that annoys me the most in how engaging with the right feels from my perspective. Yeah, thank God I'm not a black woman, because the extra added layer of that on top, I would lose it. I would lose my mind. I get angry on stream. You guys have seen it. And imagine if I was a black woman. They would never, ever stop commenting on it. Ever. Yeah, Kamala Harris has a lovely laugh. It is genuinely joyful. She makes me laugh when she laughs. It makes me smile when she laughs. It brings joy to those who actually have the capacity left in their hearts.
Doing the delinking in DC, Matt, they're doing that through ignorance, or they know? Like, is the guy sitting inside the Pentagon, the State Department, the White House National Security Council, is that guy, he knows that this is all interlinked, and that if we stopped one, we would stop the rest. But he can't say it because the political atmosphere doesn't allow him.
By and large,
in
I
this
think
town.
people know. But you do have, you have a faction in Washington, a very influential one that is just fundamentally committed to backing what Israel wants at any given time. Some who seem, particularly committed to Netanyahu. Some
I would argue
acting, I think,
multiple
in good faith.
factions
They are committed to the
that
security of
are
Israel.
all committed
but
to
the way that
Netanyahu
they
in Israel.
divide, support that in policy, we all see the results. Right? I mean, this Gaza war, the context of it comes in years and decades of U.S.-backed impunity in the occupied territories. That is what created the context for the attacks, the horrific attacks of October 7.
Kareem, what would you say to a supporter of Israel who says, well, hold on, you can, yes, 1982, Hezbollah, yes, 2006.
What the fuck do you mean by that? What do you mean by word salad? Because this is a claim that I've seen attributed to Kamala Harris before, and I'd really love for a man to explain it to me. Please, by all means. I'm not actually mad, Mopor. That made me laugh more than anything else. Well, that is statistically untrue. We just take longer to you because you don't want to listen. Kind of my whole point, isn't it?
Even. But right now, Israel was minding its own business. And
Although, I don't know, I can't say that I don't talk more than men, considering I talk more than most people do. I've been talking for 6.5 hours, so you men are going to have to step up your game.
Lebanon, that's in violation of UN Resolution 1701, which calls for Hezbollah to be disarmed, which they were not disarmed. What's your response to that line of argument?
Well, the line of argument is quite simple. Israel is in occupation of southern Lebanon, parts of southern Lebanon to this day.
And I would say, thank you, worshiper of Olympians. I would say that I even get to the point quicker than some men like Donald Trump do. Donald Trump is the definition of word salad and has an incredibly meandering way of speaking and has this for his entire life. That's the only reason that he's bearable to listen to is his very high energy and boisterous, loud, appeal. I guess the way that he speaks now is not the same as it was in 2016. And I would go further to even say that it's probably the reason why you see so many Trumpers walking out of rallies now. Really, you disagree? Well, he has no appeal to, reality, I guess, but he definitely has charisma. Donald Trump has charisma. He has charisma. Let me see if I can explain this Economist cover, eh? Let's give it a look. The Economist, Return of the Wolf, Mardi Gras Indians, The Battle of the Name of God, comic strips. Oh my God. This is a horrible, just set of nonsense. No, I'm not even gonna try. Hell no. He is the right-wing Rizzler. That's the thing is Mopar is no one else on the right has anywhere close to the charisma that he does. Remember, like, the primary they had? This year they tried to find somebody, and Donald Trump makes jokes, and even though usually what he says is terrible, occasionally he makes me laugh. Like, he can be funny on occasion. I disagree. I think you could have charisma without character. I think you need charisma to have... No, I don't think that either. No, I think you could have character without charisma.
Okay. The Israeli overflights...
you can have charisma without character, rather.
Of Lebanese sovereignty since 2006. That is when the UN Resolution 1701 came about. They've had the overwhelming number of overflights and drones and incursions and other matters, much more so than the other way around. Even in this war, I think around 70-75% of all projectiles, as the UN and others have recorded them, have come from the Israeli side, not from the Hezbollah side. Yeah. So there is an overwhelming number. Just the sheer number, if you take a number, it's very clear
Definitely
that the Israelis first of all, project much farther into Lebanon. They have a long history of invasions and incursions of violence. I didn't see Lebanon invading Israel. I don't see Lebanon...
Wait, Cheeseburger, you weren't talking about Trump, were you? We were talking about this guy? Because this I can low-key see. I can't see Trump in any way that way, but you do you.
At least up until very recently. And Hezbollah, as I said, it's been very clear, as has the Lebanese government, to be sure, that as long as there's a ceasefire, we will stop.
I'll try and not yuck your yum.
The government has said it. The foreign minister said it. The prime minister has said it. Every single group in Lebanon has said it. So it's not that politics people can believe or not believe, but it's been very clear and very consistent.
It's interesting you mentioned, Karim, Lebanon has not invaded Israel, and of course that's true. And the Israelis would say, well, it's not about Lebanon, right? It's not about Hezbollah. It's about Iran. Iran is the real threat, the existential threat. They are backing these groups. How much do you think what we've seen over the past couple of weeks, from the pager attack to obviously this week's assault, people are talking about a ground invasion, how much of that is Israel trying to drag Iran into this war, into open conflict? Because you had the president of Iran at the UN General Assembly saying, look, we may have to respond. We may have to get directly involved, which they haven't really ever done for their proxies in recent years, or ever.
Ever, in fact. Ever. In fact.
Well, I wouldn't call them proxy. We can talk about that, but yes, I think
that's a good point. I'm using Western media.
And yes, I also disagree with the categorization of proxy. I mean, they're as much of a proxy as Israel is an American proxy, but they're a group in which there is a shared belief and end goal, and they work together. That's by calling these groups Iran's proxies, you were essentially boiling it down to these are Iranian soldiers, and that's just not true. Thanks for tuning in, worshiper of Olympians. Wow, actually, you made it almost all the way through. I'm pretty impressed. This video is taking way longer than it needs to because we keep stopping, but that's because I have a lot to say, and you guys are really good at getting me to say things. Feels, worshiper of Olympians. That's exactly why it's taken this long. You are correct in your view of superior language skills, and you know what? That's the best description I've been given for that. You win. You don't get to get yelled at.
Lingo, what would you call the relationship?
Well, they call themselves part of the axis of resistance. So they're kind of partners with Iran, obviously, as the biggest partner and the one that provides the biggest support to all these different groups. But I'm not sure, for example, you can say the Houthis are proxies of Iran, and Hezbollah, maybe went from being some former proxy. It has expanded much more. It's become a lot bigger than simply being called a proxy. So,
I agree with that
I think this kind of
categorization.
language that always gets appeared in Western media, as well as the dehumanization, not you, of course, but in general, the kind of Western media, there's a huge amount of dehumanization, and we see it being echoed all the time by Israeli leaders.
Even I engaged in this throughout this stream because, to an extent, I was wrong. I am taking some of those words back. I was wrong, and I've been corrected. Dehumanization is a huge part of that. And it is also not just dehumanization, though. It is specifically a method of tying everything back to Iran for the purpose of warmongering and fear-mongering. The dehumanization is a huge part of it and is absolutely intentional. But the other part of it is that it does tend to amalgamate these groups into just the influence of Iran. And again, it's not just like how Israel may be allied with the US and might receive backing from the US, but their actions are their own, and just by nature of being on the same side does not necessarily mean you agree on how to do the same. Like, even Joe Biden has expressed, whether he believes it or not, that he disagrees with Israel's actions, has tried to feign at putting red lines in. I believe that less now, since the report about how the US government was lying to Congress about what's going on in Gaza, and also I lost my train of thought. Saw your text come in and I lost it. My superior language skills, in which I managed to lose my train of thought at the slightest change in my peripheral vision. I misspelled it many times and you read it correctly, but in mail streams they read my stuff and cannot figure out how my misspelling works, so they just retype it. Well, I didn't even read what you just said correctly because I read it too quickly, but I can figure out the meaning of what you're saying and putting it together. I don't necessarily think that that's just intelligence. I think that that's effort to a certain extent. I feel that it's worth putting in the effort to try and decipher what you said, because usually you are somewhat insightful. And whether someone new says it or not, I would try. But yes, also, Palin, Puckman, Bobert, and MTG. Hey, look, MTG has decent language skills, though she may be a massive dumbass, so. I'll take that W, idiot drone. If you think that women have superior language skills, that's honestly probably better for you in your personal relationship with women in your life. It's more beneficial to believe that than not, regardless of whether it's true. So let's just pretend that it is, and we all just agree that I have excellent intelligence and language skills, and we all applaud me for it. Yay, okay, cool.
Leaders, Israeli, settlers, groups, and also in the media, that there's no distinction between Hezbollah and the residents, for example.
I haven't read any genetic studies on the subject.
So just
Maybe
like
I will.
in Gaza, just like in the West Bank, wherever you identify, or the Israelis identify what they call a terrorist, they're able to kind of destroy it at any length and kill as many babies and children and women and men. I mean, men also killed that are not necessarily Hezbollah fighters. So I think it's a really important kind of point. But on the question of Iran, yeah, I think...
Nope, sorry, this Twitch chat is Australia-specific law, and you don't get free speech, and you don't get the Fifth Amendment. Sorry.
Attempt by Netanyahu to spark a war in Lebanon, to get Hezbollah to do a much more radical response, which they can do. They're still being very restrained, in order to then drag in Iran into this and get the Americans, involved in this war once and for all. I think this is a very clear kind of objective that Netanyahu wants. And what I think is really interesting to kind of point out is that Hezbollah is aware of this. The Iranians are quite aware of this, and they've got...
Everyone's aware of this. Even a former Israeli prime minister went on TV yesterday and said that Netanyahu wants America involved. Netanyahu wants America directly in a direct conflict with Iran, because that is the best chance that Israel has of destroying any chance of Iran getting nuclear weapon capabilities. Like, this had been known for a while. It's not new. That's not necessarily true, Idiot Drone. It's not that the jobs are less valued by society. It's that women are less valued by society, and the jobs are less valued by society.
Out of the way not to respond in a way that might provoke the Israelis into this and sort of, let them call on to their American kind of patrons to say, you see, now we're going to come in. They've been very restrained. Hezbollah is taking the blows kind of militarily. The pager thing, for example, that was an act of terrorism by the Israelis, mostly on civilians, frankly. I mean, even those that they claim to be Hezbollah people, these are kind of low-level Hezbollah kind of, let's say, public administration people. These are not the fighters.
People that were in the political party, not the militant group side of it,
Who thinks these are the fighters who walk around with pagers? I mean, they don't know how Lebanon works. They don't know that Hezbollah is a very big institutional organization with civil society and institutions and and medics and ambulance people and all sorts of kind of younger and older people who are just they're part of the administration in a sense. And that attack, by the way, was deliberate. It was the first attempt to deliberately maim. They didn't even want to kill. They wanted to maim and blind people across, these several thousand people. So it is a pure act of terrorism.
Yes.
And these are the kinds of things, ironically, where those that deeply oppose Hezbollah in Lebanon become a lot more sympathetic. So
we can totally come back to it another day.
For people in general, the amount of support for the resistance
I'll take the W
from Hezbollah, the party itself, has grown a lot in Lebanon. The kind of displaced, the refugees that are coming out, the heavy-handedness, the sheer murderous, attacks by the Israelis in Beirut and across the country are making it clear that people have to support the resistance, even if they deeply oppose Hezbollah on other kind of fronts.
It's a very good point. And
that's exactly what I've been saying.
Before, Matt, in the war on terror, where, quote unquote, the war on terror, which was a war of terror in many ways, and which emboldened a lot of groups and pushed a lot of people in the Middle East who should have been on our side, quote unquote, onto the side of our opponents because of the nature of how we fought. Has the United States, A, learned any lessons from its war on terror? And B, is it trying to impart any of those lessons to the Israelis?
Well, that's really interesting because President Biden, as you might remember, in the days and weeks after October 7, when he was, demonstrating his support for Israel, which again I think was appropriate, especially in the wake of that attack, said specifically, I'm trying to help them understand some of the lessons we learned after 9/11. Don't make our mistakes, and yet they're making worse mistakes.
Yes.
And the United States and President Biden himself is backing those mistakes unconditionally. So I'm very sorry to say it does not seem that, this city, many in this city have. I think there's been more criticism of this policy than we've seen in the past. But I'm really frustrated to see that so many in this city have not learned those lessons.
A lot of people watching this will wonder, especially globally, why can people in Washington, D.C. not see what everyone else in the world sees?
Because they have
you've been part of the bureaucracy,
bubble around
you've been
them.
in Congress, you're in a think tank in
They're
DC.
in their own echo chamber.
I think it's too simplistic just to say, it's AIPAC, right?
Yeah,
it's a lot of factors.
That's right.
What kind of factors are we talking here? Military-industrial complex, kind of the blob, as Ben Rhodes identified, kind of lazy conventional wisdom thinking.
Besides the money.
Joe Biden being a Zionist in his gut. Like, what are the just briefly explain to us, what are the multiplicity of factors that make Washington, D.C. so impervious to the arguments that seem to work everywhere else? Macron comes out and says the occasional sensible thing. The British government occasionally comes out, but not in D.C.
When it doesn't touch on one aspect, it's touching on another. When it's not about money, it's about ideology. When it's not about ideology or money, it's about stupidity, or it's about a lack of understanding, or this and all of these things are, it makes a lot of the times though, it is just money, and it is also ideology, because you don't have to be a Zionist to have this ideology. It's just Islamophobia is enough, honestly, for a lot of these people. I mean, that's how the Republicans are making the same push that the Democrats are. Just instead of the Zionist side, it's the, like, we gotta kill all the Muslims side. Bush started the wrong war, got reelected, and so they learned that if you control the narrative, you can do anything. Well, actually, I feel like maybe that might be the correct answer here. At the very least, a dual sense. Oh yeah, and then there's the whole rapture thing. Yeah. If you didn't know, there's like 20 to 30 million Americans who think that this will bring about the second coming of Jesus Christ and the rapture.
It's really hard to overstate.
And I mean, actually believe that.
Who's setting the tone as Joe Biden has, which is just full support for Israel and little, if any, acknowledgement of the humanity of the Palestinians, their value as human beings. I think we have seen this time and time again. And it's partially the avoiding disagreement with the leader of your party. I mean, this is not just a foreign policy problem. Any party, politicians in that party are by and large going to be very hesitant to break with the leader in their party, and he has set this tone. Now, that has not been total. We certainly have seen people in the Congress who've had the courage to disagree and criticize.
All Democrats, by the way.
All Democrats,
no Republicans.
Of course, all Democrats. Part of it is just who the people we have kind of informing us in the major meetings.
We're coming up on
they
7
tend to have
hours.
a particular ideological bent on this.
You guys mind if I put this on like 1.25 or like 1.5 speed? And just let me know if you can't understand, because Mehdi Hassan talks a bit fast.
Or else they just don't know very much about it, and so the people they are trying to learn from aren't giving them the best information. And I think we also have to acknowledge that a lot of this is just careerism. There are boundaries that are set. Those boundaries are changing. Again, I think the conversation we were having about these issues is different and in many ways better than we've been having in the past. But there is still a very real caution, especially for younger and maybe mid-level foreign policy professionals who have their eye on that future job in the administration and don't want to create problems for themselves down the road because they have seen how careers have been destroyed by people who take Palestinian lives too seriously.
What's so insane to me?
People who take Palestinian lives too seriously.
What's so insane to me, Matt, is that it is very clearly going to hurt the Democrats domestically if this continues to escalate. We are a month or two away from the election, month and a half, whatever, I can't keep track of the date anymore. Countdown to disaster. And there's no scenario in which a Middle East regional war involving America supporting Israel against Iran helps Kamala Harris.
None.
It's insane.
I agree.
It's self-harming for the Democrats.
I think this is, the Biden administration's, calculation clearly was that Americans wouldn't really care. I think,
Well, I think his calculation initially was that it would be over and the news media would also have moved on and therefore Americans wouldn't care. I don't think Biden anticipated it growing as much as it did. And then once it grew, at that point, it was just the same old, we'll be off this next week. The news cycle will move on, except it never did because they never stopped.
Obviously has taken a bit more of a forward-leaning approach on the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. I think that's important. I think it is notable that she lifted up the Palestinians and their right to self-determination in the convention speech. She didn't go as far as many of us wanted, but still, the fact that that was a short speech that checked a number of boxes, that was a box she felt she needed to check. So I think we should take that as an acknowledgement of this party, and that's a growing constituency in the party. But yes, the fact that she has not signaled more of a break from Biden's approach here, I think that's going to be a problem. It may be a problem at the margins, but this election is going to be very close. It will be decided on the margins, and this could make the difference.
Are you talking about Biden, Netanyahu, or Trump? Because I don't know what that description's for. I don't know why Biden would be in prison, so I don't think that it's either Trump or Netanyahu. I'm pretty sure those are the two you're referring to. But in either case, yes.
The war in Gaza and now a war in Lebanon and possibly a war with Iran could hurt the Democrats, which they don't seem to understand, bizarrely. Just talk to me about the regional implications of Iran, Israel, and possibly the United States actually getting into a full-on war, which we've talked about.
Yeah, Trump doesn't give a fuck about a two-state solution except for the fact that the people benefiting him by planning their actions accordingly with Trump do, and therefore he mildly must, a little bit. But yes, he is certainly trying to stay out of prison as well.
going back to 2003 in the Iraq War, what would be the fallout from Iraq? And we've managed to avoid full-on conflict with Iran going through the Obama, Trump, and now Biden presidencies. But with a month and a bit to go, are we on the verge of a full-scale war involving Iran?
Well, can I just say firstly that in the region and otherwise, we should have no doubt that as far as people are concerned, the US is fully complicit with the genocide in Gaza.
Yes.
This is understood, the weapons that come through, the support, the surveillance, and everything else. So it's not just indirect, but people consider it as well to be kind of direct support. And this is going to have
Which would be a fair argument to make.
In terms of US standing.
And
its
it's
role in the
actually
region.
correct.
This will never go away, no matter what happens, no matter when the ceasefire eventually comes.
Yes.
It's now viewed as complicit in Lebanon. That's also quite clear. When now everybody in Lebanon is just looking, everybody's talking about this aid or whatever it is, $9 billion that the US has just promised the Israelis now in the middle of this invasion, which for people there clearly is like, oh, they're going to use it all to dump more weapons into Lebanon. So the signaling of...
They're not going to use all of it to dump more missiles into Lebanon. They're going to use a lot of it. It's just they still are also going to use that money to dump missiles into Syria and Yemen and Gaza and, I mean, they're hoping as well Iran. But, you know, same difference.
American administration, when it comes to Palestine, Lebanon, at least these two countries, is very, very clear and very much complicit. Now, in terms of the war itself with Iran, yes, this would be catastrophic to everybody. It'll be catastrophic to everybody, obviously, as Matt is saying, including, I think, this administration. And it's impossible for anybody to understand how the Democrats can shoot themselves in the foot by continuing to support, by not even, we don't hear
Okay. Well, now we get to the meat of it. It's impossible to see why Democrats would shoot themselves in the foot. Well, I see that you don't understand American politics, because that's what the Democrats are best at, is shooting ourselves right in the foot.
To be honest, she, as far as people are concerned, she's folded into the Biden. I think there was one or two statements very early on when she was trying to cut what was perceived to be carrying kind of support to people in Michigan and things like this. She kind of said a couple of things about the humanitarian situation, but that's gone completely quiet since then, as far as we can tell, and as far as the messages that we're getting. So she's now considering to be back to being complicit fully with the Biden administration policy, and I think this is important to sort out. And if they allow this to kind of continue, if they allow Netanyahu to continue his adventure in Lebanon, to continue to kill people, because we all know we've been there. 2006 war. This is following the same exact playbook as 2006, where the Israelis kind of hit civilians and they try to hit Hezbollah targets, and then they'll run out eventually of Hezbollah targets, and then they expand their attacks on civilian targets outside of areas where there can even be claimed to be kind of Hezbollah people. More civilians will be killed.
It's almost like the militants weren't the whole point.
And in the meantime, the news, the media, the politicians are forgetting about Gaza, which is the center of this. You need to always go back to Gaza, because a ceasefire, the ending of the Gaza genocide, will end all this. There is no other short-term solution. The longer term we can talk about. In the short term,
I mean, I don't necessarily think that it would be enough at this point, but certainly, I don't know, even half a year ago, the chances of that being successful would have been higher. We never tried. There's no way to know. But obviously, every day that passes makes it less and less likely that just stopping the genocide would put an end to all of this anymore, especially not when we're talking about new countries that are being invaded. Anyway. Thanks for tuning in, guys. I had a really fun stream today. We got through a lot. Not everything that I had planned out, but that's okay, because I closed most of those links because I realized we didn't need them and that I didn't care. Yeah, I think BB, I think he would love to start a Middle Eastern war and then say I told you so. Yeah, no, he would. He would absolutely. Oh, thanks for the sub, Mopar. Really appreciate it. So, we'll be back on Monday, I guess, unless some huge stuff happens over the weekend, and I really hope it doesn't, because big breaking news like that is usually not a good thing. But if it does, you'll know where to find me. And otherwise, you can join the Discord if you wanted to chat. And I hope you guys have a lovely evening, or morning, or midday, depending on where you are. Stay sane. Stay sane too, my friends. Stay sane too. I'm glad my stream helps your sanity. It helps my sanity, honestly. Because if I didn't say all of this crap to you, then I would be putting it on my friends, who then won't be my friends.